main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Unexpected Growth of Power. When Fang Sui entered the practice again and began to promote the power in his body, it didn't take long before he suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that there was a pure energy pouring into his body, which made his strength increase a lot inexplicably. It should be noted that Fang Sui had already reached the peak of the 3rd level for a long time and was only half a step away from breaking through the 4th level. At this time, the power in his body suddenly rose a lot and immediately touched the 4th level barrier. He was only a little short of entering the 4th level of practice. This inexplicable power blessed to himself surprised Fang Sui. He relied on a subtle aura to pull and connect and brought his consciousness to the altar of the dead in the underworld, and then he suddenly understood. It turned out that Anubis, who had been practicing in the underworld day and night recently, had successfully broken through and promoted to the 4th level. It was because of this that Fang Sui, who was connected to the origin of Anubis, benefited from it, and his cultivation was driven up and increased. At this time, Anubis closed his eyes tightly and sat cross-legged in the center of the altar of the dead, looking ferocious. His body was full of energy, and with each breath, an indescribable essence of death was gushing out from the sky and from the land of the underworld, like a spring, gathering into Anubis' body like a tsunami. His power would rise wildly with every breath. Anubis' body was covered with a brand new black armor with dark golden patterns, which was awe-inspiring. Behind him, there appeared a tall god and demon image that supported the earth and the sky. This god and demon image also had a dog head and a human body, and was ferocious in appearance and hundreds of feet high. It was formed by the outflow of the energy in Anubis' body at this moment. This god and demon image roared at the depths of the underworld, and rolling black air waves rushed out of its mouth, like a magnificent river, and like a black dragon raging and raging. Fang Sui paid attention to everything that happened in the underworld. It took him a long time to withdraw his thoughts. A smile appeared on his face. Anubis was promoted to the 4th level, and his own cultivation level was improved. It was really a good thing to be happy about. Then he thought again that Anubis' strength had skyrocketed, and he should open the Dark Gate again soon, and summon the 2nd level dead army. Fang Sui's thoughts turned in his mind, and he immediately began to circulate the power in his body again. He urged the power in his body again this time, and he could immediately hear the power of his physical strength roaring, just like a river pouring down, unimpeded. In just a moment, the power in his body flowed through many joints, and the circulation was almost endless. Fang Sui realized that a critical moment was about to come, so he closed his eyes and gathered his mind, entering a mysterious realm that merged with heaven and earth. While Fang Sui was practicing, a piece of news was quietly being passed on. Someone sent a message saying that a few months ago, someone had accurately predicted that a 2nd death maze would be born. The predictor was called Fang Sui. If this is true, this person's strategic vision must be described as terrifying. He is actually a young figure in the All Heaven Alliance. Is the news reliable? Such a question was raised from a secret place. Absolutely reliable. This is the news personally sent by a high-level member of our mother force who is lurking in the major forces. What should we do? How can such a person be kept? Naturally, he should be killed. The voice in the dark was calm and cold. Currently, Fang Sui is in the ancient city of the East. The strong men of the All Heaven Alliance and even some other major forces are gathered there. It may not be easy to assassinate him. If assassination is not easy, just kill him openly. According to the information, his cultivation is less than the 4th level. How difficult can it be to kill such a person? Pass on my order. The voice in the dark agreed, and then there was no sound. Some things began to operate secretly when Fang Sui was in seclusion. In the East region, the flames of war were boiling at this time, and many major forces were intertwined. One of the life source stars located in the East region, close to the Central region, had a huge black building complex. This building complex is very distinctive. From a distance, you can see countless spires standing in a row. Under each spire is an oval-shaped palace. Such an oval-shaped palace is connected to the spire, and the whole shape is a bit like a strange pointed hat, full of strange visual impact. This is the headquarters of the Black Wizard Association in the East region, called the Black Wizard Talon. When Yanwookie received some news from secret channels, he was gathering with several young people from the Dark Wizard Association to discuss the current situation. As the most outstanding young figure in the Black Wizard Association, Yanwookie has been very successful recently. A few months ago, Yanwookie led people into the death maze to explore and gained a lot from it. He got a lot of strange things. After coming out, he practiced in seclusion for 10 months. The power in his body miraculously increased by 1 level again, and has now reached the 4th level middle level. What is even more surprising is that after Yanwookie was promoted to the 4th level middle grade, he came out of retreat and immediately challenged a Black Wizard in the Black Wizard Association who had always been at odds with him. This kind of fratricide will not be sanctioned in the Black Wizard Association. To a certain extent, it is this cruel competition mechanism that has allowed the Black Wizard Association to produce an endless stream of fresh blood and strong people. In that battle, Yanwookie performed a lost black magic called Shadow Magic. He used his own shadow to transform 2 Black Wizard evil spirit guards and instantly defeated an opponent of the same level and grade, who was originally known as one of the strongest young Black Wizards in the Black Wizard Association. After this battle, the entire Black Wizard Association was in an uproar, and Yanwookie's name rose like the sun and gradually reached the zenith. Recently, some people in the Black Wizard Association have been spreading rumors that Yanwookie has unlimited prospects and unfathomable strength. At present, he may have the qualifications to fight across levels and compete for the strongest young people in the entire 5 regions. In recent days, Yanwookie has been received by the top leaders of the Black Wizard Association many times, which seems to confirm this rumor. It can be seen that he is highly valued, and there are more and more like-minded people around him who follow his lead. At this time, Yanwookie received some news and frowned slightly. Someone next to him immediately asked, "Brother Yin is now proficient in witchcraft. I think there is no rival among the young generation. Is there anything else that is difficult for you? Would you like to tell us, so that we can discuss it together?" The speaker was Yan Lu, who was the most flexible one among the people gathered around Yanwookie. His cultivation was not weak either, and he was at the 4th level. He was also a young master with some reputation in the Black Wizard Association. At this time, Yan Lu spoke, and the men and women around him echoed in unison, "That's right. If there is any difficulty for Master Yin, just tell us, and we are willing to help Brother Yin solve it." Yanwookie sat proudly in the center of the crowd and laughed dumbly. "It's not a big deal. It can't be called a difficulty. It's just that someone asked me to take action and kill someone. The target person happens to have a grudge against me, and I was going to kill him, but his talent is dull, and he has never been promoted to the 4th level. I won unfairly, and it is not convenient for me to challenge someone who is at a lower stage than me, so I allowed him to live until now. Otherwise I would have killed him long ago. How could he live until now? I see. This person offended Brother Yin, and he is also afraid of dying. If Brother Yin is not convenient to take action, we can do it for him," someone said. Someone else asked, "I wonder who this person is?" Yanwookie waved his hand and said, "Actually, this person has a good cultivation base. If we are of the same level and quality, it would take me some effort to kill him. He is from the Alliance of All Heavens, and his name is Fang Sui. Oh, Fang Sui. I seem to have heard that there is such a person among the young generation of the Alliance of All Heavens, and his current cultivation base is at the peak of the 3rd level?" Yan Lu said thoughtfully, and then spoke again. "His cultivation base is not high, but it is not weak. The key is that he is from the Alliance of All Heavens, so we can't use any means to suppress him. If we want to kill this person, we need to go through formal channels, and we can only challenge him openly. If we kill him in a head-on challenge, no one can say anything, and we can only blame him for not being as skilled as others." Everyone spoke in unison, saying that it should be so. Someone said with regret, "But he is not even at the 3rd level. With our 4th level means, it is not convenient for us to challenge him." Yanwookie chuckled and said, "You may not be right. According to the information I have, Fang Sui has been in seclusion for many days in recent days. He is trying to reach the 4th level. He has a great chance to be promoted in the near future. Yanlu clapped his hands and laughed when he heard it. That's great. I will have people pay attention to the movements of the Alliance of the Heavens. If Fang Sui really advances to the 4th level and comes out of seclusion, then he is doomed. I will take action on behalf of Brother Yin, issue a letter of challenge to this person, and wipe him out at the same time. Yin Wuqi shook his head and said, that's not necessary. I just want to kill this person with my own hands. Yanlu and others said in unison, we can't let Brother Yin do this. With Brother Yin's great name, if we issue a letter of challenge to him, this person who has just been promoted to the 4th level may be scared and shrink back immediately and dare not fight at all. I have an idea. Why don't we all issue a letter of challenge to this person and see which one he dares to accept? If he falls into our hands, we will kill him. These people were talking lively and expressing their opinions. Yin Wuqi sat in the center of the crowd, but his mind was lost in memories. At the beginning, he was injured by Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen in the underground prison. He was seriously injured and dying. Later, he escaped and hid, and was finally rescued by Yu Xiangshan, who was also in the prison at that time. Since then, Yin Wuqi knew that the forces of All Mothers had secretly cooperated with Yu Xiangshan. Yin Wuqi is now a member of the Black Wizard Association on the surface, but secretly he is also a member of the forces of All Mothers. His agreement with the forces of All Mothers is to step up to a higher position in the Black Wizard Association with the support of the forces of All Mothers, and look forward to controlling the power of the Black Wizard Association in a few years, so that one day in the future, when the time comes, he can cooperate more deeply with the forces of All Mothers. Someone came to secretly inform Yin Wuqi of the news, which was actually an order from the forces of All Mothers, asking him to wait for an opportunity to kill Fang Sui. This move was exactly what Yin Wuqi wanted. When he thought of this, he smiled coldly. On the other side, Fang Sui naturally didn't know that he was still in seclusion, and some people were sharpening their knives, discussing collectively issuing a declaration of war to him. At this time, after Anubis broke through, he pushed the power in his body again, and immediately felt that the time for his breakthrough had come. The power in his body circulated and surging, and at the level of divine consciousness, it reflected the energy of the universe, eliminating all distracting thoughts, without joy or sorrow, and the mind was like the void, reflecting the mystery of the great way of heaven and earth. Even more wonderful things, in the subsequent practice, some dramatic things followed. P.S. At the beginning of the month, thank you to the 3 heroes on the celebrity list of this book last month. Lion Zhengsheng, who rewarded 10,000 coins twice, Zyme 32,145, who has voted many times, and I love Yang Guiyang, and thank you all for your support. Sincerely ask for votes. Chapter 402, Swallow in the Air. After Anubis broke through the 4th level, Fang Sui's strength increased. He then sat cross-legged and rested for several days to adjust his condition to the best, and then prepared to try to shake the 4th level barrier again. Fang Sui was already very confident about the impact of the 4th level again under the current situation. However, just when he was about to officially impact the 4th level, something unexpected happened. The power in Fang Sui's body increased again out of thin air, and it was forced to rise. This time, it was Bast who made another breakthrough in the underworld. This is really a joyful and unbelievable thing. Generally speaking, each level of breakthrough is very difficult, let alone an important realm like the 4th level, which should be even more so. Just like Fang Sui's previous practice from the 1st to the 3rd level, each promotion was not easy. Not only did he have to practice hard, but he also needed the right breakthrough aura, and even a little bit of luck to assist. Only this time, the situation was completely different. The projections of the 2 gods, Anubis and Bast, broke through one after another, and Fang Sui benefited from it. The power in his body was forcibly pulled up twice. At this point, to some extent, although Fang Sui's realm was still at the peak of the 3rd level, his power level had already risen steadily to the 4th level. Such an experience is indeed rare. He has not yet reached the realm, but he has already reached the 4th level in advance. Since he already has the power of the 4th level, it is naturally easier to get twice the result with half the effort to advance to the 4th level than others. In this way, when Fang Sui closed his eyes and began to push the power in his body again, his body roared, as if there was a vast ocean surging in his body, and the sound of breaking the eardrums continued to sound from his body. It seems that there are barriers in Fang Sui's body, and at this moment, they are all easily broken through by the unparalleled and surging power in his body. Fang Sui made rapid progress all the way, and the power in his body broke through the barriers layer by layer, and it seemed that there was no end to it. As time passed, the fluctuation spread around him gradually gave people a feeling of being like an abyss and an unfathomable sea. Since practicing, this feeling of inner strength connecting with the heaven and earth, without distinction and without end, is the first time for Fang Sui. He has a mysterious feeling of forgetting all the karma in the world, coexisting with the vast universe, and becoming a part of the heaven and earth. The invisible and intangible barrier that resides in the depths of the consciousness of all living beings and imprisons them from evolving to a higher level is gradually loosening. Fang Sui can sense very clearly that he is only a stone's throw away from the realm of practice he has always dreamed of. At this time, when Fang Sui is about to break through, UK King, who left Fang Sui and others to go home to visit relatives, is walking into a palace complex built on the bright moon, which is as crystal as snow, and surrounded by fairy air. This is UK King's home, a place like myth and legend, Gwanghun Moon Palace. After returning home from a long journey, UK King's face was not full of joy. She was sighing in her heart. This home is as cold as the Moon Palace, freezing cold. In UK King's memory, this home has never given her warmth and blood ties since she was a child, but only cultivation. The first thing all the elders in the family ask when they meet is how her cultivation progresses. In this family, apart from cultivation, which can reflect the value of existence, there is no room for anything else. If you are weak, you will be eliminated and abandoned by the family, and no one will care about you even if you suffer. If you have excellent cultivation qualifications and make rapid progress, you will be spoiled into a real bright moon in the sky. No matter what you do, the weak are always wrong and the strong are always right. There is no justice, only power. UK King understands this truth, but does this still look like a home? So at the age of 16, UK King chose to leave this home, representing the family, and exchange cultivation with the young people under the jurisdiction of the Pantheon, and became a member of the Pantheon. These thoughts flashed through her mind. UK King smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling that she was a little sentimental, and thought, in the words of Captain Fang, this should be called the second-year syndrome. Being born in a big family and enjoying the best training resources is what many people dream of. A family without human touch. It seems that all big families are like this, full of competition, and it is also a means to keep the family prosperous. Well, no matter what, this is my home after all. UK King shook her head and stepped into the Moon Palace. She came back this time, not just to go home and have a look as she told Fang Sui. In fact, she no longer has anyone close to her in this family. She came back to prepare for a trial that the Gwanghun new family members can choose to take when they are promoted from the 3rd level to the 4th level. The trial is very dangerous and involves life and death. But once successful, the benefits are huge. A long time ago, when UK King first obtained the hunting mirror, she chose to rebuild her foundation and practice again. In fact, to make her foundation stronger, even if it was a little bit weak. Her consideration and fundamental purpose at that time was to prepare for this family trial. She has been preparing for a long time. So she is very confident that she can pass this life and death trial called the Heart of the Moon by the family, which no one has dared to try for hundreds of years, so as to make a big leap in her cultivation. When she returns, she can give the team a big surprise. At that time, Tina should wake up. Thinking so in her heart, UK King's footsteps became a little brisk. 2 hours later, UK King stepped into a cold and quiet palace located under the Moon Palace, and walked through a deep passage to the core of the bright moon, where the Gwanghun Moon Palace is located. Legend has it that in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Yu family, there is the most core heritage of the Yu family and a moon spirit pool. After UK King walked into the interior of Mengyu, let's move our sight, cut through time and space, and come to a deep space somewhere in the central domain, where there is a magnificent and peerless Xian Wei Dao Chang. This Dao Chang is topped with golden tiles and paved with white jade, which is indescribably magnificent. The temple is located in the temple, with upturned corners and flying eaves, and it is exquisite everywhere, magnificent, and full of majesty and atmosphere, while being gorgeous and gorgeous. There are countless temples and towers in the temple. Legend has it that this palace Dao Chang is the largest building complex in the universe, with 90,000 large and small temples, which are connected to each other. It is almost unimaginable how amazing its majesty is. This place doesn't look like a place in the human world at all, but like the residence of gods. From time to time, the roar of the dragon can be heard from the depths of the palace. Looking up, you can see dragons and phoenixes dancing in the depths of the palace, and the morning light is hazy and beautiful. At this time, Yun Xiangxin was in a temple in the Xianwei Dao Palace, and he was talking respectfully for a while to a young man, who was sitting deep inside the temple. He had an imposing figure, an ancient and noble face, and the appearance of a saint. He had a golden dragon pattern on his forehead. The young man was very imposing and remained calm. After Yun Xiangxin finished speaking, the dragon pattern on the forehead of the young man deep inside the temple suddenly moved down and turned into a 9-zang long dragon with magnificent scales and horns, coiling in the void behind the young man. The next moment, the dragon's eyes opened and closed, shining brightly, and it spoke in human language, with an intimidating power. "Why did you come here? I know clearly. What did you hear from my brother, Prince Zhang Fashion? You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. You are very brave, so go down." Yun Xiangxin felt a little unwilling. She had wanted to meet the Prince of the Ancient Heavenly Power many times before. It was not until this time that she learned from Prince Zhang that the prince had returned from an outing that Yun Xiangxin finally got an audience. She used her eloquence and, based on the news she had heard from Prince Zhang that the prince loved Jiao and had been rejected for marriage, she took the opportunity to explain that Fang Sui and Jiao had a close relationship in order to instigate the prince of the heavenly court to have a murderous intention towards Fang Sui. However, this heavenly prince was a powerful figure. He saw through Yun Xiangxin's purpose at a glance and even deduced that she was here because of her brother's words. He said it in one sentence, but he made a light statement and let her leave without any intention of pursuing the matter. This was the first time Yun Xiangxin had met such an unpredictable young man. At this time, the other party asked her to leave, and Yun Xiangxin couldn't help but feel regretful. The other party didn't seem to be interested in killing Fang Sui. Yun Xiangxin had no choice but to bow and leave with regret. "This woman is so bold. Zhang Wunian, go and knock my stupid brother and tell him that if he does something behind his back again, I will peel off his dragon scales, wash his dragon blood, and emote him to a mortal body." The golden dragon behind the heavenly prince shrank its body and swam back to his forehead. After the prince finished speaking, someone in the void responded respectfully. "Wait a minute, this young family girl is talking about Fang Sui. Go check his background. If he is really close to Jiao, summon him to see me. If he dares to disobey, kill him. If Fang Sui is fine, it is this young family girl who deliberately deceived this prince. Arrest and punish this girl severely." Someone in the void responded again, and then an undercurrent withdrew from the prince's hall in the heavenly court dojo. Fang Sui was content with his practice and had no idea that he had become a hot commodity for a while, and there were indeed many people paying attention to him, both openly and secretly. It is foreseeable that once Fang Sui comes out of retreat, it seems that there will be a lot of things against him. At the same time, during Fang Sui's retreat, the situation in the 5 regions was still very tense. The shadow creatures in the 5 regions were currently in a state of full-scale war. The 3 major regions of the South region, the East region, and the West region were in chaos and turmoil, but no major changes occurred. Time passed quietly, and in this situation, that was fierce on the surface and fierce in secret, a few months passed in a flash. At this time, Fang Sui was in the practice room, opening his mouth to inhale. Crack. This time he inhaled very differently from before. As he inhaled, the void in front of his mouth suddenly cracked. From behind the cracked space, it seemed that there was an ancient air from the beginning of the world, which was extracted from the endless time and space by Fang Sui, and swallowed into his stomach. If this scene was seen by others, they would be extremely surprised. When breaking through the 4th level, opening the mouth to swallow air can cause the void to crack. This situation is so rare that in some ancient records, this scene is called swallowing air to break the air. It is a rare phenomenon of practice. At this time, as Fang Sui inhaled, the traces of cracks in the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and the cracks became larger and larger. And the milky white vitality that Fang Sui extracted from the cracks, like spiritual water, also gathered more and more, from the initial strands to the continuous stream later, like a stream. Fang Sui's breath was incredibly long, and it seemed that he could keep inhaling like this until he swallowed the entire universe into his stomach. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, after a huge bang, the void in front of Fang Sui's eyes was completely shattered by him. At this moment, the entire ancient city of the East trembled, as if there was an earthquake. The void shattered into a black hole, and the essence of vitality that gushed out of it was like a milky white gas column, and like a magnificent river. The endless vitality was absorbed by Fang Sui. Not long after, a loud noise suddenly came from his body, like a thunderbolt. It is hard to imagine that such an astonishing loud noise would be heard from a person's body. His inner universe seemed to be creating the world. Chaos collapsed, as if something was completely opened. 4th level. PS. New Year. Advanced. Celebrate, sincerely ask for votes. Chapter 403. Leaving the customs. At this moment, Fang Sui's body changed mysteriously. The Sun Golden Sutra appeared in his sea of consciousness. 3 rounds of blazing suns surged and sank into the Golden Sutra one by one. With each round of blazing sun entering, a page of the Golden Sutra was turned. When the 3 rounds of blazing sun entered at the same time, the Golden Sutra opened a total of 3 pages. On each page, there were thousands of divine characters, with infinite combinations and changes. When the 3 rounds of blazing sun entered the book, the divine light on the Golden Sutra burst out, and then slowly opened the 4th page. And the 5th page. Promoted to the 4th level, opened 2 pages of the Sun Golden Sutra at once. The title text appeared on these 2 pages of the Golden Sutra, the Golden Sutra Divine Power chapter. At the same moment, the virtual image of the Sun God walked out of the 2 pages of the Golden Sutra, sitting cross-legged in the center of Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, and expounded the vastness of the great Tao and the true meaning of the universe. This voice filled Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, like a huge bell, shaking the soul, and making people think deeply. In his lower abdomen, a new mountain of the underworld was rising from the divine land and growing rapidly. Every time the mountain grew higher, or thunderbolt sounded in Fang Sui's body, and the dark energy flowing around him became thicker and more powerful. Finally, on the divine land in Fang Sui's body, the 3 underworld mountains turned into 4, called the 4 Directions Underworld Mountains, and their positions also changed, occupying one direction of the divine land, corresponding to the 4 directions of heaven and earth. The divine land itself was also expanding and thickening rapidly. In the dark moon behind the underworld mountain, the Book of the Dead was looming. Promoted to the 4th level, it is said that from supernatural powers to divine power, you can show the true means of gods. Promoted to the 4th level, Fang Sui had a strange feeling of detachment from the mortal world and transformation into a god, as if he had been reborn, and more changes came from the spirit. The spiritual thoughts expanded rapidly, as if they could ignore the distance and remotely sense everything in the universe. All over his body, 180,000 pores were swaying, and each pore was washed by the mysterious light. However, despite the amazing changes in his body, Fang Sui always looked calm, without any sadness or joy. His heart reflected the world, like the boundless void, carrying all things without any waves. Time was passing, and everything inside and outside his body was following a mysterious change, undergoing earth-shaking changes. After this breakthrough, Fang Sui still sat still. 2 months passed, and 3 months passed, and he still did not come out of retreat. The white clouds outside the sky were like cotton, floating in the wind, and the sun was shining. Over the past few months, the ancient city of the East has turned from late autumn to winter cold, and then to spring warmth and blooming flowers. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 months have passed. In the early spring season, the winter cold has not completely disappeared, but there is already a faint green on the earth. The grass and trees are sprouting, and the breeze full of vitality is blowing everything. In spring, all things that have been dormant for a cold winter are ready to move, not only plants, but also human hearts. Several people in Fang Sui's team also had different changes at this time. After UK King returned home, he entered the core underground palace of Mingyu. No news has been received so far, so it can be omitted. Among the others, Zhang Shizhen was the first to break through the 4th level. After he came back, he sat in meditation and recuperated. He was silent for a long time, and did not come out until a few months ago. When he came out, his image was a little special. He was not as energetic as ordinary people after the breakthrough, as if he was reborn. Instead, he was a little embarrassed, looking like he had just experienced a series of fierce battles. It turned out that his strength skyrocketed after breaking through the 4th level this time, and he even reached the level of connecting the legendary ethereal underworld with his ki. Zhang Shizhen looks quiet and gentle, but in fact he is extremely murderous and daring. After sensing that his own ki could connect to the underworld and the vast universe, he immediately transformed into a Yama clone without hesitation, carrying his own consciousness, abandoning his physical body, and brazenly killing his way into the underworld. While absorbing and exhaling the ghost ki of the underworld, he fought with thousands of evil ghosts and soldiers to train himself. When he came out of seclusion after several months, the yin ki in his body had been refined to a level that ordinary people could not imagine, as vast as the sea. On the other hand, Tina in the team has not woken up yet, but this situation is not caused by injuries. During this period, Zeus Muke came again, and after visiting Tina, he was actually happy. It was Tina's original injury this time, involving life and death. There was a shadow demonic energy that was always raging in her body, which gave her resistance and stimulated the blood inherited from her family. At this moment, Tina was unconscious, but it was a good thing, because the power of her bloodline was further growing in her body. When Tina wakes up again, the blood of Artemis, the moon goddess, inherited from her family of 12 main gods, will be greatly improved, and she will be able to practice with half the effort in the future. Although Tina is still in a coma, she is bathed in the moonlight and surrounded by divine light. There is a virtual image of the moon goddess, which appears beside her, like a kind of protection from the gods. As time goes by, the moonlight around Tina becomes more and more intense, and beside her, in addition to the virtual image of the goddess, 4 moon god hunting wolves appear, covered with silver light, with real images and incomparable gods. These 4 moon wolves lie around Tina, like the most loyal guards, full of vigilance. In addition, Zhao Xianzhao has also made progress recently. When he joined the team, he had been immersed in the peak of the 3rd level for a long time. Now it is logical that he has also broken through to the 4th level. In the palace where Fang Sui and others were staying temporarily, Zhao Xianzhao was wearing a gorgeous blue-gray robe. He had just returned from going out and was sitting on a chair, looking lazy and aristocratic. He held a cup in his hand, which contained a clear and crystal green drink with life waves. Zhao Xianzhao took a sip from time to time, looking beautiful. Zhang Shizhen was also in the room, quietly reading a book about ghost totems, silent. Zhao Xianzhao was a person who loved to be lively. He couldn't stay for long, and started to make small talk. Shizhen, the energy in the room, where Fang Tao was in seclusion a while ago was abnormal. The vital energy in a large area nearby collapsed towards where he was. It was obviously a sign that he had broken through to the 4th level. Did you feel it? Zhang Shizhen didn't say anything, so he asked again. Zhang Shizhen said unhappily, nonsense. Zhao Xianzhao was shocked to see Zhang Shizhen respond and said, then why don't you say Team Fang come out? It's been several months. Zhang Shizhen said, how should I know? After thinking for a while, he said, if you have nothing to do, go outside and run around the planet. Boss Fang told me that it is very effective in treating difficult and complicated diseases such as irritability, talking too much, and insomnia. You can try it. I think the effect will be very good. Zhao Xianzhao blinked and was speechless. Not long after, his chatterbox habit relapsed, and he said embarrassedly, aren't I just worried about Fang Tao? In the past few months, I've received many letters inviting Fang Tao to a fight. The people from the Black Wizard Association come to challenge him almost every few days, and the words and the letters of challenge are getting more and more excessive, saying that Fang Tao is avoiding fighting, and is as cowardly as a mouse. Zhang Shizhen just read the book, as if he didn't hear anything. Zhao Xianzhao's eyes turned slightly, and he continued, at present, the Black Wizard Association has regarded challenging Fang Tao as a routine matter. Recently, more and more people have sent challenge letters. 3 letters were sent yesterday. The letter said that, as long as Fang Tao dared to accept the challenge, their people would let Fang Tao pick his opponent, and told Fang Team not to hide, and not dare to come out. How infuriating is this? Isn't this bullying? Zhang Shizhen curled his lips and said, this shows that you are a fool. Who farted? Why don't you beat him up? Zhao Xianzhao said in a grin, I'm a fool. He's just a messenger, and I beat him up. Are you unreasonable? He continued, Shizhen, how about we go to their house and embarrass the Black Wizard Association? Zhang Shizhen's eyes lit up, and he was obviously tempted by this suggestion. He pondered and said, these people are annoying enough. If someone comes to send a letter of challenge again, we will fight back and beat them up. Zhao Xianzhao nodded excitedly, but backed out the next moment and said, however, it seems inappropriate for us to fight for Fang Tao. People outside will even say that Team Fang is avoiding fighting. It's really baffling, and I don't know why, but recently there have been endless people challenging Fang Tao. In fact, they are not only the minions of the Black Wizard Association, but also some other people who have sent their letters of challenge. Some of them are very powerful. For example, Yin Wuqi from the Black Wizard Association has been very famous recently, and his reputation is very scary. He has caught up with people of Deng Xin's level. Some people even say that Yin Wuqi is invincible below the 5th level. Zhang Shizhen interrupted impatiently, aren't you going to bring one of your friends into our team? I think you'd better hurry up. When he comes, you can chat with him when you have nothing to do. Zhao Xianzhao ignored Zhang Shizhen's words, and his interest in talking did not diminish at all. It seems that you don't like to hear these. Then let's talk about other things, such as the overall situation in the 5 regions. Would you be interested? Zhang Shizhen shook his head and said, the 5 directions domain is so big. How can the general situation change in a few months? Aren't they still attacking the shadow creatures? What is there to talk about? I say, Zhao Xianzhao, why don't you listen to my advice? If you're bored, just go out and run around the planet. Zhao Xianzhao sneered, damn. I remember there's a topic you'll definitely be interested in, Zhang Shizhen. Zhang Shizhen was surprised and said, what topic? Zhao Xianzhao said, I heard that in the ancient tribe, there is a little sister of yours, Shizhen. She has blue skin, big eyes, and is really beautiful. Before this guy could finish his suicidal words, he saw a ghost flash in front of him, and a negative energy attacked him. It turned out to be the totem light flowing in Zhang Shizhen's palm, and suddenly an evil ghost rushed out, and pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Zhao Xianzhao didn't expect that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhang Shizhen was so angry that he started fighting without even saying hello. However, he also reacted quickly, and his fighting style was also special. He was not afraid of sneak attacks. He directly spoke out divine words, using his voice to pull the power of Taoism, and shouted, the noble spirit becomes a book, suppress and burn. With a bang. As Zhao Xianzhao's voice fell, a golden light converged in front of him, and countless characters and symbols flashed and flowed, turning into a golden scripture, instantly suppressing the evil ghost that pounced on it. Then the handwriting and symbols on the scripture wandered and intertwined, and suddenly burned, together with the yin ghost under it, both dissipated into nothingness. Zhao Xianzhao was complacent. What? Brother is not easy to bully. The next moment, the totem in Zhang Shizhen's hand expanded, and the yin energy in the room suddenly became strong. Then the two of them fought back and forth, fighting in the air. When the two were arguing, they suddenly felt something, and turned around to see that Fang Sui had finished his retreat, and walked out of the practice room leisurely. At this point, Fang Sui's retreat had lasted nearly half a year. It had been nearly 9 years since he came to the 5 directions domain. With his exit, some of the malice and prying that had accumulated for half a year would come over. P.S. Happy reading. Chapter 404 Surge. It was early spring in the ancient city of the East, and it was sunny. The afternoon was leisurely and soothing with blue sky and white clouds. Although the 5 regions were at war at this time, and the 3 major regions were fighting, the overall situation was still stable. Although the Shadow Clan relied on its strategic advantages and used the huge death maze as a transit base to gain the upper hand in layout, when the real battle came, the 5 regions were, after all, one of the most powerful origins of this universe, with a profound foundation. After the collision between the 2 sides, the Shadow Clan could no longer continue to have an overwhelming advantage. The 2 sides were currently in a tit-for-tat stage of fighting, with each other attacking and defending, and it was difficult to tell the winner. As the heartland of the major forces in the East region, the ancient city of the East had not been invaded by the war, and the atmosphere was comfortable. After Fang Sui came out of retreat, Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao stopped their time-killing fight. The 3 of them sat together, and Zhao Xianzhao told Fang Sui a series of things that had happened in the past 6 months, from big to small. After hearing this, Fang Sui frowned and asked in surprise, "Many people have challenged me in the past 6 months." Zhao Xianzhao said, "Well, I'm also a little puzzled. I don't understand why. We have been honest since we came to the Eastern region. Apart from exploring the death maze in depth, we haven't done anything harmful to the world. Why do so many people come to challenge you, Fang Tao? In terms of fame, Fang Tao, you are not Guo Dongshan. If we defeat you, we can compete for the first place among the young generation. Why so many people come to challenge you? I really can't understand it." He paused here, as if he remembered something, and continued, "By the way, Fang Tao, Guo Dongshan left after he recovered from his injuries a while ago. He asked me to tell you, when you are ready to find trouble with the shadow creatures, and asked you to call him." Fang Sui nodded, still thinking about the fact that so many people suddenly showed up to challenge him. After a while, he stood up and prepared to go out. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Qi Zhuo who came to find Fang Sui. After entering, he said, "Master Zhang Zheng felt that the vitality of the heaven and earth here, which had been turbulent for several months, has returned to peace. He said that you must have come out of retreat, so he asked me to find you." While Qi Zhuo was speaking, he was looking at Fang Sui. Fang Sui, who was at the 4th level, did not see much change in appearance, but he stood there calmly, but there was a strange feeling that he had not had before, as if he had merged into the world. At this time, Fang Sui seemed to be integrated with the world when he was not moving. No matter where he was, he did not feel abrupt at all. He was like a part of the world, and once he moved, he could naturally affect the surrounding world and move with it. Wherever he went, he was the center of that place. This is a trait that softens restraint and sharpness. This may sound a bit contradictory, but in fact, it feels like this. Fang Sui now blends into the world and transcends it. He has a kind of charm that Qi Zhuo cannot understand. From another perspective, this can also be understood as unfathomable. When Qi Zhuo looked at Fang Sui, he couldn't help but admire him. Fang Sui's eyes originally looked deep and spiritual, like 2 black gems, which gave people a calm and wise feeling. After this breakthrough, his eyes still gave people a deep and clear feeling, but with a calm background. His eyes, after the endless dark, were even darker, and could not be seen through. This feeling was like the void of the universe. But it had the agility and spirit that the void of the universe did not have. The 4th level Fang Sui gave Qi Zhuo a simple and complex impression. It looked simple at first, but then became complex and difficult to understand. 10 minutes later, Fang Sui saw this tall old man whose power in the Alliance of All Heavens was increasing day by day in Zhang Zheng's temporary office. Perhaps it was because he was extremely busy. This old man, although he had profound cultivation, still gave people a feeling of gradually aging on his face. He looked at Fang Sui with bright eyes and a happy expression. Fang Sui was an outstanding junior, he discovered. Almost from the very beginning, Zhang Zheng showed special love for Fang Sui. Of course, at the beginning, it is not ruled out that they found that Jiao and Fang Sui were good friends, so the high level of the rock universe paid more attention to Fang Sui. But even if there is special attention from the high level, after all, you still need to be able to cultivate yourself. It is under such circumstances that Fang Sui's performance afterwards, even with Zhang Zheng's status and knowledgeable vision, has to be described as amazing. Fang Sui has come all the way to now, and has gained a lot, but everything is earned by his outstanding performance, without any water. Fang Sui's extraordinariness, on the other hand, can also prove Zhang Zheng's bowl-like vision. Fang Sui has grown all the way, and now he has finally reached the 4th level, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, and the grandeur suddenly appears. From the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, it is equivalent to the beginning of the transformation from mortal to god. This is a height that countless cultivators cannot reach in their lifetime. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Zheng's mind. The next moment, he looked at Fang Sui, who came closer and sat down by himself and said with a smile, "Fang Sui, you have broken through the 4th stage this time. Something mysterious seems to have happened to you. The aura is so strange, and the spirit is integrated with the heaven and earth. It can even affect the aura of a small world and operate with you as a core. It is not simple." Fang Sui was not modest about Zhang Zheng's praise and nodded frankly. Zhang Zheng made an opening statement, then turned to the point. "I called you here because your team is growing day by day, and you have also been promoted to the 4th level. With such strength, you can be called an ace in any force, so some things are inevitable." Zhang Zheng's words were praise at the beginning, but took a sharp turn in the last sentence, and he actually said the word inevitable. Fang Sui frowned immediately and said alertly, wait, don't say anything more. This time, is there someone like Lion King Gai who wants to jump out and take over my team? Or, is there someone who wants to put people in my team?" Zhang Zheng obviously admired Fang Sui's judgment ability. He was not annoyed by being interrupted. He laughed and said, "Well, it's almost the same as you guessed. There are really people in the upper echelons of our alliance who are optimistic about your team and want their nephews and nieces to join your team. They said it very politely. It's definitely not like Lion King Gai, who wants to take over your team right away. Instead, they said that they want to send people to you to learn how to do things from you." Fang Sui's frown still didn't ease, so Zhang Zheng explained in detail. "In fact, since the news that you predicted the emergence of the Death Labyrinth spread, I have been asked to add people to your team many times." He continued, "Not only within our alliance, but also some other powerful forces that have good relations with our alliance have come to me to speak up. They mainly value your strategic vision and analytical judgment ability and think that you have considerable development in the future. To some extent, wanting their children and nephews to join your team is also a potential investment." Zhang Zheng didn't need to explain in detail. Fang Sui could understand that the matter came to him through Zhang Zheng, which shows that the relationship with them is not ordinary, and it is not as simple as opening your mouth to refuse. This kind of thing is indeed inevitable as the team develops. It is not only Fang Sui's team. Many children of noble families who want to come out for training will mostly be sent to some teams with great potential by their elders through their relationships. If you refuse, it means that you don't know how to appreciate it. If you offend too many people, the development of the team in the future will probably be unsuccessful, and you will be more or less constrained wherever you go. Fang Sui was not a fool who was not familiar with current affairs. Naturally, he would not refuse without considering anything. However, asking him to agree to add people to the team casually would be equivalent to actively reducing the team's combat effectiveness. How could he agree to such a thing? He said helplessly, "You are so kind and compassionate. Please help me delay it first. In case there is something that cannot be delayed, you must add people to the team, but they can only be peripheral members. If you want to become a core, you have to fight for it yourself. This is my bottom line." Then his face was a little thoughtful, and he changed the subject and said, "I want to ask, within our alliance, Wuling, who practiced with me in the Rock universe, the one with amazing qualifications, has been silent in recent years, and we rarely hear about her." Zhang Zheng obviously also had an impression of Wuling. The composition form within our alliance has always been very free. After reaching the 3rd level, most of them act independently. The traces reported by Wuling and the alliance are that, after being promoted to the 3rd level, she left the Rock universe and came to the central domain. to hang out for a while, and then began to explore the vast universe. Most of the time she was not in the 5 Directions domain, so there is less news about her. Fang Sui said thoughtfully. He entered Zhang Zheng's office. On the other hand, the news that he had broken through the 4th level and came out of retreat naturally could not be hidden from some people who were paying attention. The news spread rapidly. Many people knew that Fang Sui had come out of retreat, and they immediately got ready to take action. Most of these people had issued a letter of challenge to Fang Sui in the past 6 months. Among them, people like Yin Wuqi were ordered by the mother forces to use the challenge as an excuse to kill Fang Sui. It was the deliberate promotion of people like Yin Wuqi that caused the continuous letters of challenge to Fang Sui in the past 6 months. The purpose of people like Yin Wuqi was to incite more people to challenge Fang Sui, and they could hide themselves well by mixing in among them, so that the challenge to Fang Sui would not seem abrupt, and they could always create more opportunities by taking advantage of the chaos. At this time, in the Black Wizard Association, Yin Wuji received the news that Fang Sui had come out of seclusion, and smiled coldly. Finally he came out. Beside Yin Wuji, Yanlu closed his eyes and analyzed after a little thought. It took Fang Sui such a long time to break through the 4th level. It seems that the breakthrough process was not smooth. It can be inferred that, although he successfully broke through, his strength is not too strong. At the 4th level, he is on the weaker level. The people gathered around Yin Wuji at this time were also in the form of a small team, with as many as 6 or 7 people. After Yanlu finished speaking, the others nodded one after another. Someone smiled and said, "How about I make a bet with Brother Yin? I assert that he will never dare to accept Brother Yin's letter of challenge." Brother Yin, you have fought all over the world in the past 6 months, and you have won every battle. Your reputation is so great that anyone who hears it will be terrified. If Fang Sui sees that it is you who is challenging him, he will be terrified and will never accept the battle. Brother Yin wants to kill him, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to do it himself. Yin Wuqi had contact with Fang Sui before, so he naturally knew that Fang Sui was not that simple. But he suffered a great loss at the hands of Fang Sui last time. After all, it was because Fang Sui appeared too suddenly and took advantage of the surprise attack. Besides, Fang Sui was still working together with Zhang Shizhen at that time, so he defeated Yin Wuqi. It is impossible to say that Yin Wuqi was defeated with conviction. The most important thing is that in the past 2 years, Yin Wuqi's strength has made great progress, which is absolutely not comparable to the past. Combining these reasons, Yin Wuqi certainly would not think that Fang Sui, who had just broken through the 4th level, would be his opponent. Yin Wuqi has gained more experience and has become more stable and mature. He has long passed the stage of arrogance. Therefore, even though Fang Sui has just broken through the 4th level, he still deduced and judged the strength of himself and Fang Sui in his heart, similar to a simulated battle, out of prudent considerations. Compared with some 4th level opponents he has defeated in recent years, Yin Wuqi has raised Fang Sui's level by 2 levels in his deduction, which is already a very high evaluation. Even so, after full consideration, Yin Wuqi is sure of defeating Fang Sui. In his judgment, Fang Sui, now, will not have any luck if he faces him. At most, he can get out of his hands for 3 or 5 moves. At this time, Yin Wuqi did not completely agree with the underestimation of Fang Sui by several people around him, but he naturally did not need to justify Fang Sui. He smiled calmly. "I have sent someone to formally issue a challenge to him. Let's go out." "Huh? Where are we going now?" Yanlu and others around asked in unison. Yin Wuqi, wearing a dark green robe with black patterns, walked forward with his hands behind his back and said with great dignity, "If he refuses to fight, it will be useless for him to hide in the alliance of all heavens. I will go to his door in person and make him have no way to escape." Brother Yin is so generous. The others clapped their hands and praised, and they were all in high spirits. With a loud response, they walked out with Yin Wuqi. At the same time, in other places, after many years of operation by the Mother Power, there are indeed many people lurking in various places in the 5 Directions domain. Naturally, it is not only Yin Wuqi who received the order from above to kill Fang Sui. At this time, some other people also received the news one after another. Some sneered, some concealed murderous intentions, and some were cautious, but they all took action at the same time. At the same moment, on top of the palace in the city, a burly general wearing golden armor stood proudly, with a fierce look, and a fierce figure, whispering, "Fang Sui has been in seclusion for such a long time, which has kept me in this ancient city of the east, and prevented me from going back, to report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Now he finally comes out." For a moment, undercurrents filled the ancient city of the east, and were about to turn into a forcing wave, rolling towards Fang Sui. On Fang Sui's side, although he knew that many challengers had inexplicably appeared during his seclusion, he had not yet considered that this was a killing method used by the mother forces against him. At this moment, he had just left Zhangzheng. P.S. This chapter is more than 4,000 words. Everyone, have a happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Home. The spring breeze still retains a trace of winter's chill, but it also contains a softness and vitality that is different from the winter cold. Bathing in the spring breeze, people inexplicably feel comfortable and lazy. Fang Sui came out from Zhangzheng, thinking that he had not been in contact with the outside world for half a year of seclusion, so he wandered around aimlessly in the building complex of the Alliance of All Heavens. It was approaching dusk, and the sun was shining with its afterglow before setting in the west, and the light was scorching. While Fang Sui was taking a walk outside, Zhao Xianzhao and Zhang Shizhen stayed in the temple where their team was temporarily staying, chatting. Zhao Xianzhao always found new topics and talked with relish, and Zhang Shizhen responded in a casual manner. 13. You said Fang Tower is out of confinement. What is our next course of action? How should I know what Fang Tower is planning? Wait until he comes back, won't you ask yourself? As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Xianzhao got up to open the door. Outside the door was a thin young man wearing a one-piece magic hat and robe. There was a hint of green in his eyes. His face was pale and his aura was sinister. Zhao Xianzhao knew at a glance that he was a member of the Black Wizard Association. The young man's eyes emitted a cold green light. He looked Zhao Xianzhao up and down and said, "Who is Fang Sui?" Zhao Xianzhao patted his forehead and said, "The one who delivered the declaration of war." The young man outside the door said in a hoarse and feminine voice, "Yes. I'm a servant of the great wizard Yin Wuji of the Black Wizard Association. I have been ordered to deliver a declaration of war to Fang Sui. My great wizard already knows that he has come out of retreat, so he asked him to receive the declaration of war." Zhao Xianzhao spread his hands and said, "Fang is not here. Bring the declaration of war." The young servant sneered, "I expected you to say that." A flash of contempt flashed across his face, and he raised his hand to throw out a declaration of war, turned around and left, muttering, "Either he is in retreat, or he is not here. Let's see how long you can push it out." Zhao Xianzhao took the letter of challenge back to the house, threw it on the table, sat down silently, and said to Zhang Shizhen, "When Fang Tower comes back, we too will encourage him to come to our door with these letters of challenge, so that we can join in the fun." Damn, these people are entangled and inexplicable. Zhang Shizhen shook his head. This Yin Wuji is not inexplicable. He was ambushed by Fang Tower and died before, and escaped with his life. In the past 2 years, he should feel that his cultivation has improved, and wants to come back, to avenge the hatred of the past. Zhao Xianzhao suddenly realized, so that's what happened. At the same time, outside the main gate of the core building complex of the All Heavens Alliance in the East region, Yin Wuji walked in the center with his hands behind his back, surrounded by several people, and came proudly like a moon surrounded by stars. At this time, some other people who had issued letters of challenge to Fang Sui in the past 6 months, either under the secret orders of the mother forces, or encouraged by them, also gathered from all directions like water to the outside of this building complex called the All Heavens Eastern Palace. "Brother Yin, should we go directly to his door, or what?" a young man following Yin Wuji asked aggressively. As soon as he finished speaking, the wizard attendant who delivered the letter of challenge came out of the building complex of the Eastern Palace of the All Heavens, walked quickly to Yin Wuki, and respectfully reported, the letter of challenge was accepted, but Fang Sui avoided him. The person who received the letter said that he was out of town. What do I say? Brother Yin, you see, Fang Sui would never dare to accept your letter of challenge. He uses the excuse of going out to avoid the fight. Going out, just after he came out of seclusion? This excuse is really poor. Brother Yin, should we just go and kill them? That's not good. After all, this is the center of the Alliance of the All Heavens and the East region. There are so many masters inside. If we break in, although it is normal for the young generation to invite each other to fight, it is still a bit too ostentatious. If any of the older generation is dissatisfied, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to please them. The key is to let Fang Sui take the opportunity to escape again. How can we let such a coward who repeatedly avoids fighting succeed? We must force him to come out for a fight today. Yanlu and others beside Yin Wuki talked in unison. Yin Wuji never interrupted. His face was calm. After everyone finished talking, a breath suddenly surged out of his body, and in an instant, there was a sound of wind and thunder. The breath released from his body and outside was like smoke and fog, interweaving in the air, and transformed into an ancient magic statue several feet tall, standing like a pillar supporting the sky, with a terrifying aura. The next moment, a rumbling sound, like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploded from the mouth of this ancient magic statue almost like a roar. Yin Wuji of the Black Wizard Association is here to challenge Fang Sui. Do you dare to come out and fight? Yin Wuji is here to challenge Fang Sui. Do you dare to come out and fight? Dare to fight? This sound was like the raging wind and thunder, with unparalleled momentum, shaking for hundreds of miles, and deafening. Around Yin Wuki, everyone applauded. Good. Brother Yin's move is extraordinary. Such an invitation to fight has been heard by everyone. Fang Sui has no choice but to avoid it. If he still hides in such a situation, it is not his own face that will be lost, but the face of the All Heavens Alliance. If he does not come out today, he will not be able to stay in the All Heavens Alliance anymore. Right. That's right. Let's see what excuses this person has to hide. After Yin Wuki finished speaking, he waved his hand to put away the ancient magic phase. He was a master, still silent, and stood outside the East Hall of the All Heavens Alliance waiting. The buildings under the All Heavens Alliance have always open halls for accepting tasks, and there are dense flows of people. This East Hall is also the same. Near the front hall next to the main gate, there are many people coming and going to accept tasks. As soon as Yin Wuki finished speaking, many people gathered around, looking like they were watching the fun. Some people recognized Yin Wuki's origins, and explained to those who didn't know. This man is called Yin Wuki, and he was born in the Black Wizard Association. He is ruthless, and it is said that he once had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to integrate black witchcraft and ancient demon heritage into one. He is currently the most popular and one of the strongest young people in the Black Wizard Association. Many people even say that his cultivation has reached an unfathomable level, and he is on the verge of being invincible below level 5. Then who is Fang Sui challenged by him? Is he from the Alliance of All Heavens? I know this one. He is also an extraordinary person. He is a newly rising young talent in the Alliance of All Heavens. However, his reputation seems to be slightly worse than Yin Wuki's. People gathered quickly around him, and discussions continued. Yin Wuji has been invited to fight many times in recent years. He has been accustomed to it. His face is as hard as stone, and he is not moved at all. However, he can't help feeling complacent and proud in his heart. He thought to himself, coming here today to challenge Fang Sui is actually a bit of a loss to my reputation. He has just broken through the 4th level. In the past few years, he has been left far behind by me. I come here in person to challenge him, which has enhanced his reputation. But it doesn't matter. This person is about to die in my hands. It is not important whether he has a reputation or not. Well, after today, if my strength increases, it is time to consider challenging the strongest young people. Yin Wuji was thinking about it. He was confident of winning the challenge of Fang Sui today, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he began to consider his future direction. At this moment, another voice suddenly emerged from the crowd of onlookers, and it was also booming, and heard from far and near, with great power. Lan Shou of the Blue Blood Clan is here to challenge Fang Sui. Do you dare to fight? Lan Shou of the Blue Blood Clan is here to challenge Fang Sui. Do you dare to fight? At this time, more and more people were around, gathering in the square in front of the Zushan Eastern Palace, and there were crowds of people. Some onlookers saw another challenger and quieted down at the same time. Yan Wuji also frowned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. As the voice sounded, 7 or 8 young men and women walked out of the crowd, all dressed in luxurious clothes, and seemed to be of good family. The leader was a young man with long dark blue hair draped over his shoulders, wearing armor of the same color, with a majestic appearance, and a faint dark blue divine glow lingering around him. His aura was also very powerful, reaching the 4th level. The young man felt Yan Wuki's gaze, turned his head and looked over, saying neither servilely nor arrogantly, "Brother Yin, forgive me, I have some grudges with Fang Sui, so I came here to challenge him." Yan Wuki didn't know who this young man who called himself Lan Tuo was, but after hearing this, his heart moved slightly, and he thought, could this person also be under the command of the Mother's Force, and want to come and steal the credit? The Mother's Forces planted secret agents in various places in the 5 Directions domain. Their identities are secret, and they don't know each other, so it's not surprising that Yan Wuki has this idea. However, Yan Wuki guessed wrong this time. Lan Tuo of the Blue Blood Clan was not a member of the Mother's Force. Zhang Zheng once took Fang Sui and Tina to the trading temple in the 13 Stars area to participate in the auction and buy the magic crystals of the gods. After buying the magic crystals, they walked out of the trading temple. At that time, Fang Sui felt that someone was watching him from a distance, and then looked back and saw a young man with dark blue eyes. That young man was Lan Tuo in front of him. The people of the Blue Blood Clan are gifted, and they will have a mysterious feeling for the opponents who have killed their own people. Lan Tuo sensed that Fang Sui had killed a Blue Blood Clan member, and the look he cast over him from a distance back then was full of ill will. After that, Fang Sui also went to the central 13-star area. Lan Tuo could always hear some news about Fang Sui intentionally or unintentionally, and heard some things about Fang Sui. As for this invitation to fight, it was purely a coincidence. Lan Tuo came to the East region to join in the fun because a war was going on in the East region. Now that he had caught up with the current situation and was not on good terms with Fang Sui, he also intervened and stood up. He was thinking that he was ready to become famous in public under today's situation. Using Fang Sui as a stepping stone, he could also snatch Yan Wuki's target of the invitation to fight, which was indeed a great thing to become famous. Lan Tuo also knew something about Fang Sui from some news he had heard. He knew that Fang Sui had just broken through the 4th level, so Lan Tuo did not stand out rashly. He had no doubt that he could easily beat Fang Sui who had just entered the 4th level, so he challenged him and decided to intervene. After Lan Tuo challenged him, he also stood in the square outside the main entrance of the Zushan Dongfang Palace complex, squinting his eyes and waiting. At this time, more people with different thoughts rushed to the surrounding area. From time to time, some people in the crowd looked at the interior of the complex, waiting for Fang Sui to come out. Fang Sui was originally wandering around in the Zushan Dongfang Palace. He heard the challenge from Yan Wuki and Lan Tuo one after another. He was stunned. He was actually killed. Fang Sui tilted his head and turned to walk out. He looked leisurely and normal, but if you watch from a distance, you can immediately see the shocking point. It is really a devil's pace. Every time he took a step, his figure would disappear, as if he was traveling through the void. When he appeared again, he would be at the end of his sight. Wherever he passed, phantoms would be left behind. This was because he was moving too fast, and the residual images left behind in the places he passed by created a visual illusion. For a moment, every time Fang Sui took a step, his figure would disappear without a trace. And after he passed by, phantoms would appear in the places he passed by. The scene was strange and fantastic, and people felt incredible after watching it. On the other side, Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao naturally heard Yan Wuji and Lan Tuo's challenge, and they looked at each other. Zhang Shizhen said, "Xianzhao, these people are courting death just like you. Let's go out and take a look so you can learn from them and know that the consequences of courting death are terrible, so don't do it again in the future. Zhao Xianzhao looked bitter. Didn't I just say a few words about the young lady? How did it become courting death? Fang Tao, Keqing, Tina and the others all said something. Why don't you say they are courting death? Zhang Shizhen ignored him and walked out first. Fang Sui on this side seemed to be walking slowly, but was actually fast. In a very short time, he covered a long distance from the inside of the building complex to the vicinity of the main gate. Then he slowed down and walked towards the square where people gathered outside the main gate. PS. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 406. As long as this, seeking vote on Monday. The sun was setting in the west, and dusk was approaching. The main entrance of the building complex of the All Heavens Alliance in the eastern ancient city was extremely lively and crowded. I heard that Fang Sui has been invited to fight many times in the past 6 months, but he has never accepted any of them. There are rumors that he is afraid of fighting. I wonder how true it is. Fang Sui is also a strong figure among the young generation of the All Heavens Alliance. How could he be afraid of fighting for no reason? This statement is probably not credible. I heard that in the past 6 months, he has been breaking through the 4th level and is in seclusion. Oh, there were many mixed and endless discussions around. This is the place of the All Heavens Alliance. Among the people gathered around, there are naturally many cultivators of the All Heavens Alliance. Yan Wuqi and others came to the main entrance of the All Heavens Eastern Hall. They acted flamboyantly and challenged Fang Sui in public. Although they clearly stated that they were challenging Fang Sui, to some extent, they had the meaning of arrogance that they ignored the All Heavens Alliance. Therefore, at this time, many members of the All Heavens Alliance who were wandering nearby came over one after another, looking up and down at Yan Wuqi and Lan Tiyuo with unfriendly expressions. Faintly, the atmosphere in the square outside the eastern palace of the All Heavens suddenly became tense. In this situation, Fang Sui walked out calmly. The cultivators of the All Heavens Alliance now more or less know who Fang Sui is, including that he once explored the Death Maze, and was one of the few people who escaped unscathed. In addition, he was summoned by the top leaders several times after his return. Similar situations are all rumored within the All Heavens Alliance. Therefore, when the cultivators of the All Heavens Alliance saw him come out, considering that this incident revolved around him, they naturally gathered behind him and faced Yan Wuqi and others together. Fang Sui, you finally came out. Yan Wuqi glanced at Fang Sui expressionlessly and spoke coldly. Fang Sui stood a few feet away from Yan Wuqi and Lan Tiyuo and looked at the two people. The appearance of Fang Sui caused some people with hidden ulterior motives in the surrounding crowd to speak out in an incendiary way. This is Fang Sui, who has been hiding well and has not dared to show up for half a year on the grounds of seclusion. He has to wait until people force him to come to him, and there is no way out before he shows up. This kind of person, TSK, can't be left with any room. He must be made to see the tyrannical means. These words were said in the tone of bystanders, but they were obviously guiding. First, Fang Sui's absence in the past 6 months was defined as cowardly and timid. Naturally, this kind of malice could not be hidden from Fang Sui. He was a little surprised and quickly realized that something was wrong, as if someone was deliberately targeting him. At this time, Yan Lu, who was beside Yan Wuji, was also looking Fang Sui up and down. Then he stepped forward and bowed to the crowd. Seeing that most of the eyes turned to himself, he slowly said, in fact, with Brother Yin's reputation and status, Fang Sui is not worthy of us coming to his door to invite him to a fight. He added, the reason we are here is because Fang Sui and our Brother Yin have a personal grudge that cannot be resolved. It's just that Brother Yin has always restrained and endured and didn't want to bully him so as not to win unfairly and be suspected of bullying the weak. In the past period of time, Brother Yin had sent out battle invitations to Fang Sui many times, and each time he said that he would wait for him to break through the 4th level and fight with him. But Fang Sui used the excuse of seclusion to repeatedly prevaricate, and his character is really despicable. In desperation, we can only come to his door to ask for advice. Yan Lu's words explained the purpose and reason of their visit clearly, and they said it in a high-sounding manner, which sounded somewhat upright. Yan Wuki was slightly delighted after hearing this, thinking that among all those who followed him, Yan Lu was the one who understood his thoughts the most. Many times, he needed such a person by his side. After hearing what Yan Lu said, some people who were watching nearby also felt that it was so, and understood the cause and effect. Someone said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why Yan Wuki from the Black Wizard Association, with such a great reputation, would come to challenge Fang Sui, who had just been promoted to the 4th level. It turns out that the two of them have a personal grudge. Under such circumstances, Yan Wuki was able to wait until the other party was promoted to the 4th level before coming to challenge him openly. This is really an upright behavior, and it is commendable. Hey, Fang Sui, you were forced to come out only because others came to you. I didn't wrongly say that you were cowardly and afraid of fighting." Someone else added fuel to the fire and said, "Fang Sui, since you have come out, do you dare to accept the challenge? Give me the answer directly." At this time, Yan Lu also looked at Fang Sui with shining eyes and said, "If you are intimidated by Brother Yin's reputation and dare not accept the challenge, we can understand it. After all, Brother Yin's reputation is too great, and you have just broken through to the 4th level. I can give you a chance. I will fight on Brother Yin's behalf. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Fang Sui was not in a hurry to speak. He watched silently and glanced at everyone calmly. Seeing Fang Sui remain silent, the people around him began to talk more and more. It seems that this person may be afraid of fighting. He didn't dare to respond to repeated questions. I originally thought that this person had some reputation and would not be afraid of fighting. His current performance is indeed disappointing. Fang Sui's silence made some cultivators of the Alliance of All Heavens who were originally around him look at each other with hesitation. Seeing the surging emotions, Yan Lu looked a little proud, took another step closer to Fang Sui, looked at him with contempt, and asked, "What do you think? If you don't dare to fight Brother Yin, you can fight me. Do you have the courage?" At this time, another voice suddenly interrupted. "I have invited Fang Sui to fight before. Whoever he chooses to fight in this first battle, naturally I have to be counted as one." As he spoke, Lan Luo of the Blue Blood clan strode forward and stood side by side with Yan Lu. Several companions around him were all laughing and said, "Yes, our young master Lan and Yan Wuji had both challenged Fang Sui to a fight before. Even if he didn't choose Yan Wuji, it would not be the turn of others. He should be paired with young master Lan. Besides, the two of them have personal grudges. Fang Sui once killed young master Lan's people with despicable means." While speaking, Lan Tuo stared at Fang Sui with his bright eyes and sneered, "You said you killed my blue blood people, right?" Fang Sui finally spoke and said frankly, "Yes, it happened a long time ago. I did kill more than one." "How brave. You are honest and didn't deny it." Lan Tuo's eyes suddenly became cold. "Are you ready to fight me?" On the other side, Yan Lu turned back and looked at Yan Wuki. They both frowned and thought to themselves, the Blue Bloods have always been a strong clan with great strength. If Fang Sui chooses to fight Lan Tuo first, he will probably die in his hands. Even if Fang Sui survives the battle, he will definitely take the opportunity to shirk responsibility, saying that he has consumed a lot of physical strength so as to avoid fighting with us again. In this case, it is right to fight Fang Sui first. The two had similar thoughts. Yan Wuki respected his status and did not move, but he winked at Yan Lu, asking him to destroy Lan Tuo's invitation to Fang Sui. Yan Lu's eyes turned slightly, and he reacted very quickly. He immediately took a step forward. In an instant, an undercurrent surged and pressed towards Lan Tuo. Yan Lu shouted softly, "You just want to get in first and take action first. How can such a good thing happen?" Lan Tuo sneered, and his aura suddenly released. The blue aura around him turned into a crystal wall, easily dissolving the undercurrent pressed by Yan Lu. The two men tried to attack, and naturally there was no winner or loser, but a confrontation was formed. For a while, the two sides looked at each other from a distance, restraining each other, and the atmosphere was solemn. In order to compete with Fang Sui, the two men actually had a tentative contest first. This was completely treating Fang Sui as a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. It seemed that whoever got the chance to attack first would get a big benefit. Fang Sui was a little surprised that his market was so popular. Today's events were quite strange. He had already seen the clues. Someone was hiding in the dark with bad intentions and used words to incite the atmosphere. It was nothing more than trying to force him to have no way out and agree to fight with Yin Wuki. The ultimate goal was to make him die tragically at the hands of the challenger. Fang Sui sneered secretly and looked at everyone around him with a burning gaze. Suddenly, he said, "I really want to ask, who has challenged me in the past 6 months?" Fang Sui spoke, and Lan Tiyuo and Yan Lu, who were originally in a confrontation, slowed down their momentum and turned to look at him together. "I have challenged you and I have challenged you. What? Are you afraid to accept Yin Wuji's challenge? Do you want to compete with us? I'm happy to accompany you." The voices that responded were a bit mixed. There were at least a dozen people in total. Fang Sui said calmly, "I'm just a little surprised. At this time, the 5 regions in the shadow are fighting fiercely. Many life source stars are suffering. You are so energetic. Why don't you go to the front line to fight? Instead, you come to challenge me for no reason. I don't have a grudge against all of you, right?" After Fang Sui finished speaking, his eyes were sharp, and he tightly covered the people around him. The question he asked made many people stunned. In fact, many people who had issued a challenge to Fang Sui in the past 6 months were just following the crowd. As for why they wanted to challenge Fang Sui, the trend of cultivation was flourishing in the 5 directions territory, and challenges were emerging everywhere, which was indeed common. Therefore, many people were influenced by others and issued a challenge casually. They had never thought deeply about why they wanted to challenge Fang Sui. When asked by Fang Sui at this time, some people were stunned for a moment and then said indignantly, "You said that we didn't go to the front line to fight the shadow creatures, but you were also hiding here, shrinking and not daring to accept the challenge. You only dared to come out when someone came to your door and forced you. You are a coward, so what qualifications do you have to talk about us?" Fang Sui said lightly, "So, if I accept your challenge, I'm not a coward, but brave." Lan Tiyuo interrupted, "In the practice of cultivation, the strong are respected. No matter how much you say, it all depends on your strength. The strong are right and the weak are wrong. Don't you know this truth?" Fang Sui said unexpectedly, "Well said, then I accept your invitation. Come over." Lan Tiyuo's face was happy. "Okay." After that, he took a step forward, as if he was afraid that Fang Sui would regret it. Wait. Seeing Fang Sui accepted Lan Tiyuo's challenge first, Yan Lu was anxious and stepped forward. A strand of hair fell off his head and his hands formed a strange witchcraft handprint. In an instant, the strand of hair unexpectedly changed in mid-air and turned into a vicious spider surrounded by black air. It opened its mouth and pounced on Fang Sui. Snap. Few people could see what happened at this moment. In a trance, most onlookers only saw Yan Lu perform the black witchcraft technique of cutting hair to turn into evil spirits. Fang Sui wiped it with a sneer on his face, and the black witchcraft spider that attacked him disappeared out of thin air. Then someone saw Fang Sui's figure seemed to shake, and Yan Lu spurted blood from his mouth. His chest collapsed, and he was seriously injured to the point of near death, and fell to the ground dejectedly. Fang Sui's attack was so powerful. This surprised everyone to the extreme. They didn't even see how Fang Sui injured Yan Lu. Everyone was stunned. The whole audience suddenly became quiet and their breathing could be heard. P.S. Please vote on Monday! Exclamation mark. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 407 Backtracking. Yan Lu was seriously injured. His face was full of horror. He pointed at Fang Sui with his fingers trembling and died suddenly before he finished speaking. Before the onlookers could recover from the shock, Fang Sui had already turned his head to look at Lan Tiyuo. "It's your turn." Lan Tiyuo was shocked. Everything that happened before was too fast. Yan Lu died in the blink of an eye. At this time, he wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. When Fang Sui said it's your turn, Lan Tiyuo subconsciously felt a chill all over his body. The blood power in his body flowed violently and quickly manifested a blue crystal-like protective wall outside his body. Clang, clang. The blue light on the crystal wall was shining like a shield wall, built up from all directions, protecting Lan Tuo. Lan Tuo calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. What he sent out was the blood protection wall of the Blue Blood clan. Within a certain period of time, it was said that nothing could break it. It looked very thin, but it could withstand the huge force of opening the sky. After the formation of this protective wall, Lan Tuo knew that he was invincible for a moment, and his expression regained composure. However, before he could finish his breath, his expression suddenly turned horrified. Snap, snap. Fang Sui, standing not far away, suddenly opened his mouth to inhale. With his terrifying ability to shatter the void by swallowing air, when he broke through the 4th level, even the space barrier was shattered into a black hole by his breath. Now that he opened his mouth to inhale again, it is conceivable how strong the power contained in it is. As Fang Sui inhaled, the cracks on Lan Tuo's bloodline protective crystal wall increased rapidly, and Lan Tuo's face was at hen. The next moment, Fang Sui changed from inhaling to exhaling, as if he had turned from accumulating strength to attacking. In an instant, the exhaled air was like a pillar. Bang! Snap! Fang Sui exhaled a breath, as if chaos exploded, unstoppable. Lan Tuo's bloodline protective crystal wall instantly shattered, turning into dots of light, splashing like rain. Fang Sui stepped forward and punched out, as fast as lightning. Ah! A cry of surprise followed. The shock of Yan Lu's death had not yet passed. Lan Tuo, who was horrified, was hit on the forehead by Fang Sui's punch, and also fell to the ground and died miserably. He made 2 moves, and killed 2 people in a row. The onlookers were all stunned and speechless, and almost lost their normal reaction ability. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly turned his head, and looked at Yin Wuki, who was standing with his hands behind his back. After seeing Fang Sui kill 2 people in a breath, he also showed a look of surprise and astonishment on his face, and said, "It's your turn." After the words fell, Fang Sui's body swayed slightly, and suddenly he came in front of Yin Wuki, just as simple as that, and punched him on the head. At the moment of this punch, the fist showed the magic scene of the sun and the moon, and then there were phantoms of the underworld mountain and the divine land, flashing in front of the fist. The power of a punch gathered several kinds of magical visions, but when the punch was halfway, these visions twisted together and turned into a majestic and vast force, which was integrated into the punch itself, and any visions disappeared. This punch returned to its original state. At the beginning, it was prosperous and dazzling, with strange visions lingering. When the punch was halfway, it faded away all the prosperity and integrated all the visions into one punch. This punch was no longer the punch itself, but a kind of mystery of heaven and earth intertwined with Tao and reason. For Yin Wuki, what he saw today was really too unexpected. After Fang Sui broke through the 4th level, he became so powerful that he reached such an incredible inhuman realm. This was something that no one could have expected in advance. At this time, Fang Sui punched, and Yin Wuki had no time to think about extra thoughts in his mind. He responded with all his strength. With a deep shout, he displayed his most proud shadow black magic that defeated 4th level opponents many times in recent years. The shadow behind Yin Wuki suddenly came to life, and they crossed and transformed into 2 evil spirit guards, wearing ink-colored armor, and holding slender shadowy swords, flying and slashing at Fang Sui, attacking and counter-attacking. Yin Wuki's reaction was fast, and his response was also wonderful. He lived up to his reputation, and was indeed a master. However, in just a moment, Yin Wuki cried out in despair. The 2 evil spirit guards he transformed into were covered by Fang Sui's simple and straight fists. With 2 slight bangs, the shadow witchcraft was broken, and the 2 evil spirit guards were shaken into 2 wisps of black air. The evil spirit guards who had made great achievements in the past were easily defeated by Fang Sui's punch. Puff. The witchcraft was broken, and Yin Wuki vomited blood. His image was miserable. His face was no longer calm and confident as before, and his expression was horrified. Fang Sui's fist was straight, and after smashing the 2 evil spirit guards, he did not stop for a moment, still moving forward, like a long dragon, and hit Yin Wuki's head in a flash. However, there was no sound of breaking. At this time, it was shown that Yanwookie was worthy of being a young master of the Black Wizard Association, and he had profound attainments in black magic. The moment he was hit by Fang Sui, his whole body suddenly collapsed and strangely turned into crows surrounded by black air, fluttering and flying away. This is Yanwookie's life-saving magic, the magic crow soul-splitting technique in black magic. Back then, Yanwookie used this trick to avoid Fang Sui and Yan Shizen's fatal blows and successfully escaped. This black magic is really effective in saving lives, and it has been tried and tested, and it is almost impossible to stop. However, at the moment when Yanwookie split into thousands of magic crows and flew away, a wonderful scene appeared. This world was connected to Fang Sui's key, and it actually showed a mysterious scene of scene playback and time reversal. A great force naturally formed by the world gathered from the periphery to the center. The thousands of magic crows that were originally flying away were enveloped by this force, as if they were bound and gathered by an invisible net. Almost at the same moment, when the magic crows flew away, many magic crows were forced to close again, condensed, and restored to Yanwookie. This scene contained a kind of shocking feeling that was difficult to describe specifically. It was difficult for people to accurately express their feelings after watching it. It was as if time was flowing backwards in the previous moment, which was extremely strange. Crack. After the life-saving magic of turning into a crow and escaping was also cracked, Fang Sui took advantage of the situation and threw another punch. At the moment when the magic crows were gathered together and turned into Yanwookie again, he hit him on the head. This time, Yanwookie had no way to avoid it and was hit directly on the head. His head cracked immediately, but at this time, Yanwookie actually had a backup plan. A real ancient demon suddenly rushed out of the shattered sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, Fang Sui had already expected it, and he changed his fist into a finger. One of his fingers stretched out and touched the forehead of the ancient demon with magical skill. With a bang, the ancient demon's body was like being suppressed by a mountain. Unable to bear the gravity, it collapsed instantly, and finally only a dark green crystal remained, which was collected by Fang Sui. Among the three people who challenged Fang Sui, one of them was the famous Yanwookie, but he was killed in just 3 breaths. Fang Sui's ruthlessness and strength shocked everyone. If it was an accident for the onlookers when Fang Sui killed Yan Lu, and it was incredible when he killed Lan Tuo, then the scene of the final blast to kill Yanwookie made people feel like they were in a dream. The whole audience was silent for a long time. A little further away, Zhang Shizen and Zhao Xianzhao squatted on the top of a building, looking down at the excitement for a while. The battle was over almost before it officially began. Zhang Shizen asked Zhao Xianzhao beside him, "Did you understand?" Zhao Xianzhao did not understand the truth and mystery contained in Fang Sui's almost devilish punch, and shook his head frankly. "I don't understand." Zhang Shizen asked in surprise, "You don't understand this?" Zhao Xianzhao humbly asked, "Well, I really don't understand. Shizen, please explain it to me." Zhang Shizen said without hesitation, "What's so difficult to understand? This battle reflects a crucial truth, isn't it, that the end of seeking death is miserable?" "Ah." Zhao Xianzhao blinked and nodded after a long while. "Then I understand it too." Zhang Shizen asked again, "What did you understand? Tell me." Zhao Xianzhao said honestly, "Those who seek death will die miserably. I was beaten to death with one punch. I will never do it again. It's too dangerous." Zhang Shizen looked at Zhao Xianzhao like an idiot and said with disdain, "What I'm asking you this time is that do you understand the mystery of Fang Tao's previous punch that controlled the power of heaven and earth for his own use, and at the last moment he used the world as his palm to instantly gather all the magic crows in the sky and kill Yanwookie? What kind of stupid thing are you talking about?" Zhao Xianzhao was really confused and murmured, "The question you asked is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. You asked the same question twice, but the meaning is 2 different things. Who can tell the difference?" On the other side, the crowd of onlookers recovered from their stupor one after another and immediately burst into heated discussions. "My god, this Fang Sui is probably at level 5. What kind of method is that? Heaven and earth go back. Time goes back. It's really a godlike ability. How come all the magic crows that flew out went back again?" It shouldn't be heaven and earth going back, or time going back. Those are all godlike methods beyond level 7. No matter how outstanding Fang's UI is, it's impossible for him to use godlike methods at level 4. Go. The nearly invincible Yan Wookiee at level 4 was killed with 2 punches. Anyone who believes that Fang's UI is still at level 4 is an idiot. It really doesn't look like level 4. How could a level 4 have such a strong last blow? The magic crows went back and became Yan Wookiee. It's incredible. Then what level is he? It can't be that he broke through in the past 6 months and directly skipped level 4 and entered level 5. This is impossible. It's a pity for you guys. At first you thought he was afraid of fighting. Now you know that he didn't take these challenges seriously at all. These people are jumping around here. I guess he thinks they are a joke. Once he makes a move, he will kill them all. The discussion in the crowd rose and fell, interweaving and interweaving, like a wave of explosion. Only 2 groups of people looked at Hen. Naturally they were the few remaining members of the Black Wizard Association and the group of young men and women who came with Lan Tuo. The 2 groups looked horrified. The people from the Black Wizard Association still found it difficult to accept the fact in front of them. Yan Wookiee was killed easily by someone. It really seemed like a dream. Looking at Fang's UI at this time, that figure had a power that was not inferior to that of the devil. Fang's UI scanned the crowd calmly. Who else is going to challenge me? The crowd quieted down again, and everyone cast their eyes on the few people who had threatened to challenge Fang's UI before. These people retreated palely without saying a word. Are you kidding? Admitting to challenge Fang's UI at this time is just like suicide. Who dares to stand up? Fang's UI asked twice, his eyes lingering on the faces of some people in the crowd. Seeing that they didn't dare to respond, he retracted his gaze, waved his hand, turned around and walked back, saying leisurely, since no one has challenged me, this matter has come to an end. Goodbye everyone. On the other side, Zhang Shizhen jumped down from the building where he was. Zhao Xianzhao hurriedly chased him down. Shizhen, what are you doing? Zhang Shizhen lowered his voice and said, Fang Tower sent a message to let us keep an eye on a few people in the crowd. He said that something was wrong today. P.S. I won't say anything more. Please vote! Exclamation mark. Thank you all. Chapter 408. That cat is a thief. The sun had already set, and dusk enveloped the earth. The surrounding light gradually dimmed. Under the attention of everyone, Fang's UI walked leisurely towards the interior of the Eastern Palace of the Heavens. Suddenly, a deep and deafening voice came from the sky. Wait. With the voice, thunder roared in the sky, and a golden lightning pierced through the sky, breaking through the air with great power. There were figures that emerged from the lightning, fell from the sky, and appeared outside the main gate of the Eastern Palace of the Heavens. This was a team of 9 soldiers wearing metal armor, all holding spears and armor, with expressionless faces, like heavenly soldiers and generals. The leader was tall and strong, with a fierce face. He wore a dazzling golden armor, with a stunning momentum and awe-inspiring power. In his hand, he held a painted halberd pointing obliquely to the sky, which was 2 feet long. The top was burning with blazing red fire, showing the momentum of burning the sky. The handle of the halberd was coiled with complicated patterns, and strange power was flowing. The way this golden armored general led the crowd to appear was so unique. He actually came with lightning from the sky, a mythical method, so he shocked everyone. As soon as he appeared, the general's eyes flickered, and after it fell, he looked at Fang's UI and said, I asked you to wait a moment. Fang's UI killed 3 people in a row, and turned to leave. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the people around were ready to leave, but they didn't expect that something unexpected would happen at this time, and there would be a sequel. The onlookers were all very interested, and they stopped their steps to leave, and watched with interest. Who is this golden armored general? What amazing power, falling with thunder, what kind of magical power is this? Can't you see it? He turns into thunder and falls from the lightning. This magical power is called the true explanation of the thunder of the divine sky. Legend has it that when one practices to the extreme, a flash of thunder is a long road of 90,000 miles. The cultivator lives in the thunder, and can travel through a large domain in a day and night. It is one of the fastest magical powers in the world. Oh, the true explanation of the thunder of the divine sky? Isn't this one of the 9 inherited magical powers of the ancient heavenly forces? That's it. The crowd of onlookers whispered, guessing the origin of this general and his troops. Fang Sui, I'm Zhang Wunian, a first-class general under the Heavenly Court, and I have been ordered to come to find you. Seeing Fang Sui stop and look back, the general who called himself Zhang Wunian gently swung the painted halberd in his hand, making a clang sound of metal vibration, and opened his mouth to reveal his identity. In fact, Zhang Wunian had been watching from a distance before. Like Zhang Shizhen and the other two, he stood on the top of a building and saw the whole process of Fang Sui killing 3 people in a row. It was precisely because he witnessed Fang Sui's outstanding combat power that amazed everyone that Zhang Wunian chose this powerful way of appearance, descending with thunder, in order to appear and seize people, so as to gain some convenience for the following actions. I don't know you. Zhang Wunian's idea was very good. After descending, he introduced his origins with a serious face. Unfortunately, Fang Sui obviously did not follow his routine. After glancing at him lazily, what he said was even more strange. I don't know you. Zhang Wunian didn't know how to continue for a while. He couldn't just follow Fang Sui's words and say, I don't know you either, or I know you. Both statements were not quite right. When Zhang Wunian was stunned, Fang Sui wanted to turn around and move forward again. This god general came here because my prince summoned you to an audience. Do you want to disobey? Zhang Wunian said to Fang Sui in a deep voice with a stern face. I already said I don't know you. I'm not interested in the Prince of Heaven. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Fang Sui turned around and walked forward, ignoring Zhang Wunian. Summoning an audience, the people of heaven are ridiculous. For a genius like Fang Sui, their prince came in person, and he would probably just treat him as an equal. Now they sent a god general to summon Fang Sui to come thousands of miles to an audience. Do you think this is the ancient times? In the ancient times, the power of heaven had reached its peak. At that time, it had the power to command the universe. Once an order was issued, all the people would bow their heads and obey, and dared not disobey. However, the inheritance of the heavenly court became more and more extravagant and domineering, and the overwhelming power of the world could not maintain its prosperity. It entered a period of decline, and was attacked and overthrown by many other forces. After that, although the inheritance of the heavenly court was immortal, and it was still one of the superpowers in the universe, it lost the power to command the masses. Therefore, the discussants on the side had the previous words, which were somewhat mocking Zhang Wunian, and were obviously biased towards Fang Sui. This was because Fang Sui showed his means and his power was so strong that it was far beyond everyone's imagination. There is no doubt that such a level of power is awe-inspiring, so at this time some bystanders changed their tone, no longer targeting Fang Sui and saying that he was afraid of fighting, but turned to support and even a little worshipful tone. This is the concrete embodiment of the value of respecting the strong. When Fang Sui showed his overwhelming strength, everyone's views also changed. My prince summoned you, Fang Sui. How dare you pretend not to hear it? Everyone here talked endlessly, full of sarcasm. Zhang Wunian naturally heard what he said, and his face was very ugly. Fang Sui obviously didn't take his arrival very seriously, which made Zhang Wunian secretly angry. At this time, he spoke again and deliberately emphasized the title of the Heavenly Prince, intending to use the title of the prince to suppress Fang Sui and make him feel cautious. In fact, if he hadn't seen Fang Sui's previous attack, Zhang Wunian would not be such a good person to talk to. He would have taken action long ago and forcibly arrested Fang Sui and sent him back to report. At this time, he emphasized the title of the Heavenly Prince, but it had no effect at all. Fang Sui didn't even bother to pay attention to him and walked straight into the building complex of the Eastern Palace of the Heavens. Many onlookers laughed and made a noise. Some cultivators who were under the command of the Alliance of All Heavens said with a smile, Zhang Wunian, right? Although your heavenly court is powerful, it can't control our heavenly court. I advise you to leave quickly. Fang Sui has a bad temper. You should be happy that he ignores you. Look at the 3 corpses on the ground. If you make him pay attention to you, you will probably be like these 3 people on the ground. You can't leave, even if you want to. The situation in front of him was obviously a bit embarrassing for Zhang Wunian. Many onlookers' tones were mocking and obviously biased towards Fang Sui. This was the first time Zhang Wunian had encountered such a scene since he served in the Heavenly Court. Zhang Wunian was also a fierce tiger general. At this time, his chest was heaving. He was already angry and decided to take action. The next moment, his eyes were bright and he threw away his concerns. He pointed the flaming painted halberd in his hand forward and a red fire burst out, accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the sky. The red fire actually turned into a fire dragon, carrying a red fire cloud, and rolled towards Fang Sui, who was walking forward. This was to force Fang Sui to be restrained and taken back to heaven. Zhang Wunian's move was also extraordinary. He lived up to the reputation of the heaven. He showed his great magical power of turning fire into a red dragon. Before he could think of it, the fire dragon rushed behind Fang Sui with great power. Fang Sui seemed unaware, and his speed and posture did not change at all. Just when the onlookers almost cried out in surprise, thinking that Fang Sui was too arrogant, a beautiful cat with eyes as deep as black gemstones suddenly appeared on his shoulder. The cat opened its mouth, and the red dragon, that was rolling with flames and several feet long, was immediately suppressed by a dark force. It quickly shrank and struggled hard, but it still could not avoid being swallowed by the black cat. The next moment, the black cat disappeared mysteriously. Ah! A low cry full of shock rang out. It was Zhang Wunian and a group of heavenly soldiers who had sent out. It turned out that the cat came to Zhang Wunian like a ghost, so fast that it was impossible to guard against it, and swung its claws without any hesitation. Zhang Wunian was disfigured. There was a scratch on his face, and the soldiers under his command were also like this, which looked quite funny. Then the cat curved its big black gemstone eyes, as if it was laughing, and flashed in the air, and returned to Fang Sui's shoulder. There was a fiery red round bead under its claws, and a small fire dragon was trapped in it, swimming and tumbling in the bead. The cat fiddled with the bead in its claws, flashing its big eyes, full of curiosity. Zhang Wunian ignored the burning pain on his face after being scratched by the cat and looked at the painted halberd in his hand, but saw that the red divine flame burning on the painted halberd had gone out. He was suddenly startled. That cat is a thief. It stole the dragon fire pearl, the most precious treasure sealed in my fire dragon halberd, without anyone noticing. Zhang Wunian was so angry that he shouted, "Fang Sui, give me back the dragon pearl." Before he finished speaking, Fang Sui interrupted him and said, "If you don't get out of here, I will kill you." Zhang Wunian's eyes were filled with anger, but with the previous attack, the cat that came out from Fang Sui's side was able to swallow the red dragon he sacrificed and scratched his face. Zhang Wunian knew what this meant. He was indeed angry at this time, but he was even more horrified. After all, he didn't dare to speak again. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Wunian stamped his feet heavily. In an instant, thunder rang out. Just like when he came, he drew a long golden lightning in the sky, showing a golden trace that penetrated the sky and disappeared in a flash with his subordinates. Fang Sui, you wait. You despise the heavenly court, disrespect the crown prince, you will pay the price tomorrow. Zhang Wunian drove the thunder and walked a long way before he dared to send his voice back. Naturally, no one took seriously the words of staying behind to seek revenge after retreating. At this moment, Fang Sui's figure had disappeared in the building complex of the Eastern Palace of the Heavens. Seeing that the excitement was completely gone, the onlookers also dispersed one after another. What happened today is enough to become a topic of constant discussion for a long time in the future. And some people with ulterior motives hidden in the crowd, after seeing Fang Sui's methods, all changed their faces and were shocked to the extreme. Who could have thought that Fang Sui would be so powerful after this retreat? These people were shocked, and many methods against Fang Sui were not used. At this time, they pretended to be nothing and left quietly with the dispersed crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Shizhen in the dark transformed himself into a ghostly tide of Yunqi, wrapped himself in it, hid his tracks, chased after someone in the crowd, and followed them. Zhao Xianzhao blinked his eyes and said softly, "Is it great to make the Yunqi disappear? Look at me." Spells, invisibility. With the sound, countless symbols suddenly appeared around Zhao Xianzhao, interweaving in the void. Then these symbols actually combined into a spell coat, which was draped over Zhao Xianzhao. He disappeared as if he was wearing an invisibility cloak, and no visual trace of his existence could be seen. Zhao Xianzhao chuckled, and also chased after one of the people in the dispersed crowd, and started tracking him. On the other side, Fang Sui returned to the temple where he had settled, and then sank his consciousness into his body. Through the Book of Summoning, he descended into the underworld. P.S. Don't forget to vote. Thank you all. Chapter 409 Dark Sun. It was the time of the rising moon again, and the clear light illuminated the earth. In a magnificent palace, there was a jade platform. Under the jade platform was a small pool as round as a full moon. This pool was strange, without any objects such as fences to hold it, but the water in the pool could take shape out of thin air, without a drop spilling out. It is said that water is invisible, but the water in this pool is not like that. It uses the void as a carrier to form a round and harmonious ring. The wonders of the pool are not limited to this. It also changes in accordance with the changes of the moon outside the sky, echoing each other and never deviating. When the moon in the sky is full, the small pool in the palace is ring-shaped. When the moon outside is half moon or crescent moon, the pool in the palace will also change accordingly, without any deviation. This pool is called Yuang Lingxin. The water in the pool is the essence of the 9-day moon, condensed from the evolution of eternity, extremely precious, and contains great wonders. UK King is sitting on the jade platform in this underground palace at this moment, overlooking the Yuang Lingxin pool below the platform. The pool was now in the shape of a full moon, round and flawless, with the flow of the Dao. It was 3 feet, 3 feet, and 3 inches in radius, accounting for the mysterious number of 3 times 3 equals 9. The most wonderful thing was that, although the pool was not large, it would alternately flicker and reflect a total of 3,000 rounds of moons, large and small, hiding the supreme secret of using the moon to evolve the 3,000 laws of the world. According to legend, the 3,000 rounds of moon projections in this pool were left by the first ancestor of the Moon Palace, before he ascended to heaven and became an immortal, using his supreme magical powers to pick the key of the heaven and earth, and it contained the opportunity to become an immortal. UK King had entered the underground palace of the Guanghanyu family and had been studying the moon pool for some time, but her strength had not increased but decreased. From the peak of the 3rd level when she entered, she had now degenerated to the initial level of the 2nd level, and the process of the gradual reduction of her internal strength was still continuing, and had not stopped. It seemed that UK King was about to degenerate to the 1st level. In the history of the Yu family, there are many people who lost their cultivation after comprehending the 3000 moon shadow spiritual immortal bonds, and transformed from geniuses into ordinary people. There was no power left in their bodies, and they died in depression. Therefore, although the 3rd level to 4th level moon pond training is a tradition left by the first ancestor, no one in the Yu family has tried it in recent years, because the failure rate is too high. Fortunately, UK King has experienced a lot in recent years. She has experienced this kind of weakening of magic power, and starting over again, when she first got the hunting mirror. Therefore, even if her cultivation has regressed at this time, she can still stick to her original intention, and not be confused at all. Time passed like this. One day, UK King finally lost all her magic power, and became an ordinary person. There was no power inside and outside her body. She looked at the moon shadow spiritual immortal pond with no joy or sadness on her face. Finally, she slowly got up, took off all her clothes, revealing her white and crystal skin, and walked slowly into the moon shadow spiritual immortal pond. Legend has it that once entering the pool, any life will be assimilated by the pool water and melt into nothingness. At this time, UK King entered it, and was no exception. She instantly turned into nothingness, disappeared into the pool, and no trace was left. It seemed that she had died. At the moment, when UK King hid in the underground palace of the Yu family, observed the 3000 moon shadow spirit pool, and disappeared into the pool, Fang Sui was passing his consciousness through the underworld passage in the Book of Summoning and ascending on the altar of the dead. Anubis manifested the form of a god with a dog head and a human body, wearing a black and gold to color fierce armor, and his body stood upright in the void of the underworld like a javelin. Perhaps he noticed the arrival of Fang Sui's consciousness, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the altar of the dead, bowed slightly as a greeting, and was regarded as welcoming Fang Sui's arrival. Under the altar of the dead, the dark door that connected to some mysterious place where countless undead dead armies were sleeping, once again manifested between heaven and earth, towering to the sky, as majestic as a mountain. The door was open, and an endless stream of undeads were pouring out of it. They were all black ink, with the fire of the undead burning in the core of their heads. They wore gorgeous armor with golden darkness interwoven, similar to the style of their supreme commander Anubis. Each of them held a spear of death in their hands and a killing blade on their waists. They walked in an incredible orderly manner, winding out of the dark gate. It was because Fang Sui sensed that the dark gate was opened again after Anubis broke through the 4th level, that he had the idea to come down and watch the grand occasion of the 2nd level dead army being born. For a time, the dead army pouring out of the dark gate was like a tide, and the surging part was better than a torrent, which seemed to be able to easily destroy everything that blocked the way. Anubis never spoke, but just waved his hand forward, and countless undeads moved in unison, suddenly running, and embarked on the road to the deeper part of the underworld. Fang Sui quietly withdrew the consciousness that had descended on the altar, opened his eyes from the practice room, and got up and walked out. Outside the training room was the main hall of a temple. Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao had already rushed back one after the other. The two looked calm, but Fang Sui could still see what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Nothing gained?" Zhang Shizhen hummed in a sullen voice and said, "The guy I followed fell to the ground and died suddenly for no apparent reason. When I chased him, he had already turned into a corpse. I wanted to capture his soul and search his memory, but I found that the soul of the deceased had also disappeared when his body died. There was nothing valuable left. I followed him around and got nothing." Zhao Xianzhao on the other side also nodded, and the situation was roughly the same. Fang Sui said, "I asked you to secretly chase the people who were looking for trouble today just to verify my judgment. Now they know that their tracks have been exposed, so they died immediately. There is no trace of their soul left, which just proves that my guess is true." Zhao Xianzhao and the other two showed a questioning look. Fang Sui continued, "The ones who use such secretive means and have a grudge against us must be the Shadow Tribe and the Mother's Force. I only figured it out not long ago that many people have challenged me in the past 6 months. In fact, these people's challenges were fake. They wanted to kill me under the name of the challenge. However, the Mother's Force or the Shadow Camp sent people to kill me this time. The whole plan is not thorough at all. Once the participants reveal their whereabouts, more people will be caught by us. The only way left is to kill the exposer." Fang Sui's face was thoughtful as he spoke, and he kept his head down in thought for a long time. After he finished speaking, Zhao Xianzhao found a seat and sat down, then asked, "Captain Fang, what are our plans for the next stage? Should we each do our own thing, or should we act as a team? I have a friend named Wu Yanbo, and I plan to recruit him to our team. Is that okay?" Fang Sui hummed and said, "I'll be leaving for the frontline area in the eastern region to fight the Shadow Clan soon. As for the rest of you, there are no restrictions on your activities. If you have something to do, you can go and do your own things. If you have nothing to do, you can come with me to the front line to exercise. Xianzhao, you can bring people in, but you must remember 2 points. One is that their backgrounds must be absolutely correct, and the other is that their own strength must be strong. These 2 points cannot be compromised." Zhao Xianzhao nodded. "I know the importance of this." When Fang Sui talked about preparing to go to the front line, Zhang Shizhen's eyes lit up. "After breaking through the 4th level, I'm so bored that I don't have many opportunities to take action. Otherwise, I was planning to go to the front line to fight against the Shadow Camp. When are we leaving?" Fang Sui said decisively, "You go and get ready, we'll set off soon." Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao whistled and dispersed at the same time, each making preparations. Fang Sui also went out for a trip, but he went to visit Mao Yan, who had lost an arm in the death maze. There are countless mysterious things in the 5 directions domain, such as regenerating a broken limb, and there is more than one way. If the strength reaches the 7th level or above, the body can be regenerated by a drop of blood, and the incarnation is not a problem. Mao Yan is at the peak of the 4th level and cannot grow a broken arm by herself, but some civilizations in the 5 directions domain that develop biotechnology have a way to extract Mao Yan's blood and cells, allowing her to grow a new arm. Of course, the new arm will not reach the strength level of the original arm for a long time, and it needs to be trained from scratch to gradually restore the strength before the arm was broken. Regenerating an arm is a rather troublesome thing, and Mao Yan is currently staying in the Eastern Palace to recuperate. After meeting her, Fang Sui went to see Zhang Zheng again. Outsiders did not know what the two talked about, but after Fang Sui left, Zhang Zheng sat still with a serious face and thought for a long time. Half an hour later, Sibertron teleported to the star body, where the Eastern Palace of the Heavens was located, carrying Fang Sui and his party, and began to rush to the front line of the battle between the Eastern region and the shadow creatures. At the same time, Fang Sui's reputation soared rapidly because of his amazing performance in killing Yan Wuji and Lan Tuo. In recent days, people can hear people everywhere in the Eastern ancient city telling the story of Fang Sui's killing Yan Wuji. Many people who were present at the time regarded that battle as a myth, believing that when Fang Sui finally killed Yan Wuji, the wonderful scene of reversing time and space and causing the world to flow backwards was a great supernatural power that was invincible in the same level. In a short period of time, Fang Sui's name has already shaken the world. After this battle, Fang Sui was known to people on a wider level for the first time. For a time, in the eyes of most people who were familiar with the inside story of this war, Fang Sui had already shown a tendency to catch up with the few geniuses of the young generation, and his brilliance was dazzling, which surprised those who heard about it. In the deep, vast, cold and silent space, a grey-blue stream of light suddenly flashed, carrying a long flame tail, and disappeared in the dark space in an instant. That was Sibertron moving at high speed. In the main control room, Fang Sui stood by the porthole, looking down at a small grass as green as emerald. It was the only plant Fang Sui found on the abandoned star body where Sibertron absorbed the waste spacecraft and evolved for the first time. After moving to Sibertron, its vitality grew day by day and lived very brilliantly. This is just a relatively ordinary plant with no spiritual energy. The only unusual thing is its tenacious vitality. It seems to be able to survive in any environment, with a kind of high-spirited characteristic that never withers. Soon after, Fang Sui raised his head and turned his gaze to the space outside the window. At this time, Sibertron happened to pass by a bright sun that shone brightly in space. Although they were far apart, the sun was so bright that it could be seen at a glance in the dark space, even if it was billions of miles away. At the moment, when the sun came into view, the power in Fang Sui's body naturally flowed and immediately established a connection with the sun in the depths of space. In an instant, a spectacle appeared in the vast space. There was a wave of fire, which came from the sun in the distant sky, and was pulled by the 4 bright suns that were vibrating in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, crossing the vast void and surging. At this moment, in the vast space, a long river of flames rushed and looked down, hanging across the void, which was spectacular. In Sibertron, Fang Sui's forehead was shining, showing the shadow of the bright sun. The long river of fire waves coming from the air was completely absorbed by the bright sun on his forehead. Then, Sibertron moved forward quickly, away from this space, and the scene of the river of fire rushing in the void and crossing the sky slowly disappeared. The shadow of the sun on Fang Sui's forehead also disappeared. What was surprising was that there were 4 shadows of the sun on his forehead before. The first one was golden, followed by red and blue. The last one, which was the sun that was born in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness after he broke through the 4th level, was an unprecedented strange sun burning with monstrous black flames. When reaching the 4th level, the sun born in the sea of consciousness is called the Sun of Darkness, which dominates life and death. As Sibertron moves forward, the eastern frontier, which is fighting with the Shadow Camp, is getting closer and closer. PS. Chapter 410 Infiltrating Enemy Territory. Since hundreds of millions of shadow creatures rushed out of the death maze more than half a year ago, the war in the Wufang East region has been escalating and has affected countless life source stars. In the past 6 months, shadow creatures have been pouring out of the death maze without a break. Now, many powerful people in the Wufang region have fully realized the seriousness of the matter. Judging from the scale of the shadow creatures' increasing forces day and night, their previous many years of fighting with the Wufang domain cultivators in the south region can only be regarded as minor fights. Now looking back, it turns out that the shadow creatures have been dormant and patient for countless years before, waiting for an opportunity. Now they have erupted in one fell swoop, and wherever they go, they immediately dragged most of the Wufang region into the war, and even showed their huge ambition to annex the entire Wufang region. Such a boldness and layout really makes people alert and frightened. Among the high-ranking officials in the 5 regions, there are many with excellent vision and amazing decision making. They have seen through the ambitions of the shadow creatures, and are fighting back with all their might. Although the 5 regions seem to be calm in many places, they are actually close to full mobilization as the battle between the two sides becomes increasingly fierce. Dangyu, an ancient star, is one of the countless life source stars in the eastern region. This Dangyu star was completely captured by the shadow creatures 2 months ago, and has now become a colony star under the shadows. Billions of creatures on the star have become prisoners and slaves. The elderly or the weak are regarded as useless waste, and are slaughtered without leaving a single one. The bodies are abandoned in the wilderness, and are not allowed to be buried. 2 months later, many places where corpses are thrown are rotting and smelly, with flies and insects flying around. The scene is unbearable to watch. Many young and strong men on Dangyu star have become laborers to help the shadow camp carry various resources on the star. Every day, countless resources are loaded and transported away by the shadow creatures. If this continues, the entire life source star will be hollowed out and become a waste star in less than a year. As laborers, these young men are not good at daily labor. If they are not doing well, they will be in danger of death. Being whipped to death is the best way to die. The fate of the young women on the star is even worse. They are gathered together and become tools for the vassal races under the Shadow Clan, such as the demons and other races, to vent their desires. They are so miserable that they would rather die than live. Dangyu star in the eastern region was occupied by the Shadow Clan for 2 months. During this period, there were countless tragedies and the number of deaths was in the millions. All kinds of tragic things happened continuously. Some vassal tribes under the Shadow Clan were cruel and violent. They loved to kill intelligent life. They skinned people alive, burned souls, pulled out tendons and cut flesh, and enjoyed hearing screams. Countless tortures were performed every moment in every place on Dangyu star. At this time, Dangyu star was like a purgatory on Earth. Of course, the fundamental purpose of the shadow creatures to occupy the 5 regions was to plunder resources and population, so they did not carry out genocide. Therefore, although many people on Dangyu star suffered miserably, there were still many survivors, especially some cultivators above the 1st level, who were currently left behind, and were living in cities in a state of panic, without suffering the fate of being slaughtered. However, being alive temporarily does not mean that they will be treated better than the dead, and there will be worse things waiting for them. The motivation for the Shadow Clan to choose to go to war has never been like other intelligent races, just to occupy more land, plunder more resources, control greater power, and rule more people. One of the main purposes of the Shadow Clan choosing war is for food. Yes, they regard most of the other intelligent races as food. By devouring and absorbing other intelligent life, they can increase their strength and prolong their lifespan. Generally speaking, the more life absorbed, the stronger the power of the shadow creatures and the longer their lifespan. Therefore, the races enslaved by the shadow creatures are actually their stored food, and they are kept in captivity like pigs and dogs. The cultivators who are still alive are the high quality food they have carefully selected. At this time, in the main city of Dangyu star, Joking City, it was only the evening after dusk, but the long street, that was once glorious and bustling with people, was now sparsely populated. Occasionally, some people appeared, but they were all panicked and hurried. Suddenly, in the dark alley under a classical tower-style building beside the street, the void fluctuated, ripples filled the air, and 3 figures appeared one by one silently. One of the 3 stood in the middle, wearing a black robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were full of spirits, but also filled with ice-like calmness, and under his feet was a black phoenix with black flames burning. Next to him was a person wearing dark blood-colored armor, with yin energy surging under his feet. Hundreds of ghosts held up a cloud of yin energy for him to step on, as if the Emperor of Ghosts was on patrol, with an unparalleled ferocious demeanor. The remaining person was the most ostentatious. His silver armor was densely covered with countless spells, as numerous as the stars. Even the cloud under his feet was made up of spell patterns, shining brightly and glitteringly. These 3 people were Fang Sui, Zhang Shizhen, and Zhao Xianzhao, who drove Sibirtran to the east region and quietly landed on Dangyuan Star. Sibirtran was hiding somewhere in the sky waiting, and the 3 of them showed their magical powers and sneaked into the main city of Jiuqing on Dangyuan Star from the sky. It was early winter in the city, and the cold was pressing. Fine snowflakes were floating in the sky. The wind blew, and the long hair of the 3 people fluttered. Zhao Xianzhao, I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. We are deep in the enemy occupied area, and need to hide our tracks. Once we are discovered, we will be surrounded, and have to fight hard. It is extremely dangerous. Look at yourself, you are shining with light, and surrounded by spells. You said you can't be low-key, why do you have to follow me? Zhang Shizhen said with disdain. Zhao Xianzhao tilted his mouth, and rolled his eyes and said, Third brother, you have powerful magic power and low-key, okay. I think this matter is important, so I'm fully armed. This is a treasure of our Shenan sect, called Shenan Star Armor, which has many uses. This armor looks fancy, but in fact, the Shenan on the armor will disappear as soon as you think about it. Look. As he spoke, the armor on his body, which was shining with light, suddenly became dim. It really became ordinary. On the surface, it turned into an old leather armor with nothing special. At this time, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen also collected the yin key of the Dark Phoenix and the 100 ghosts respectively, and the 3 of them quietly landed in the ancient alley behind this secluded and hidden building. Besides, Shizhen, aren't you also wearing a suit of metal blood armor that Sibirtran has just made? Are you more reserved than me? You look ferocious and more eye-catching than me. Zhao Xianzhao muttered in a low voice, and then said, I think this Dangyuan Star is occupied by shadow creatures, but the defense is normal. We sneaked in without any effort. You know shit. They are loose on the outside and tight on the inside. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. Zhang Shizhen's thoughts moved slightly when he spoke, and the blood armor on his body also changed. The color became darker, and turned into an old and tattered metal armor, which looked slightly less fierce. Fang Tao, what are we doing in this city? Zhao Xianzhao carefully looked at the surrounding environment, and asked in a low voice. Fang Sui said concisely, let's warm up here first, and do some assassination. After we finish here, we'll go find someone to settle the score. Zhao Xianzhao and Zhang Shizhen were both excited and asked, assassination, who to kill? Fang Sui said as a matter of course, it's to hunt down the enemy chief in the siege. Otherwise, why would we go in deep? This is a bit challenging, and it's exciting to do it. Zhao Xianzhao and Zhang Shizhen looked at each other. This was indeed exciting. The environment was dangerous at this time. If they were exposed, they would be trapped in the siege, and in danger of falling. In this case, not only did they sneak in, but Fang Sui also wanted to hunt down the enemy chief. It was indeed a thrilling thing, which could be called daring. Zhao Xianzhao said, what should we do? Fang Tao, you said that coming here to hunt down the enemy chief is a warm-up, and you will find someone to settle accounts with later. Then who is the unlucky guy waiting for us to settle accounts with him? Fang Sui waved his hand, glanced around, and chose a direction first, saying, let's talk while walking. Let's leave here first. Not long after, the 3 of them walked out of the alley and came to the bleak streets in Jiuqing City. Of course, at this time, the 3 of them controlled the power in their bodies and cleverly changed their appearances. Not only did they put away the aura around them, but the light that shone like lightning in everyone's eyes also disappeared without a trace. From the outside, the three of them not only changed their image, but also had only one level of aura. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, like ordinary cultivators who could not be more ordinary, and they were not eye-catching at all. After the three of them walked out of the alley, they did not continue to walk together, but separated, with a huge difference between the front and the back, and a distance of dozens of feet between each other. Fang Tao, what is the position of the enemy chief in this city, and what is his strength? Do you know? Zhao Xianzhao asked quietly while walking forward. Fang Sui hunched over, his face vividly showing fear, worry, and cautiousness, just like a low-level cultivator whose city was captured, and under the rule of foreign races. But what he was discussing with Zhao Xianzhao in his mind was the amazing thing of hunting down the enemy leader. This was a very wonderful contrast. At least Zhao Xianzhao felt a surge of throbbing from this feeling, not nervousness, but an extremely stimulating emotional fluctuation. I made preparations before I set out, otherwise I would not bring you here casually. I went to Zhongzheng and asked for relevant intelligence information on the front line of the battle after this life source star was captured. It is currently controlled by 3 powerful people from the vassal races of the Shadow Clan, 2 of whom are from the Demon Clan, and the other is from the Night Demon Clan. All 3 are at the 5th level. Fang Sui's voice was sent steadily and powerfully into Zhao Xianzhao's ears. Zhao Xianzhao thought for a moment, then asked again with telepathy, then how do we find them? Which of these 3 is our target? Fang Sui said, it's not difficult to find them. Although Jiuqing City has fallen, there are still people from the Zutian Alliance lurking in the city. If we find the lurking people, we can naturally get relevant information. As for our target, it's not which one, but to kill all 3. Let's go. Kill all 3 5th level ones. Zhao Xianzhao's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Fang Sui's idea was a bit crazy. He remembered that Fang Sui had said before that coming here to hunt the enemy chief was just a warm-up, and he would have to settle accounts with someone later. When he was about to ask who he was going to settle accounts with, suddenly, Fang Sui's voice rang in his ears a moment earlier. Don't talk, don't show any abnormality, just keep moving forward. Someone is watching us, it's very dangerous. Chapter 411 The beginning of the attack. At this time, Fang Sui and the other 2 were walking on the main street of Jiuqing City, with buildings standing in rows on both sides of the street. Because it is in the East region, influenced by the cultivation culture in the region, these buildings are full of classical oriental charm, with upturned corners and eaves, carved beams and hollows, and exquisite decorations. Each building seems to have a unique vitality, with different shapes. Some are upright and majestic, and some are ingenious and flying. The 3 people were separated by dozens of feet from each other, and they were staggered with several other sparse and hurried people on the street. No one could see the connection between the 3 at a glance. In terms of position, Fang Sui walked in the front, Zhang Shizhen followed behind, and Zhao Xianzhao walked in the center. At this time, Fang Sui's voice suddenly came into his ears, saying that someone was watching them, and asked Zhao Xianzhao to be careful. After hearing this, his heart jumped slightly. At this moment, he was being watched, but he had no feeling. From this point alone, he knew that the monitor hidden in the dark was extraordinary and even stronger than him. Zhao Xianzhao. Fang Sui in front of him had already turned a corner, and his figure disappeared from the main street, entering another relatively narrow street. Zhao Xianzhao was somewhat nervous, but he was an extraordinary person after all, and his face did not show any emotion in his heart, only showing a little caution and carefulness. This look can be seen everywhere, in Jiuqing City at this time. Like some other cultivators, it does not attract attention at all. Not long after, Zhao Xianzhao's cautious figure also turned a corner and left the long street just now. Inexplicably, the sense of crisis that was pressing on his heart disappeared. Fang Sui's voice came at the right time. I really didn't expect it to be so easy to get. Zhao Xianzhao's thoughts turned, and he immediately understood and responded by voice transmission. Fang Tao said that the one who was hiding somewhere beside the street and secretly watching the pedestrians on the street was one of the targets we wanted to hunt this time. One of the 3 leaders of the shadow camp left in Dangyuan Star. At this time, Zhao Xianzhao and Fang Sui had not met each other, and they were not even on the same street. Fang Sui was on another parallel street, separated from Zhao Xianzhao by a distance of dozens of feet and parallel to the buildings on the street. The two had high cultivation, so their telepathic communication was not hindered. After Zhao Xianzhao's question fell, Fang Sui said lightly. At this time, Zhang Shizhen also turned into the street, where Zhao Xianzhao was, leaving the main street, that was just monitored. It is indeed unexpected that the Shadow Party's defense in this city is so strict and careful, monitoring the long street, and even dispatching a 5th level strongman. The three of them maintained a parallel walking method with a block between them, communicating while walking on the street, and Zhao Xianzhao spoke first. Fang Sui's voice was steady as usual. The long street before was the main street of Jiuqing City. If people from major forces sneaked into the city and wanted to observe the atmosphere in the city at this time, they must choose to go to the main street to take a look. The shadow side seized this point and started from the subtle points. The 5th level characters set up secret sentries in the buildings beside the street to monitor the people who appeared on the long street. This is a very clever method. I estimate that many spies from major forces who sneaked into the city were defeated on the long street just now. Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao both nodded imperceptibly. If there had been slightly abnormal on the long street before, they would have been exposed. At that time, there would be no other way to choose, except a bloody battle to break through. At that time, talking about hunting down the leader of the other side would become a joke. For a long time, people in the 5 regions generally have an illusion that when they mention the tribes of the Shadow Camp, they think they are cruel and tyrannical, like beasts, without humanity. In a way, the cultivators of the 5 regions actually looked down on the Shadow Tribe, believing that they were mentally defective, and that it was difficult for such people to follow orders and maintain strict discipline. However, when Fang Sui and the other two really went deep into the 9 clear city occupied by the Shadow Camp, they immediately noticed a completely different side. These shadow tribes were not only disciplined as iron, but also meticulous. The fact that a 5th level enemy leader would actually do such a relatively humble job as monitoring on the street shows how strict their discipline is. Since we have already discovered an enemy chief hiding in a building beside the long street and observing the pedestrians on the street, do we still need to contact the members of the All Heavens Alliance lurking here? Zhang Shizhen asked in a voice transmission. Fang Sui said, no, I already have a plan to hunt down these 3 enemy leaders, so there is no need to contact others. Let's prepare for action now. 10 minutes later, Fang Sui and the other two quietly returned to the vicinity of the previous main street and hid together in an abandoned building. What should we do? The hunting operation was about to begin, and Zhao Xianzhao was a little excited. Fang Sui responded, as if he had been prepared. Although we have all entered the 4th level and our strength has skyrocketed, we already have the strength to compete head-on with some 5th level opponents. But how big the gap between us is always difficult to have a clear judgment in our minds before we take action. So although I have thought of several effective hunting strategies, I don't plan to use any of them. After a pause, he continued. For this first 5th level opponent, I plan to go straight over and confront him head on. After determining the specific strength of the 5th level opponent, we will be able to make an accurate judgment when facing other 5th level opponents in the future, and it will be much easier to deal with them, and we will be able to be more targeted in the layout. Zhao Xianzhao was astonished and said, go straight over? Go hard? Fang Sui grinned. Well, it's a bit dangerous, but I'm still quite confident that I can kill the opponent. You guys be prepared to respond. Whether it succeeds or not, the city will surely be in chaos immediately. We will then be in a situation where we can fish in troubled waters and take the opportunity to kill the other 2 enemy leaders. Zhang Shizhen said in a deep voice, I control the spirit of ghosts, which is the most gloomy and secretive, and good at hiding my tracks. I will go with you. In case of any accidents, we can take care of each other. Fang Sui said yes, and gave Zhao Xianzhao some instructions. Zhao Xianzhao rubbed his hands and said, so there is something for me to do. Am I the bait? Fang Sui smiled and nodded, and then he and Zhang Shizhen disappeared together, as if they turned into wind, and disappeared without a trace. Zhao Xianzhao was not idle either, and took action immediately. He shouted in a low voice, God's words, hide your tracks. The next moment, the disguised god's word star armor on his body flashed, silver light flowed, and the characters were intertwined like stars, blocking all the energy of his body. Zhao Xian's Hao disappeared instantly. The snow kept falling in the sky, and the night fell. The cold was biting, and the atmosphere was solemn. On both sides of the main street of Jiuqing City, in a loft-style building that towers into the sky, a burly figure like a demon god stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window. This figure was wearing dark ink-colored leather armor, with a stern face, a sturdy body, and thick hair all over his body. At first glance, he looked like a majestic and violent ape that was more than a head taller than an ordinary person. This person was the notorious and violent leader of the demon tribe under the command of the Shadow. His cultivation level was as high as the 5th level, and he was also one of the 3 leaders who controlled Jiuqing City at this time. For people in the Shadow Camp, the 4th level is a small commander, the 5th level is a great commander, the 6th level is called a demon general, and the 7th level is a general. For example, the head of the demon generals in the heavens is at this level, and those who are slightly beyond the 7th level and touch the level of demigod can be called demon commanders. At this time, the demon at the level of the great commander narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were as bright as 2 cold knives, and he stared at the street below without blinking. Behind the demon clan's great commander were 4 stern-looking, 4th rank demon clan small commanders. A total of 5 people stood solemnly in the darkness of the attic, watching the streets below where fewer and fewer people were after nightfall. Once they found a suspicious person on the long street, the 4 small commanders would lead their men to rush out and start a roundup. It was an unexpected and highly efficient move to have a 5th rank great commander personally squat on the main street in the city. In recent days, they have made many gains and have captured more than a dozen spies from various forces who sneaked into Jiuqing City and came to this main street to observe the situation. Great Commander, in another hour, Great Commander Muta will come to replace us, and today's rotation monitoring mission will end. Standing at a little later, a 4th rank demon lowered his voice to the Great Commander. Yes, the fierce Great Commander, who was as ferocious as a violent ape, had piercing eyes and a deep, deafening voice. Sir, yesterday I captured a female spy who sneaked into Jiuqing City. She has a beautiful figure and a gentle appearance. She is from the famous beauty race of the 5 regions, the Ratavina. We will finish our shift later, and I will send her to you. The day's duty was coming to an end. The mood of this team of demons was slightly relaxed, and they turned to talk about the common hobbies of all demons. The other few laughed when they heard it. The beautiful women of various intelligent races were almost their daily entertainment. Every demon loved women. Well, we will talk about it after the shift is over. The demon leader's voice was slow, his mouth slightly raised, showing a ferocious smile, interrupting his subordinates. Suddenly, the demon leader's eyes flashed as he looked at the long street, and he said contemptuously, another fool from the 5 regions is here to die. You can go down and capture him. This should be the last one today. At this time, the 4 demon leaders also saw a silver figure flashing across the long street below. The figure seemed to have known that his whereabouts had been exposed and was leaving quickly. The 4 people laughed strangely and said, Great Commander, wait and see what we can do. As soon as they finished speaking, the 4 demons flashed out at the same time and landed on the long street below. At the same time, they made a gesture, and some shadow troops hidden in the dark pounced out like wolves and tigers, quickly chasing the direction where the silver figure had fled. The demon commander, who was as ferocious as a violent ape, stood proudly in the same place, motionless. He suddenly laughed softly a few times, and a tyrannical look flashed in his eyes. There are always so many stupid people who don't know whether to live or die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and punched out. It happened that there was a fist in the darkness behind him, attacking him silently, and he turned around and punched it. Bang! The fists of both sides collided, making a muffled sound that shook the void. There was no winner in terms of strength. This result made the demon commander look a little solemn. He was about to speak, but the hand that attacked secretly turned into 2 in the next moment. The hands crossed and instantly blasted out thousands of fist waves, pressing towards the demon commander. The attacker obviously had no interest in speaking and immediately launched a rush to attack. The demon commander grinned and punched to meet him. Bang! The rapid collision sounds intertwined, and because the speed was too fast, it sounded like only one sound. At this time, the demon commander, who had repeatedly collided with the attacker, had a trace of contempt on his face. He finally saw clearly that the attacker, whose figure was blending into the darkness, was just a black-robed young man with 4th level power fluctuations. The demon commander showed a sinister smile on his face, as if he was in control of everything. In a low voice, he mocked, "Just relying on you, a 4th level character, you want to assassinate this commander?" The young man had a blank expression on his face, but at this time he actually smiled. But his hands did not stop for a moment, and the attack was like a tide, and suddenly a punch was slowly thrown out. This punch did not make any noise, but once it was thrown, it had a kind of synergy between heaven and earth. In the surrounding area, it seemed as if the whole world was pressing down on the demon commander with this punch. The demon commander's face became a little serious, but he was still fearless, and punched to meet the attack. Suddenly, the fierce and cruel face of the demon commander suddenly changed. At the moment, when he punched to meet the attack, the young man's body flashed with light, and suddenly two fierce creatures, a snake-headed human body and a lion-headed human body, attacked from the left and right at the same time. The situation changed suddenly, and the demon commander was caught in a situation of being attacked from 3 sides. What frightened him was the power fluctuations of the snake-headed monster that appeared later, which almost touched the 5th level, not inferior to him. The attacker was naturally Fang Sui, and he released Ulaius and Semri. Fang Sui was promoted to the 4th level this time. Ulaius was born again. Although he was still suppressed by the interface, and could not reach the 5th level of strength in the underworld, he could already exert the level of the peak of the 4th level. His strength was even stronger than most 5th level characters. Ula's snake tongue was faster than lightning. With a sizzling sound, a golden light flashed, almost breaking the void, and instantly pierced the shoulder blade of the demon commander. Crack. Then there was another shattering sound. The demon commander's face changed horribly, and he died instantly, before he could scream. Unexpectedly, the law was not only from Ula, but also from behind him. An indigo figure quietly appeared in the darkness behind him, and blasted out with one hand, smashing the demon commander's head from behind. Attacked from all sides, the demon commander died. "Shizun, you are stealing monsters, your behavior is very bad." Zhang Shizun stammered innocently, "I originally thought you wanted to fight this guy in a duel, but you suddenly released Sehemoi and Ula. I thought it was a signal for an all-out attack, so I attacked him from behind and accidentally killed him. What a duel, we are here to assassinate, it's enough for me to try out the strength of a 5th level opponent. I'm not a fool in the area they occupy, why should I fight in a duel? Of course, the best way is to attack us all at once, but this does not include stealing monsters. Oh, then I won't steal next time." From the beginning, Fang Sui did not think he could quickly kill a 5th level opponent. The earlier plan was to let Ula and Sehemoi attack together, so that he would be sure to kill the 5th level opponent in a short time. Fang Sui waved his hand and said, "Cut off this guy's head and exchange it for money. Now that we have fought with the 5th level, we have a clear idea in our hearts, and we will be more confident in our next actions. Let's retreat quickly, there are 2 other 5th level guys in the city. Hey, 13, you have a really strong taste. This guy's covered with hair, and you want to eat his heart? He has hair on his body, but he doesn't have a heart. What are you afraid of?" The 2 people's voices gradually faded, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. P.S. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Happy reading everyone. Please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 The Frog and the Swan. There is a palace floating in the endless sea of clouds. The sea of clouds is different from others. It is the shanking fairy cloud that transcends the 3,000 worlds. The palace floating on the clouds is even more different. It seems to condense all the prosperity and brilliance of the world. The palace is majestic and magnificent. The strange thing is that this majestic and magnificent palace complex becomes more and more ordinary as you go deeper into the core. When you reach the center, there are several buildings, but they have become extremely ordinary. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile is purely natural, without any decoration, which is completely different from the magnificence of the palace complex. If it is said that returning to nature is the most important thing in spiritual practice, then this building in the sea of clouds probably also reveals such a charm, from prosperity to simplicity, complex outside and simple inside, faintly conveying a kind of mysterious zen, that the prosperity of the outside world is like clouds and smoke, while the extreme simplicity and truth inside is the root. This building, which coexists prosperity and simplicity, is the most mysterious and powerful place of inheritance in the world, the mountain gate of the immortal land in the world of clouds between immortals and mortals. At this time, in the core of the mountain gate of the immortal land, in a simple wooden building, Gao, who was practicing the supreme mind of the immortal land, and visualizing the 34th heaven outside the 33 heavens with her mind, suddenly smiled sweetly in the long closed eye meditation. Her thick eyelashes, which were like the most magical arc in the world, trembled slightly, and finally slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, the surrounding world seemed to be brightened. Gao was dressed in white linen clothes, dressed simply, and kept sitting cross-legged with bare feet, like the sitting posture of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Her clear eyes, that were not stained with dust, gently closed and raised her voice. "Aunt Lu, has my letter been delivered?" A fat old woman with white hair walked in from the outside of the door. She looked like an ordinary person, without any power fluctuations around her. In terms of age, she could clearly be Gao's great-grandmother, but the old lady hated being told she was old, so Gao called her aunt, which made the fat old lady 2 generations younger. The old lady was very happy, as if she was really younger, when Gao called her that. She walked in from the outside, saw Gao, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, miss. Your spiritual heart reflects the world of the heavens, and you can sense all kinds of causes related to yourself without leaving home. This is close to the omniscience in mortal legends, and is close to the means of immortals." Then she said, "There is indeed a letter." Gao happily stretched out her little hand, and the old lady took out a piece of letter paper, and put it in her hand. Gao unfolded the neatly folded letter paper. There was no words on it, but there was an interesting sketch that was vividly drawn. The painting depicted a frog squatting on a green lotus leaf in a pond, looking up at the sky. In the sky, with stars as the background, a graceful swan was flying under the starry sky. The toad is thinking about the white swan. This funny picture was probably changed to a frog, because the toad was not good looking, but the meaning remained the same, and the implication was simple and clear. Gao laughed while watching, and the old lady Aunt Lu also stretched her neck, and peeked at the content on the screen. After watching, she curled her lips, and then laughed out loud. It made us old ladies laugh. It's really interesting. At the same moment, Gao was a little teasing, and released a mysterious wave from the depths of her heart. This is a strange power similar to telepathy, that ignores distance and time and space. This power came from Gao, and Fang Sui, who was billions of miles away, suddenly had an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Fang Sui was standing in the Suburtron control room, feeling the throbbing in his heart, and was slightly stunned. He immediately closed his eyes, and traced the source of the throbbing. He did not have Gao's spiritual cultivation, that could travel the universe proudly and flawlessly, and after a long while, he got nothing. However, Fang Sui was very smart, and could vaguely guess the source of the throbbing. He smiled slightly. Zhao Xianzhao happened to ask who to settle the score with. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, "You will know it at a glance." After speaking, he pointed with his hand, and a picture was projected on the smooth metal wall on the side of Suburtron. After the picture appeared, Zhang Shizhen thought for a while, and said with enlightenment, "So Fang Tao, you have been prepared for it." Fang Sui shook his head and said, "It can't be said that I have been prepared for it. I just did it at the time. Now it can be used." In the picture, shown by Fang Sui, there was actually no specific image, but something like a map. The background color was dark, and there was a blue light spot and a small red dot in it. Obviously, the small red dot was the target, and the blue light spot represented the current position of Suburtron. Zhang Shizhen knew what this map was at a glance, but Zhao Xianzhao didn't understand it. Fang Tower, is this a space-time map? The blue light spot is us, and who is the target red dot? Is it the unlucky guy we are going to settle accounts with? Zhao Xianzhao said. Fang Sui explained. Back when we were in the death maze, I released a mechanical fly made by Sir Bertrand. It shrunk to the extreme and almost disappeared into nothingness. My purpose at the time was to monitor the traces of the people of the Mother Force and the Star Gold Altar. Later, when we retreated, we never took back this extremely small mechanical fly, and it remained in the altar space. Zhao Xianzhao reacted very quickly and suddenly realized, Fang Tower never took the mechanical fly back. Is he using its nearly invisible ability to monitor a certain opponent? We are currently preparing to find trouble with the opponent according to the signal sent by the mechanical fly. After a pause, he asked himself and answered, I said that 13 could tell at a glance what was going on with the picture displayed by Fang Tower. It turned out that he was also in the altar at the time, following Fang Tower. He knew the cause and effect, so he naturally associated it with the mechanical fly at a glance. I was not there at the time, and I didn't know about the mechanical fly. So when I saw the picture displayed by Fang Tower, I didn't think about it for a while. It's completely normal. He kept muttering to himself, and suddenly he burst into laughter, patted his chest and said, just now, 13 saw at a glance what the picture shown by Fang Tower was, but I didn't understand it. I was really scared. I thought my IQ was not as good as someone like 13, so what's the point of me living? Oh my god, Zhao Xianzhao, you are swearing without using any dirty words. Not long ago, you explained the true meaning of seeking death, and promised not to do it again. Now you have forgotten it? Your IQ is not as good as mine, so why do you think there is no point in living? Zhang Shizhen said angrily. Fang Sui was gloating on the side, wishing that the world would not be in chaos. Shizhen, if I were you, and someone laughed at my IQ in person, I would beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his mother. There's no room for negotiation on this. If you don't do it, I will look down on you. Zhang Shizhen agreed with him, and his eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. Zhao Xianzhao, let's practice fighting. Zhao Xianzhao was a brave man and said, Shizhen, I actually made a slip of the tongue before. Your IQ is higher than mine, much higher than mine. I heard that people with high IQs are also more tolerant and never hold grudges. People with high IQs would never pick a fight with someone for no reason. Zhang Shizhen was stunned, wondering, is there such a saying? Then don't do it again. What will you say if someone asks us who has a higher IQ again? Zhao Xianzhao hurriedly said, I just said that I'm ranked second in IQ and you are ranked last. He said the word last vaguely, and Zhang Shizhen didn't hear it clearly for a moment, so he nodded with satisfaction, and didn't pursue the matter further. Zhao Xianzhao was afraid that Zhang Shizhen would come to his senses and come after him, so he immediately changed the subject and said, Fang Tower, was my analysis correct? We are looking for trouble according to the coordinate signal sent by the mechanical fly you left behind. Fang Sui hummed and said, most of it is correct. Ah. Zhao Xianzhao asked, then what is the part that you didn't guess right? Fang Sui said, what we are looking for is not the signal from the mechanical fly that was left in the space of the Star Gold Altar, but another one. At that time, we were about to leave the death maze, and suddenly we were attacked by a shadow demon general named Sashian. I said that I would go find trouble with him soon, so I released the second, and only remaining, mechanical fly, and quietly hid it in the Death Palace flying hole controlled by this Sashian demon general. Now we are going to find trouble with him. Zhao Xianzhao was startled and said, we are looking for trouble with the shadow demon general. He is level 6, right? Fang Sui's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. He hummed lightly, and walked towards the practice room, preparing to practice and adjust his condition to the best. The expected fight was not far away. As the war continued to escalate, the 5 eastern regions were already in a state of all-out war. Looking down from the macroscopic eastern region star map, the offensive of the Shadow Camp was currently like a horizontally advancing tide, advancing from the outer periphery of the eastern region to the inner periphery of the eastern region near the central region. Due to the timely response of the 5 eastern regions, the invasion speed of the shadow creatures was not expanding very fast, and was even in a state of stagnation. It was just that at the beginning, they relied on the Death Maze as a transit base, and suddenly a large number of Death Palaces and Flying Palaces appeared, carrying countless shadow tribesmen, and they were caught off guard, and occupied a large number of life source stars in the eastern region. They had already established a firm foothold in the eastern region. It was unlikely that the 5 eastern regions would take advantage and drive the shadow side out of the eastern region. At present, the war between the two sides was unfolding around some life source stars in the eastern region. The 5 regions wanted to take back the source stars that had been occupied, and then attack the Death Labyrinth that the Shadow Camp used as its foundation, and completely destroy the strategic intention of the shadow creatures to invade the eastern region. The shadow creatures wanted to use the labyrinth as their core base, expand further, occupy more life source stars, and thus gradually erode the eastern region and gradually approach the central region. At this time, in the frontline area, where the two sides were fighting fiercely, a huge Death Palace flew in from the space outside a life source star with rich vitality and ancient breath. The demon general Sashan, wearing a ferocious armor, stepped out of the flying palace, staring at the approaching source of life, and instructed the people behind him. The strategic location of this source star is very important. At this moment, there is a war on the star. We and the coalition forces of the major forces in the 5 regions are fighting fiercely for the control of this star. According to the news I received, there are many brilliant young people in the 5 regions on this star. They have killed many of our elites in recent days. I'm here, and I'm ready to personally hunt down these young people, who are regarded as the best in the 5 regions. At the same time, you will lead your troops and launch an all-out attack on this star. Behind Sashan, a group of commanders of all sizes responded loudly, with awe-inspiring momentum and fighting spirit. The next moment, Sashan took a step forward and entered the source of life not far away. At the same moment, in the distant space, in the practice room in Cybertron, Fang Sui whispered, "It's about to begin." P.S. Happy reading. Chapter 413 The Birth of the Demonic Cult. The starry sky is vast and full of mysteries. Cybertron is traveling in space at a constant speed. This speed is comparable to the speed of light, almost reaching a physical limit. If it is faster, it will exceed the carrying capacity of normal space and reach a level parallel to the rules of space in terms of speed. At that time, it can jump into the void. If the speed can be further improved on the basis of jumping into the void, it can surpass the low-level rules of space and directly tear the space apart, so as to achieve the effect of freely shuttle between positive and negative spaces. Of course, if you want to shuttle between positive and negative spaces at will, the current Cybertron is far from being able to do it. It needs to be promoted again. At this time, Fang Sui walked out of the practice room in Cybertron. If someone pays attention to his eyes, they will find that the depths of his pupils are showing an extremely wonderful scene with his breathing. There are actually 4 suns, forming a vortex, shrinking into 4 small dots. Every time Fang Sui exhales, the light spots of the 4 suns will jump out from the depths of his pupils, faintly showing the power of shining on the 9 states, and looking down on the world. When Fang Sui inhaled, the 4 rotating sun dots would disappear into the depths of his pupils. Repeatedly, the 4 suns rotated with Fang Sui's breathing, as if helping him absorb some kind of magical energy that transcended the mortal world. At this moment, Fang Sui finished his practice and walked out of the practice room for a long time. The strange phenomenon in the depths of his pupils gradually faded, and his eyes returned to their usual depth. He walked forward leisurely and came to the porthole of Cybertron. He glanced at the evolution of Cybertron. The last time he saw it, it was 37% of the elite level. After such a long time, it was still 37%, not a hair. Fang Sui shook his head. No wonder the magic crystal, with the heritage of the gods, has hardly evolved to the level above the main god from ancient times to the present. Now it is only at the elite level, and it is so difficult to evolve. Fang Sui then turned his gaze to the vast space outside the porthole. Cybertron was now driving on the edge of a galaxy light belt formed by thousands of stars. If you look at it from the ground, it's a galaxy. Fang Sui stood by the porthole and looked out. The scene he saw was extremely beautiful. The glittering silver light filled the space as far as he could see, like a dreamy and elegant silver dragon lying in front of him. Cybertron was now parallel to this silver dragon. As it moved forward, it gradually stretched out the full view of this galaxy, which was magnificent and magnificent. Fang Tower, how confident are you about going to cause trouble for the Demon General Satian? Zhao Xianzhao, who was watching the Spider-Man series of blockbusters in a corner of the Cybertron control room, turned around and asked, after seeing Fang Sui walk out of the practice room. Fang Sui responded leisurely, confident. He is a 6th level master after all. I haven't met him before, so how can I be confident? But at least I can get away with it. Zhao Xianzhao nodded and stopped asking questions. Instead, he whispered with a young man beside him. The young man who was talking to Zhao Xianzhao was his friend, Wu Yanbo, whom he had mentioned to Fang Sui and wanted to bring into the team. Before leaving the ancient city of the East, the team members had dispersed to prepare for their own activities. At that time, Zhao Xianzhao went out and brought Wu Yanbo back with him. Wu Yanbo had just joined the team and was unfamiliar with the team members. He had never worked together with them. Therefore, he had never participated in the operation to hunt down the commander-in-chief under the shadow. He had always stayed in Cybertron as a backup. Wu Yanbo had a round face and was a fat man who was much more plump than ordinary people. He wore a cold grey robe and had a kind face. At first glance, he looked like an honest young man. In fact, his eyes were full of spirits. It was obvious that he was wise in his heart and calm on the outside. Wu Yanbo's cultivation method was somewhat special. His personal combat ability was not too outstanding. Although he also had the 3rd order peak cultivation, his main training was not the ability to fight, but the Great Starry Sky technique. The so-called Great Starry Sky technique sounded very awesome, but in fact it had nothing to do with combat. The Great Starry Sky technique was a science of looking at Feng Shui in the vast universe, observing the position of the stars and the fortune of the universe. According to Fang Sui's understanding, this little fat man Wu Yanbo is a cosmic Feng Shui master, and his profession is a bit unconventional. Wu Yanbo also has a specialty that makes people jealous. This guy's a spell engraver, who is good at depicting and studying various scroll arrays. It is said that he has the title of a high-level array master in the Scroll Association. He looks fat and kind, but in fact he has exquisite skills and a proud personality. He was dragged into Fang Sui's team by Zhao Xianzhao, just to be a peripheral member. At first, he was a little reluctant. However, after coming in, Fang Sui's team has been hunting down the 5th level commander of the Shadow Camp, and has succeeded repeatedly. In addition to the fierce fighting power shown by Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen in recent days, and Fang Sui's ability to lay out and change, these things combined are more convincing than anything else. After getting along for a period of time, this little fat man Wu Yanbo has changed his original intention a little, and feels that being a peripheral member in Fang Sui's team is not difficult to accept. At this time, Fang Sui turned and walked out of the main control room. Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo stood up and chased after him. Team Fang, where are you going? 13 is in seclusion. Are you going to see Tina? Tina was also moved to Cybertron when she left the ancient city of the East. She is currently in a room and is still in a deep sleep. Until now, the scene that Tina showed during her sleep has become more and more magical. The phantom of the moon goddess who was guarding her while she was sleeping has become clearer in recent days. A moonlight has lit up at the center of her eyebrows, surging with a strong breath of divine power. It seems that something wonderful will happen soon. However, Fang Sui walked out of the main control room at this time, not to see Tina. He stepped directly into a teleportation staircase outside the main control room. As soon as he took a step, the light of the staircase disappeared and extended downwards on its own. In an instant, Fang Sui was brought directly to the next level of Cybertron. The process was very wonderful. In this layer below the top Cybertron, when it was first formed, it evolved into a training ground and a prison, with a very spacious space. At present, the prison in this layer is vacant, but the training ground has become the place where everyone in the team usually exercises and warms up. Fang Sui, Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo just walked out of the teleportation ladder, and a burst of cheering rushed into their ears. There were quite a lot of people in the training ground on this layer. There were 7 or 8 young men and women gathered together. 2 of them were fighting in the gravity room created by Cybertron. The onlookers cheered, and the atmosphere was full of youth. These young men and women were some of the rich children that Zhang Zheng had greeted and wanted to send to Fang Sui's team for training. When leaving the ancient city of the east, Fang Sui went to see Zhang Zheng before leaving and talked about some things. Then these young men and women were handed over to Fang Sui by Zhang Zheng, and he was asked to bring them out for experience. Fang Sui was not interested in being a nanny, but as he had analyzed before, since he could not refuse, he did not say much. Most of these 7 or 8 young men and women were from high-ranking families within the All Heavens Alliance, and each of them was considered a young master or young lady. Fortunately, they were able to join Fang Sui's team and knew what Fang Sui had done in the past. Some people were not necessarily willing to join Fang Sui's team, but after reading Fang Sui's relevant information, most of these young people were stunned. Not to mention the small things, Fang Sui had destroyed the plans of the shadow creatures twice in the South region, and then the Star Wars, and then successfully overthrew the Black Warrior Palace, etc. And these things were all done by Fang Sui when he was at the 2nd or 3rd level. Now that he has been promoted to the 4th level, he easily killed Yan Lu, Lan Yuo and Yun Wuki in the first battle. After that, he moved to the front line and attacked and killed the great commander level figures of the Shadow Camp. All these things together shocked these young masters and young ladies who were born in good families and had proud personalities, leaving them speechless. At present, although these 7 or 8 young men and women could not say that they all bowed down to Fang Sui, they all had some admiration for him. In this case, after they went to Cybertron, they would naturally not have a second-year syndrome and do anything out of the ordinary. They were all relatively honest. At this time, Fang Sui suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor of Cybertron. When these young men and women saw him, they immediately restrained their original shouting. To be honest, although they went to Cybertron, Fang Sui did not allow them to enter the main control room on the top floor. Only a small part of the 2nd floor and the top floor was open to them. Therefore, the number of times they saw Fang Sui was actually very few. Because of this, Fang Sui was a bit mysterious and distant in their eyes. They were more or less afraid of Fang Sui, so when they suddenly saw Fang Sui appear, they were subconsciously startled and restrained their original noise. Fang Sui did not come over, but glanced at these people from a distance with a cold expression. These men and women were from good families, and were used to flattery. They had already developed a feeling of admiration and approval for Fang Sui. Seeing Fang Sui's cold and indifferent attitude towards them, they were very impressed. They thought that this was what a real master should be like. Therefore, Fang Sui glanced at them indifferently. These men and women did not think it was hard but enjoyed it. They all thought happily that Team Fang was really cool. Fang Sui glanced at these people and said to Zhao Xianzhao behind him, "The task assigned to you was to train the peripheral members of the team. You should find more time to train them and don't let them be idle." Zhao Xianzhao agreed and walked towards the group of young men and women with Wu Yanbo. Fang Sui kept walking and walked straight to a corridor in the corner of the 2nd floor of Cybertron. This corridor connected the entire Cybertron. Everyone was curious, but except Fang Sui, no one had entered the mysterious bottom space. Fang Sui was about to enter the corridor when Zhao Xianzhao chased after him. "Fang Tower, our team is becoming more and more famous now, and the number of people is gradually increasing. We should have a more formal name. Without a name, it sounds like a third-rate team and is not formal." Fang Sui thought it made sense and thought, how about calling it the Demon Sect? No, this name is already a stinking name. Really? Then I'll think about it. Well, I've liked something. Fang Sui thought and said, how about calling it the Doraemon team? I loved watching this cartoon when I was a child. Zhao Xianzhao was stunned. What kind of name is this? He shook his head like a rattle. Then call it Crayon Shinchan? Garfield? HMM. None of them work. I have it. How about calling it the Urine team? Zhao Xianzhao was stunned. The dialects that the captain brought from his hometown were too different. Urine? What does this mean? I don't understand it at all. It's the first time I heard it. It feels a bit uncivilized. Zhao Xianzhao shook his head again. Hey, Zhao Xianzhao, you're going too far. No matter what name you use, it's not good. I have an idea. How about calling the team the Avengers? It's a popular name in my hometown, and it's made billions at the box office. Or just call it Avatar. I guess 13 will like this name. Aren't the girls in Avatar all blue-skinned? Seeing that Fang Sui was going to develop rich associations and become a psychopath when coming up with a name, Zhao Xianzhao finally gave in and said dejectedly, forget it, Fang Tower. I think that, although the Demon Cult Squad is a bit lousy, it's still barely acceptable, and it's not too shameful to call it that. The rest sound like urine or something, so, forget it. Fang Sui patted Zhao Xianzhao on the shoulder and said, then it's settled. Our team name will be the Demon Cult. After saying that, he hummed a tune, turned around and walked into the corridor, and entered the bottom floor of Cybertron that everyone in the team was curious about. In space, Cybertron is rushing like chasing stars and catching up with the moon, and has gradually approached a strategically important life source star that the enemy and us are currently fighting for. Sashion is on this star at this time, and Fang Sui's breakthrough to the 4th level and a greater purpose of coming to the East region are also gradually unveiled. PS. This chapter is more than 200 words short of 4,000 words. Everyone has a happy reading. Chapter 414 Death Laboratory. The bottom layer of Cybertron made the team members very curious. Fang Sui walked in leisurely. Others were not allowed to enter here, not simply because some secrets were hidden, but mainly because the bottom layer of Cybertron was very dangerous. This was Fang Sui's laboratory, and it also had some unspeakable functions. No kind of practice can be achieved without practice. Simply talking about it on paper and imagining it can make rapid progress. From the perspective of practice, realms and moves can certainly accumulate experience through perception and fighting, making oneself stronger day by day. But for some other practice-related things, a special research and practice place is needed. So magicians have magic laboratories, and alchemists have alchemy laboratories. Half of the area of the bottom layer of Cybertron is a laboratory, where Fang Sui practices some mysterious and strange arts recorded in the Book of the Dead, in addition to combat capabilities. This includes research on death spells, the cultivation and summoning of undead species, and the study of various strange items recorded in the Book of the Dead. Fang Sui did not take these things as the main direction of his practice, but since they were all recorded in the Book of the Dead, he would occasionally come here to study some strange things recorded in the Book of the Dead in his spare time. Sometimes, it would also promote his practice. But in general, Fang Sui did not come to the bottom of Cybertron, or should we say the laboratory of the Death Wizard to be more accurate, very often. Normally, it was Ulaius who stayed here habitually. In the past few years, Ula spent most of his time in the underworld, advancing into the depths of the underworld with the undead army led by Anubis. And a small part of the time, Ula was in the space of the bottom of Cybertron, using some of the spoils that the undead army had harvested along the way in the underworld as research materials, and tossing around in the bottom of Cybertron in a self-sufficient manner. If you enter the bottom of Cybertron without psychological preparation, you will definitely be shocked. This space is nearly 200 feet in radius, and there are many things piled up inside, all of which are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Such as various bottles and jars, metal tables of different lengths, and various strange plants from the netherworld scattered around, some of which are still emitting mysterious halos. There is also a small replica of the Altar of the Dead, which serves as a spatial connection channel between the netherworld and here, allowing Ula to enter and exit the two places at will. These things are concentrated in the center of this space, occupying about 1/5 of the entire space. The light in the entire space is dark, and a faint black gas is steaming, which contains a very strong power of death curse. If someone who is unaware of the situation walks in rashly and breathes this black gas, his vitality will soon weaken, and the curse power will enter his body, and he will die miserably. Except for the tables and various items placed in the middle of this space, the rest of the space is flat, but not peaceful, and the scene is particularly creepy. As soon as Fang Sui walked in, he saw two black scorpions on the ground in front of him, with their hooks raised high, looking ferocious, their claws waving, fighting each other. Both scorpions were level 3, and they were the famous death scorpions of the Netherworld. Fang Sui had once fostered one in his armor, but as his strength increased, he used it less and less. In addition to these two scorpions fighting, the ground at the bottom of Cybertron was also filled with many other evil creatures from the Netherworld, fighting each other. These evil creatures were densely packed and layered, covering the ground in black. There were probably tens of thousands of them together, including fat toads with black bodies and spewing death mist, black pythons with poisonous water lingering in their bodies, 4 thin wings, cursed civilization and countless limbs of highly poisonous centipedes, and so on. These evil creatures, that only exist in the Netherworld, on the ground at the bottom of Cybertron, they fought, killed, and devoured all the time without stopping. All these things were captured by Wu-La from the underworld. He also carved a spell on the metal floor of the Death Wizard's laboratory. Any creature placed here will become extremely bloodthirsty and devour other creatures as an instinct. Wu-La's purpose in doing this is to refine the King of the Dead according to part of the 3rd chapter of the Book of the Dead. The process is probably similar to the cultivation method of goo worms. By urging these fierce creatures to fight and devour, when there is only one species left in this space, its ferocity will naturally increase, because it has devoured many other fierce creatures. It is extremely evil, and can be used for great purposes. The entire refining process is divided into 9 levels, and the 2nd level has just begun. After Fang Sui walked in, he saw fierce creatures fighting and wandering all over the ground, blocking the way forward. He immediately took a step into the air, avoiding the tens of thousands of fierce creatures on the ground, and continued to go deeper into the space. Whoosh! A large centipede with a shiny black body, uneven joints, and only a bright silver line in the middle of its back, running through its head and tail, suddenly jumped up from the ground, its mouth put like a knife, strangling and slashing at Fang Sui. Fang Sui ignored it, raised his foot and stepped forward, stepping on the head of the centipede with magical skills. Crack. Suddenly, the hard shell-like head of the centipede cracked, and silver blood flowed out. After dying tragically, it fell to the ground, and was immediately covered by a group of underworld ants wandering on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it became a pile of skeletons. Then the skeletons disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, eaten clean by the underworld ants. These underworld ants are like cleaners. Although the entire space is full of blood and flesh, it is clean. No matter where there is blood and other things, they will be eaten by them without leaving a drop. Fang Sui flew forward and soon arrived at the center of the space. Wu-La was wearing a golden armor, his snake tongue flickering, and his expression was focused. He was fiddling with 2 vessels filled with black liquid, mixing them together, and beside him were floating in the air with death curse scrolls that were either completed or discarded after being carved halfway. These scrolls were made of the leaves of the underworld cycads and were refined into scroll carriers according to the Book of Death. The talismans carved on them had various magical uses after they were formed. Countless underworld monsters on the ground around them were fighting and devouring each other, and they had long been bloodthirsty, but the strange thing was that Wu-La's position was like a minefield, and no monster dared to cross even a step. Lord, you stepped on that flying winged underworld centipede that was about to advance to the next level as soon as you came in. What a waste, what a waste. Wu-La had a cold and cruel personality, and he had always been a man of few words, but when he was doing death witchcraft experiments, he had a habit of nagging, and he would talk to himself, even if no one was around. Seeing Fang Sui coming in, he immediately seized the opportunity and started to talk. Fang Sui didn't know Wu-La had this problem when he came in the previous few times, and he was almost annoyed to death by his nagging like a curse. When he saw Wu-La speaking, he quickly interrupted and said, "I'm here to deliver something. I'll leave after delivering it. Please stop nagging." Wu-La was stunned for a moment, looked up, his snake eyes flashing, and he looked very unwilling. It was obvious that he was suppressed from talking, and he was very uncomfortable. After a long while, he shook his snake head dejectedly and turned to the side. When Wu-La landed in the direction of his progress, some of the fierce creatures in the underworld who were fighting immediately stopped fighting and moved to both sides in an orderly manner, just like the side of a sea tide, making way for Wu-La to move forward. When these fierce creatures saw Wu-La, They were like sons seeing their fathers. They were all well behaved and sensible. But in a moment, Wu-La and Fang Sui passed through the front half of the bottom layer of Cybertron and entered the back half. The second half of the space is separated from the first half by a thick metal wall. Before entering, Fang Sui needs to transmit his thoughts to the magic crystal that controls all changes in Cybertron, and the metal wall will open, which seems quite mysterious. At this time, Fang Sui and Wu-La passed through a metal wall that was several feet thick and slowly opened a passage, and were able to enter the second half of Cybertron. The area of this space is similar to the first half. There are metal platforms placed side by side in it. Some metal platforms are displayed with some stones, which look like very ancient fossils. On other metal platforms, there are corpses, humans, animals, and even other intelligent races. Some are complete, and some are incomplete. These corpses are all some of the strong men of the underworld races that Wu-La and Anubis killed along the way in the underworld in the past few years. The corpses were collected by Wu-La and placed here. It is obvious that they are also preparing to carry out some evil experiments of the Death Wizard. The specific purpose is still unknown. After Fang Sui came in, he first took out 2 hearts. These are the hearts of the 2 great commanders of the Shadow Camp that he hunted. These 2 hearts were left behind by a 5th rank warrior after his death. They have a mysterious force flowing through them. Although they have been out of the body for a long time, they show no signs of withering. They are even beating slightly, showing a strong vitality. Fang Sui is not a dark and evil person, so he naturally doesn't like to tinker with these corpse-like things. Wu-La is the exact opposite. He is evil to the core and enjoys death and killing. He happily reached out to take the 2 hearts, turned around and came to a laboratory table, put down the hearts, and took out a small bottle like a magic trick, pouring a liquid from it, and pouring it on the 2 hearts. Kai. A scream suddenly sounded, and the heart seemed to come alive suddenly, and a shrill scream was heard. Wu-La laughed strangely and said, "Each heart is the source of a cultivator's ki and blood. Through the death spell, many precious things can be stripped from it, which is an excellent material for death witchcraft." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to chant a cold spell, and at the same time, his hands frequently made dazzling hand seals. Then an amazing scene happened. The hearts of the 2 5th level strong men suddenly began to jump, expand, and contract, making a dong 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 sound, as loud as a drum. In the 2 hearts, there were actually fragments of rules flowing out, circling around the hearts, looking extremely strange. Fang Sui only then knew that Wu-La had a way to strip the power rule fragments from the heart when he was alive. The rule fragments remaining in the heart are the core power that a cultivator mastered when he was alive. Although they are only fragments, stripping them away is a great tonic. They can be fed to my little treasures so that their power will surge instantly and advance quickly. The little treasures Wu-La mentioned are the countless evil creatures in the underworld that are being refined outside. The tone of this fellow when he said this was very much like a pervert. Fang Sui curled his lips. At this time, Wu-La reached out and took away the fragments of power that he had stripped from the 2 hearts, and then he kept moving, chanting the spell in his mouth, becoming louder and tighter. However, in a moment, the 2 hearts regenerated and changed, and seemed to be growing slowly. Both hearts grew new buds, spreading and stretching around like plants. This scene seemed to have some meaning of resurrection, but there was an indescribable sense of evil. Fang Sui watched with relish, and felt very strange. The heart of the dead cultivator could be played with, so many tricks by Wu-La, which could prove how strange the things recorded in the Book of Death were. After that, Fang Sui took out a dark green prismatic crystal, and the magic power in it surged, and from time to time there were deafening roars. This was indeed the ancient magic phase that rushed out of Yin Wuji's mind when he hunted him earlier. It was suppressed by Fang Sui and shrunk into a crystal with surging magic energy. As soon as the crystal appeared, Wu-La reached out and took it, putting it away as if it were a treasure. Fang Sui did not stay for long and left the lower space of Cybertron directly. In the main control room on the top floor, Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao were already waiting solemnly. The life source star that the 5 domains and the Shadow Camp were fighting fiercely for had arrived and was clearly visible through the transparent porthole of Cybertron. P.S. Happy reading. Chapter 415 War. The sky was vast and the rain was pouring. The sky was gloomy and dark, but there were lightning and thunder, and the breath of destruction filled the sky and the earth, just like the war on the entire source of life. This star was named the Ninth Heaven Star. It was vast and ancient, with abundant resources and vitality. The Ninth Heaven Star was in a key position to advance from the outer periphery of the eastern region to the inner periphery. If this star could be controlled, it would be possible to take a great initiative in the war. With this star as a support, you can attack or defend. The war has been going on for many days on the Ninth Heaven Star. During this period, the attack and defense were fierce. The cities on the star changed hands several times. The two sides fought repeatedly, and it was difficult to tell the winner. It was afternoon at this moment, but the sky was dark, as if the night had fallen. The heavy rain did not stop for a moment, the lightning was dazzling, and the thunder was deafening. At this time, the beautiful scenery of the Ninth Heaven Star, which was originally famous in the East region, had long been destroyed. There were fights and battles everywhere. The scene in many places was like hell on earth, with corpses and remains, blood flowing like a river, which was shocking. Not only in some cities, but also in the wilderness, and in the sky, there were cultivators from both sides fighting and performing scenes of killing. Mountains were collapsing, the sea was roaring, and rain and flames coexisted in the sky. The strong men on both sides controlled the power of water and fire respectively, as if to destroy everything. This killing battle was almost like burning the sky and boiling the sea. At the same time, in the space outside the Ninth Heaven Star, there was also chaos of war. The enemy and our air traveling objects, such as building ships, starry sky flying palaces, and sky covering giant beasts, were all colliding fiercely with the flying palace of the Death Palace carrying the Shadow Tribe. At this time, on the battlefield in outer space, Cybertron was as agile as a swimming fish, weaving through the gaps between the many warring ships and the flying palaces of the Death Palace, and quickly approaching the Ninth Star. Inside Cybertron, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, as well as Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo, all looked solemnly at the scene in space outside the porthole. Team Fang, what should we do later? Zhao Xianzhao asked with sparkling eyes. Fang Sui said with a prepared tone, Xianzhao, you and Wu Yanbo will rely on Cybertron as a base, and lead the 7 or 8 young people who have just joined the team to take turns to fight in space, so that they can also see the blood. Shizhen and I will go deep into the Ninth Star. Zhang Shizhen wore a bright blood red armor, and his murderer Sora was soaring into the sky. He had already prepared for the arrival of the war. Fang Tower, it's time for us to go. On the largest ninth ocean in the Ninth Star, there is a huge city built on 8 pillars, Xianshan Sea City. The 8 pillars under this huge city are called Dinghe Shenzhou. Each pillar is as thick as the legendary Xianshan Xiangfeng. The lower half of the pillar is deeply buried in the seabed, and the top is above the sea, holding up the Xianshan Heicheng, which is 3,000 miles long and wide. The scene is so spectacular that it can be called a wonder of the world. Since Xianshan Heicheng is the first main city on the Ninth Star, its importance is self-evident. Therefore, the fierce battle around it, with all the masters from both sides, is particularly fierce. Boom. The thunder is rolling, deafening. On the boundless ocean hundreds of miles away from Xianshan Heicheng, there is a young man wearing a sky blue wizard robe, controlling the seawater to turn into a mighty dragon, standing on his head. The dragon shows the ability to stir up the sea, carrying the young man, running majestically on the vast ocean, riding the waves. Undoubtedly, this young man can turn water into a spirit, vividly, running on the waves, fully demonstrating his outstanding magical ability. However, blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. A little further behind the young man, there was another shadow team chasing him. The young man stood firmly on the top of the magic dragon, his eyes flashing with anger. He glanced back at the shadow troops chasing him, and said to himself coldly, such a shadow team led by a 4th level commander dares to chase me, Guo Dongshan. It's really annoying. While Guo Dongshan was whispering, he suddenly turned around, and pointed his hand at the sky. In an instant, a strong magic light burst out from his hand, and the power surged, connecting the heaven and the earth. He chanted a low and pleasant spell quickly, The next moment, a terrifying vision appeared in the sky. The sky wall suddenly cracked, and a dark passage connecting to the void outside the sky appeared. A huge meteorite rolled out from it, and fell down with a bang, and immediately smashed the small team of shadow troops chasing him into the sea without leaving a single one. As the meteorite fell into the sea surface was overturned by a huge wave. The shadow troops who were chasing Guo Dongshan were killed or wounded in an instant, and the sea surface was dyed red with blood. However, at this moment, Guo Dongshan's face suddenly changed, his eyes flashed, and he turned his head to look. 100 feet away, there was a trace of darkness in the void. The darkness spread rapidly, stretching out a shadow demon general wearing hideous armor. The 6th level demon general Sashayan. Guo Dongshan, you have good means. No wonder you can run all the way from Xianshanhei City to here under my pursuit. It's worth it for me to come here to kill you. Sashayan looked at him with a disdainful look and spoke leisurely. Even facing the 6th level shadow demon general Sashayan, Guo Dongshan still did not show fear. Instead, he smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and then turned around and ran. Still want to escape? Sashayan sneered, his figure disappeared, and he quickly closed the distance between him and Guo Dongshan like a ghost. When Guo Dongshan was facing life and death danger and was hunted down by Sashayan himself, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen were passing through the atmosphere of the 9th sky star, descending all the way, and just stepped on the ground. The two were about to continue their journey, but suddenly their faces changed slightly, frowned together, and looked at the sky in the distance. At the same time, on another life source star in the east region, some high-level figures of major forces in the 5 regions were holding a meeting. This meeting was attended by representatives sent by many major forces: Heaven, the Temple of the Gods, the Alliance of the Heavens, the Ancient Tribe, the Flame Abyss, the Mage Association, the Wizard Association, and so on. My opinion is that we should not send more troops to the 9th star. Who knows if this is not another conspiracy of the shadow creatures to attract a large number of our elite to the 9th star. The real intention may be to take advantage of the opportunity when we withdraw troops to launch a strategic raid on other life source stars. Our focus cannot only be on the 9th star, but we must start from the overall situation. The speaker was the old man from the Lion family, who was at the top of the Alliance of All Heavens. The old man's eyes were shining, and he sat upright, looking around at the more than 100 strong men in the audience, with a calm expression of pointing out the world, and generously expressed his opinions. After he finished speaking, he picked up a round green cup in front of him, and took a sip of the green liquid in it, moving slowly and steadily. Zhang Zheng, as another high-ranking member sent by the Alliance of All Heavens to the East region, also attended the meeting. He glanced at the old man of the Lion family not far away, sighed in his heart, and remembered what Fang Sui said before he left: there is always a great hidden danger in our coalition forces of the 5 regions. Although our strength is not weaker than that of the Shadow Camp, our strength is scattered in the hands of various major forces. These forces are not subordinate to each other, and have their own plans for their own interests. This has resulted in the inability to fully exert our strength in the face of war, difficulty in responding quickly, and bloated physique. On the other hand, the Shadow Camp has only one voice, and orders are issued without hesitation. In contrast, when the battle lines of both sides are really spread out, and many battles that require flexible deployment of troops and quick response appear, we will be defeated before the battle. If the shadow creatures deliberately target our weaknesses, our coalition forces will be in great danger of being dispersed and defeated one by one. At this time, there were heavy casualties on the 9th heaven star every moment. The way the old man of the Lion family acted when he spoke was a little disgusting to Zhang Zheng, and it reminded him of Fang Sui's words. In fact, even if Fang Sui didn't say it, most of the senior officials present could see the shortcomings of the 5 directions domain. However, knowing it was a difficult problem that could not be solved because they were deeply trapped in the situation, it was okay to let the major forces join forces to send troops, but if they wanted others to give their full strength and unify their subordinates to solve the problem of order from above, no one would agree. Zhang Zheng closed his eyes gently, but opened them suddenly the next moment, and swept his eyes over the more than 100 strong men present. He said in a deep voice, "I don't care what everyone thinks. The Zushan Podjan department under my control has been sent out yesterday to reinforce the ninth heaven star. If this meeting is still only to discuss whether it is necessary to reinforce the ninth heaven star, then forgive me for leaving early." Zhang Zheng could only express his dissatisfaction in this way and left angrily after speaking. Zhang Zheng, you are so eager to send out your troops just to compete for merit. Be careful not to make mistakes, or your troops will be completely consumed in the meat grinder of the ninth sky star. The old man of the Lion family sneered when Zhang Zheng walked out, but Zhang Zheng ignored him and walked away with a firm step. The old man of the Lion family thought to himself, when your strength is exhausted, that is when my Lion family will take action. I will definitely knock you down in the alliance, you fool. On the other side, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen had just landed on the ninth sky star when an accident happened. They turned their heads at the same time, but saw a ray of light flying from the distant sky, and a voice came from afar. "Fang Sui, I expected you to come to the ninth sky star to join in the fun. It took me a lot of effort to track down your whereabouts. Fortunately, you were finally caught by me. Are you going to escape today like last time?" Fang Sui frowned slightly, and he had already heard who the person was from the voice. On the ninth day, the stars were surging above the vast ocean. There was a loud explosion. A meteorite as big as a mountain range fell from the sky again, but Satyan did not dodge or avoid it. He punched out with a black gas like a dragon, shattering the sky and breaking the whole meteorite. In an instant, it seemed as if a meteorite rain was falling in the sky. Stones of various sizes collapsed into the sea and even caused a small-scale tsunami. The splashing sea water was like a fountain, and the waves were flying everywhere. "Why don't you run away?" Seeing Dangshan choose to turn around and fight, Satyan Demon General stopped running and said jokingly. Guo Dangshan's long hair was flying, and his robes were rustling in the wind. He chuckled and said, "It may not be me who runs next. Heh, do you still want this Demon General to run away?" Satyan Demon General said with contempt. As Satyan's voice fell, another voice suddenly sounded in the void and continued lightly, "Not only him, but also me." As this sentence fell, a sudden change occurred. P.S. Happy reading. Chapter 416. No more running. Not just him, but me as well. As soon as the voice came out, Satyan's face changed slightly. You must know that he is a 6th level master. His aura connects the heaven and earth, especially he is a member of the Shadow Clan, whose racial specialty is to turn reality into illusion, and freely enter and exit positive and negative space. Space for the Shadow Clan is like the relationship between water and fish. Fish's understanding of water is naturally far better than other life forms. The Shadow Clan, who have reached the 6th level of cultivation, are already masters of low-level space rules, and entering and exiting positive and negative space is as easy as pie. This is a supreme talent far beyond any other race. Because of this, Satyan is always closely controlling the surrounding space and insightful of all changes. However, this sudden voice, until the moment the voice appeared, Satyan did not notice where the person was hiding in the surrounding area beforehand. This is a great surprise for the Shadow Clan. Therefore, when the voice came out, Satyan was really a little surprised and turned around to look at the place where the voice came from. Satyan did not see the face of the person hiding in the dark as he wished. He only saw a golden magical hand with a Buddhist power symbol spinning on it, pressing down on him like covering the sky and the sun. The person hiding in the dark was so decisive that he took action as soon as he appeared. Boom. Satyan's fist collided head-on with the giant Buddhist hand. The forces of both sides collided, making a loud noise that covered the thunder in the sky. The surrounding sea was even more violently turbulent, and the vast ocean seemed to be turning over. Satyan was not allowed to catch his breath. It was obviously a backup plan arranged by Guo Dangshan. The person hiding in the dark then really appeared and walked out. However, before Satyan could see the face of this person clearly, the person had raised his hand and waved it, and once again pressed down a brutal Buddhist power handprint, and a new round of collision occurred with Satyan. Boom boom boom. The waves in this sea area were surging, and the huge roar seemed to shatter the void. The aftermath of the powerful force spread out, causing waves on the sea to pile up. tumble and spread for hundreds of miles in an instant. Some creatures thousands of feet deep under the sea were killed by an invisible force. The series of collisions between the two sides did not immediately determine the winner. Although Satiin responded hastily, he was a 6th level demon general after all. Even though his opponent was brave, he still took it on unscathed. At this time, Satiin finally saw clearly that the person who appeared from the dark was actually a woman. The woman was wearing a dark yellow linen dress. Her appearance was not very outstanding, but she was born with a strange appearance. There was a natural Buddha power imprint between her eyebrows, which faintly emitted a soft golden light like saving all living beings, and a virtual image of Buddha was projected in front of her forehead, with strange lights and colors, and a magical scene. The woman was stepping on a green lotus leaf, which was surging like a mustard seed, forming a space wave of its own world, and the light flowed, covering the woman. It was the space power of this lotus leaf that protected her, so that she could avoid Satian's perception before, and appeared silently, which surprised Satian greatly. What is particularly surprising is that this woman has a unique temperament. No matter from which angle you look at her, she will give people a wonderful feeling of calmness and peace of mind. In a trance, when looking at this woman, people will inexplicably have a spiritual awareness of wanting to kneel down and worship her. After seeing the face of this woman clearly, Sashayan's heart moved slightly. This woman is born with a Buddha's appearance. It is very likely that she is the reincarnation of Buddha or Bodhisattva. No, she has a fierce attack and a strong offensive, with murderous intent. She does not have the compassionate heart of ordinary Buddhist disciples. She is more like the reincarnation of Mingwang Vajra. After a few moves, Sashayan has figured out the power level of this woman. Although her offensive is strong, she is actually a 5th level cultivation. Satian sneered secretly and said in a cold and ruthless voice, it turned out to be another young leader in the 5 regions, Kang Sanfa. You two want to ambush this demon general? Today, I will kill you two together. The woman called Kang Sanfa, who was born with a strange appearance, did not respond. Her face was calm, and her moves were simple. She just made one big handprint after another to cover the sky, and she kept pressing down on Satian rudely. Since Kang Sanfa appeared, Guo Dangshan on the other side immediately took out a dark gold ring, put it on his hand with a solemn look, and began to chant a magic spell. When Satian observed the origin of Kang Sanfa and spoke, Guo Dangshan's magic spell just ended. A halo bloomed in the dark gold ring in his hand, bursting out one magic symbol after another, and merged into the sea below. The sea water changed accordingly, and the sea surface and the surrounding area miraculously stopped, without any waves, like a mirror, sparkling, reflecting the sky, looking extremely clear. At the same time as the scene of sea water evolving into a mirror appeared, Sashayan felt a real sense of danger in his heart for the first time. Water mirror to fix the void. This is the peak of the 6th level, a water magic formation that can break the power of space. Guo Dangshan, you are only at the 5th level. How can you cast the mirror magic to seal the void? Guo Dangshan swept away the decadence he had when he was chased and fled before, twisted his mouth, and said lazily, we have been preparing for this situation, to kill you for some time. Sashayan, don't worry, I will use the mirror magic to freeze the void, which will prevent you from escaping into the space for a period of time. This is just the first step. Someone else will come here soon. Hunting down a 6th level shadow demon general has never been tried before. Later, someone else came to Sashayan with a ferocious look, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes that were filled with black air. On the other side, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen fell from outer space to the 9th star, and were located on an isolated island in the 9th ocean area. In fact, Guo Dangshan said that someone would join the operation to kill Sashayan, referring to Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen. After the trip to the death maze, Guo Dangshan said before leaving that if Fang Sui wanted to cause trouble for the mother forces in the shadow camp, he should take him with him. Fang Sui would naturally not abandon such a good help, so when planning to kill Sashayan, he contacted Guo Dangshan in advance. It should be noted that with the current strength of Fang Sui and others, if they want to kill a great master of the level of the 6th level demon general, they must have the right time. place, and people, especially the 6th level demon general of the Shadow Clan, and they must not be able to escape into the void, which is even more difficult. Therefore, in Fang Sui's plan to hunt Sashayan, someone needs to act as bait, to lead Sashayan into a pre-designed dead place, to increase the chance of killing him. Obviously, the bait is undertaken by Guo Dangshan. As for attacking a demon general, even if Guo Dangshan and Fang Sui's people were all there, they were still not strong enough, so Guo Dangshan invited Kang Sanfa to work together. As for Guo Dangshan's ability to activate the 6th order peak mirror magic to freeze the space within a certain range and prevent Sashayan from escaping, it was because Guo Dangshan was born in a magic family and took the family's treasure, that is, the Dark Gold Ring, and raised his magic power a lot in a short period of time. In addition, he had made some arrangements in this sea area in advance, which successfully triggered the magic formation and successfully sealed the space in this sea area, making Sashayan temporarily lose the ability to break through the air and leave in this sea area. The above is the method agreed upon by Fang Sui and Guo Dangshan to kill Sashayan. At this time, Guo Dangshan was ready, just waiting for Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen to rush over, and the four of them worked together to fight with Sashayan. However, in this situation, Fang Sui encountered an accident. As soon as they landed on the 9th star, they were discovered. It was obvious that they were calculating others, and others were also calculating them. Fang Sui was a hunter, but he was also the prey. At this time, a voice came from the distance. Under the gaze of Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, a dark light was approaching rapidly from a distance. Fang Sui frowned. This kind of accident is really annoying enough. All plans have been disrupted. Let's go. Zhang Shizhen was ready for a bloody battle. Suddenly, he heard Fang Sui say to leave and said, "Where to go?" Fang Sui said unhappily, "You are stupid. Although we are not afraid of the other party, we have wasted time. If we ambush Sashayan over Dangshan, something will go wrong. If we run separately, they will definitely come to chase me. You go to Dangshan to help, and I will stay to play with the pursuers here." Zhang Shizhen was not a hesitant character. After Fang Sui finished speaking, he said decisively, "Then Fang Tao, you should be more careful." While the two were talking, they moved at the same time, scattered and shot out from two directions, like two lightning bolts breaking through the void, and left quickly. As Fang Sui expected, the person approaching from afar chose to chase him without hesitation, and ignored Zhang Shizhen. "Fang Sui, where are you going today?" At this time, he could see clearly what the dark light coming from the distant sky was. It was a team of more than 10 Shadow Clan masters. The leader was a middle-aged man from the Shadow Clan, with a gloomy face and strong fluctuations, up to the 5th level. The rest of them were all 4th level. The most important thing was that this team was composed of real Shadow Clan, not the vassal races of the Shadow Clan that Fang Sui had killed many times before. Standing side by side with the Shadow Clan leader was a handsome young man, with a tall and straight figure, with an evil charm, wearing a bright silver costume. It was Yu Xiangshan. The strength of this team was enough to be called terrifying. Their group of people connected their auras together, evolving into a dark cloud of illusory air. The cloud carrying these Shadow Clan masters seemed to be able to swallow the void, moving forward at an astonishing speed, chasing Fang Sui straight ahead, and the speeds of both sides were constantly shortened. In the following tea time, Fang Sui and this team of Shadow Clan masters circled on the sea. While running fast, Fang Sui glanced back at the opponent, who was getting closer and closer, and suddenly slowed down, finally hovering 100 feet above the sea, and stopped leisurely. Yu Xiangshan and the team of Shadow Masters quickly approached, and in a flash they were more than 10 feet away from Fang Sui. Yu Xiangshan sneered, "You're not running anymore?" Fang Sui weighed the strength of both sides in his heart, and said frankly, "You are still faster. I can't outrun you, so I won't run." "Ha. You are self-aware." Yu Xiangshan chuckled, then his eyes were like lightning, and he covered Fang Sui with unparalleled sharpness, and said firmly, "Through the previous few fights, I have already figured out your foundation. In addition to your own combat power, your greatest reliance is nothing more than those powerful summons with animal heads, but I have taken all of this into consideration when I came to kill you this time. The ones who came with me are the real shadow elites. It can be said that any one of them has the strength to compete with you. How about it? If you choose to surrender, I can let you die without pain. Fang Sui said dumbly. Don't talk nonsense. Only fools will surrender. Well, I'm in a hurry. Let's start now. After that, the black hair in Fang Sui's hand flowed, and an ethereal divine spear was derived with a mysterious rhythm. This is the first time he has held the divine spear after the 4th level. At the same time, the sound of metal clanging continued, and the black robe on his body turned into a fierce, metallic armor. Some of the methods were originally prepared to deal with Satyan. Now that you have caught up, I will test the power on you first. Fang Sui muttered. In an instant, the world was in turmoil and a huge change occurred. One figure after another appeared silently beside Fang Sui. Yu Xiangshan and a group of shadow masters were all surprised, staring at the scene in front of them. Their faces sank at the same time, and their expressions became extremely serious. Yu Xiangshan had long known that Fang Sui had a powerful summoning ability, but he never thought that the scene in front of him would appear. PS. Happy reading. Chapter 417. Light from the sky. The thunderstorm in the sky gradually weakened, but the lightning was still dazzling. The sea was surging, and the waves were huge. Occasionally, a wave would rise up and almost touch the feet of Fang Sui and Yu Xiangshan, who were facing each other at a height of 100 feet. One can imagine how turbulent the waves were. Yu Xiangshan and a group of shadow masters saw the might of Fang Sui's robbery, and felt a chill in their hearts. They put away their initial confidence, and looked solemn and extremely surprised. At this time, black hair was surging around Fang Sui, filling the sky. Even the surrounding sea was affected and quickly darkened. One after another, figures appeared beside Fang Sui, as if they had moved out of thin air, and instantly filled the surrounding void. There were more than 10,000 people. The undead army. After Anubis broke through the 4th level, he opened the eternal dark gate in the underworld, and the undead army summoned from it had reached the 2nd level. Now these dead soldiers coming out of the netherworld, although they will still be suppressed by the power of the interface, they are no longer like last time, when they only had the power of one strike after coming out, and then they would turn into flying ash. The 2nd level dead soldiers came out, and were suppressed by 1 level, from the 2nd level to the 1st level. Their strength is far less powerful than in the netherworld, but for a period of time, they have no possibility of collapsing into flying ash. The means of the emergence of more than 10,000 dead soldiers was originally Fang Sui's trump card, ready to use against Satyan's killer. At this time, they were intercepted by Yu Xiangshan and others halfway, and this trump card was turned over by Fang Sui in advance, and Yu Xiangshan and his group would bear it. Previously, when Fang Sui evacuated the death maze, Yu Xiangshan and Satyan looked down from the sky on the flying palace of the Death Palace, and witnessed the scene of Fang Sui using the dead soldiers to resist the killing net from the Death Palace. But at that time, the dead soldiers disappeared as soon as they appeared, and every time they resisted the killing net, thousands of dead soldiers would instantly collapse into flying ash. Therefore, after seeing it at that time, Yu Xiangshan did not fully realize the strength of the dead army, and even looked down on it. But this time, thousands of dead souls stood in front of him, and their momentum was completely different from the last time. Waves of surging death aura, like mountains, pressed in front of Yu Xiangshan and others. As long as they were a little weak, they would be in danger of dying of fear under the impact of this aura. When Yu Xiangshan and others saw it, they felt the strength of this group of dead souls at the same time, so everyone's face was slightly gloomy. At this time, a dark underworld passage opened above the thousands of dead soldiers, and 3 figures with different images, like gods and demons, walked out side by side. Anubis, wearing a black and gold armor, was in the middle, and Seem, with a fierce lion head, and Ulaius, with a dazzling golden snake head, was on the left and right. Without any pause, Anubis took a big step, stepped out of the underworld passage, waved his hand gently, his eyes were cold and ruthless, and pointed forward. Tens of thousands of undead soldiers then stepped forward, and waved their spears of death. Instantly, more than 10,000 dead ki united and intertwined in the air, giving rise to a giant dog with a body that was more than 10 feet long and black in color. This was the totem of the undead army, the death dog. AWW. This hellhound was born, standing in the void, roaring to the sky, causing the ocean below to flow back, and all life within 100 miles around it was cut off. The big mouth of this hellhound was like a black hole, and in an instant it extracted the life of all marine life within 100 miles, converted it into death key, and blessed itself. For a while, wisps of death key were pulled up from the ocean, and gathered towards the hellhound. At this moment, even the rain falling from the sky turned black. The so-called strange phenomenon shocked the world, and the sky was dark and the earth was dark, which was nothing more than this. The Dark Dog Dharma image, which was formed by the power of tens of thousands of dead soldiers, became more powerful after absorbing the death energy within 100 miles. A death symbol floated from its forehead, shining with dim light, like a dead sun, covering and crushing the Shadow Tribe composed of 4th level masters. The attacked Shadow Tribe members did not show weakness. They all showed proud expressions and attacked together, offering a black energy to hit the death symbol. Boom. A loud noise was heard. At this moment, the ocean below was cut off by an invisible force, revealing a sea trench extending dozens of miles in both directions, like a giant blade cutting through the sea. The 9 people in the shadow team, except for the leader, had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths and looked horrified. One of them was the first to be hit, and was invaded by a death force, and was seriously injured. With the strength of the Shadow Clan, this situation was something they had not encountered for many years. At this time, under the command of Anubis, tens of thousands of dead army spears pointed again, and the second round of offensive was launched like flowing water, giving the opponent no chance to breathe. This series of changes showed that Fang Sui immediately turned the tables, and showed his strength to compete with Yu Xiangsheng. Immediately, Ulaius, Semui and Fang Sui also walked towards the opponent's 5th level shadow leader and Yu Xiangsheng respectively. On Yu Xiangsheng's handsome face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and stared at Fang Sui coldly. He was a person who awakened his soul, and retrieved his past life memories. He had experienced all kinds of storms in countless reincarnation memories. Therefore, although Fang Sui's methods were magical, they were far from enough to make Yu Xiangsheng afraid. Fang Sui's approach, on the contrary, felt that it was exactly what he wanted. He smiled coldly, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Well, let me kill you myself. Yu Xiangsheng's face was calm, but his words were full of unshakable confidence, a kind of confidence that came from the bottom of his heart, and was brought by his own strength. Fang Sui's approaching steps were calm and unhurried, and he did not speak to respond, but there was a vision of the sun rising in the sky, tightly covering Yu Xiangsheng. The two looked at each other from a distance, and their eyes seemed to be connected by an invisible lock, without blinking. Obviously, they have not really started, but they have already started a spiritual contest in advance. The raindrops falling from the sky continued to drip, and the wind was howling. The entire 9th heaven star was still full of war. Fang Sui and Yu Xiangsheng's ki clashed, like dragons and tigers, and they did not give in. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the instantaneous light illuminated the mountains, rivers, and land. Fang Sui and Yu Xiangsheng's ki sympathized with each other, and at this moment they chose to take action at the same time. In just the moment when the lightning broke through the air, the aura in Fang Sui's body flowed like the Milky Way. He shook the dark spear in his hand lightly, and thousands of spear lights were stabbed out, and the spear tips were like rain. When each spear tip was stabbed out, it showed a beautiful vision of the sun and the dark moon surrounding it. This spear split into thousands when it was stabbed out, and the spear tip was like a little star, reflecting the sun and the moon, hanging all over the void. The spear stabbed out, gorgeous like a flower. However, at the moment when it really approached Yu Xiangsheng, all the spear tips miraculously merged into one, turning into a point, and only a little weak fire flickering like a firefly was left at the front of the tip. This little firelight, but there is an incredible horror. It burned through the void barrier, and jumped forward in the void. No one could see through the changes of this spear. The trajectory was mysterious like a wild horse, bird tracks, and fish tracks, and no one could see through the landing point of the spear tip. The blazing sun divine fire burns through the void. Yu Xiangsheng's eyes moved, as if he could penetrate fragments of time and space, revealing fragments of reincarnation. He could see the origin of the little firefly at the front of the spear tip at a glance, and spoke out. Yu Xiangshan is worthy of being the core figure of the mother forces that have caused chaos for thousands of years and passed down an indestructible legacy. He then showed his amazing means as one of the 6 sons of the gods and shouted softly, "Supreme Reincarnation." He stretched out his finger and slowly pointed it out, with a ray of brilliant light flowing from the tip of his finger, and a swirling chaotic magic ring spread out. Since he couldn't see through the spear tip, he simply didn't look at it and used the harmonious magic ring to protect himself. The surrounding space was shrouded by a secret force contained in this finger. Fang Sui's piercing spear of breaking the sky came into contact with this energy, and the little fire in front of the spear tip turned from strong to weak, and finally disappeared relatively with the chaotic magic ring spread from Yu Xiangshan's fingertip. The whole process was like that little spark of fire being dragged into the reincarnation by the chaos ring of law issued by Yu Xiangshan, annihilated in the circulation of the ring of law, and dissipated without a trace. This was very magical. The power that Yu Xiangshan urged could even cause the flames on the spear tip to experience reincarnation, which was incredible. Clang. After the flames and the power of reincarnation offset each other, Fang Sui's spear tip collided with Yu Xiangshan's fingertips. This was a pure power contest, after stripping away the divine power. After the collision, the two shook at the same time. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, and it was obvious that they did not expect the opponent to be so strong. In this attack, both of them showed mythical abilities, but they could not do anything to their opponents. Suddenly, Fang Sui launched another offensive, and the dark spear dominated the world like a dragon. After the first collision, he did not retract it. With a flicker of his wrist, he instantly launched a rolling spear. The spear turned over like a dragon and slashed towards Yu Xiangshan. Woo! The low sound shook the eardrums. Yu Xiangshan looked at him with contempt, showing no sign of weakness. He swung his arm and chose to collide with the dark spear, but it was still difficult to tell who was better. Then the two figures intertwined in the void, sometimes separated and sometimes combined. The moves of the two were like an eagle hitting a swallow's beak, as fast as lightning. The powerful mana collided and fluctuated, and even formed a vortex, which drove the sea water below, and a sea pit with a diameter of 1,000 feet appeared, swelling loudly. On the other side, Ulaius and Seam fought against the 5th level Shadow Commander. The killing was particularly fierce, and the moves were gorgeous. It was difficult to tell the winner in a short time. Anubis led more than 10,000 undead to fight against the 9 4th level Shadow Commanders. He had an overwhelming advantage, but the Shadow Clan was best at transforming the real from the fake. Anubis wanted to kill all 9 people, but it was difficult to succeed in a short time. The key to the victory or defeat of this battle depends on the situation on Anubis' side. If he could solve the opponent earlier, he could naturally go to help the other 2 battle groups, and Fang Sui's victory would be expected. If the shadow side could hold on and delay until the tens of thousands of dead soldiers could no longer bear the pressure of the interface and had to return to the underworld, Fang Sui's side would be worried about defeat. Both the enemy and us realized this, and it depended on who could grasp the key to victory first. Compared with Fang Sui's side, Jiuo Dangshan and Kang Sanfa, who were hundreds of miles away, were fighting fiercely against Sashan, but something unexpected happened at this time. Jiuo Dangshan and Kang Sanfa were both rare and outstanding geniuses in the world, with amazing talents, and they came fully prepared this time. Logically speaking, geniuses like them have the strength to fight across levels. Both of them are currently at the 5th level of the initial grade. If they meet an ordinary opponent, even if it is the 6th level, any one of them can fight, not to mention that they are working together now. Unfortunately, the Shadow Clan is also extremely talented, and it is impossible to fight across levels on the Shadow Clan. Besides, how could it be easy for the Shadow Clan to become a demon general? For this reason, both sides have their own strengths. Originally, they fought evenly like Fang Sui, and it was difficult to tell who would win in a short time. As time goes on, I'm afraid that Sashan is more likely to have the upper hand. If Jiuo Dangshan and the others don't have a backup plan, they will be defeated. You two overestimate your own abilities and ask for trouble. You come to plot against me, and you will die. Although Sashan was affected by the magic formation and could not break into the void at will, his combat power was limited, but his body shape changed, and he moved like a ghost. In the rapid attack of Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa, he still gave people a sense of ease. Even though Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa were very proud and their combat power was the best among the young generation, they felt that things were difficult at this time. Why didn't Fang Sui and others, who had agreed to meet him, show up? Just when the situation was slowly tilting towards Sashan, changes suddenly occurred. From the end of the distant site, where the sea and the sky meet, there suddenly came a roar full of anger, rolling like thunder, as if it was directly resounding in people's souls. After the sound sounded, it was approaching the sea area, where the two sides were fighting. The reinforcement we ambushed in advance have arrived. Guo Dongshan was actually not sure that it was Fang Sui who came, but he turned his eyes and blurted out first. Hearing this, Sashan was surprised and doubtful. In fact, today's situation had long been beyond his expectations, especially the mirror magic activated by Guo Dongshan, which made it impossible for him to merge into the void within a certain range. This was a very unfavorable situation for the Shadow Clan. In this situation, facing only Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa, Sashan Demon General still had the confidence to win in the end, so he refused to retreat. However, if someone else came, the situation would be completely passive for Sashan, as it was difficult to predict the true and false. This thought flashed through Satyan's mind, and he said sinisterly, "You youngsters are really good at scheming. I will go first, and I will definitely kill you one by one another one day." Satyan took the initiative in the battle, and it was not difficult for him to withdraw at this time. He immediately pulled himself out of the battle circle and left quickly. Satyan was treacherous and cruel. Today, he was schemed by two youngsters, and now he was forced to retreat. He felt ashamed. He was not really ready to leave at this moment, but to get out of the range, where Guo Dongshan had set up a magic formation, and then decide whether to fight or stay. However, just as Satyan was escaping from the battle circle, an unexpected change occurred. In the void in front of Satyan, a ray of light just separated the space barrier, as if it flew from the sky and circled in the air. In a light moment, Satyan had no time to react, and his head was cut off, and he died tragically. This scene made Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa stare in amazement. It was totally beyond their expectations. This ray of light from the sky flew into the air, transcending the rules of the world, like a god or a demon, and could kill a demon general in an instant. What level of strength does this require? At this time, the whistling sound in the distance was getting closer and closer. PS. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Happy reading. Chapter 418. The battle is decided. The heavy rain that covered the sky and the earth gradually subsided. The torrential rain at the beginning was like a waterfall, but now it has become a hazy rain curtain. On the 9th day, the wind on the ocean became stronger, whistling like thunder, and raising huge waves that overturned the earth. The battle between Fang Sui and Yu Xiangshan was still undecided. At this time, the two withdrew temporarily after a collision, but their eyes were locked, staring at their opponents. Fang Sui's right hand holding the spear moved forward slightly, and the tip of the spear trembled, with uncertainty and mystery. The other hand drew a semicircle and then retracted, with both hands one in front and one behind, one attack and one defense, one song and one straight, with wonderful meaning. Yu Xiangshan on the opposite side did not change his expression, and strange phenomena appeared around his body. The power of reincarnation surrounded his body, attacking and defending at the same time. Yu Xiangshan looked at Fang Sui and said proudly, "Everything in the world has reincarnation. All your attacks, once close to me, will be dragged into the reincarnation, washed away and annihilated. You will never have any chance to defeat me." Fang Sui stood still. The energy in his body was like a long river, circulating endlessly. Under the circumstances of equal strength, the power of reincarnation is not impossible to break. There is no perfect method in the world. What's more, all methods need people to drive them. It is difficult to break the art of reincarnation, but it is possible to defeat you, Yu Xiangshan. What a big mouth. Yu Xiangshan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he glanced at the battle circle of Anubis and 9 4th level masters of the Shadow Clan a little further away, and sneered tit for tat. "Your undead tribes are integrated into one, and thousands of people are like one. It is true that the formation is unbreakable, but it is a pity that they are obviously suppressed by the rules of the interface. It seems that they will not be able to bear it. Is Brother Fang ready to flee again? Fang Sui laughed dumbly. It's too early to tell whether we'll win or lose. Yu Xiangxing, you keep talking nonsense. Are you so naive that you think you can shake my mind with just nonsense? Suddenly, he shouted like thunder, come again. After Fang Sui finished speaking, the wind and thunder in his hands suddenly rose, and the dark spear drew an arc in the void. A dark moon was born from it, and it was as powerful as a meteor, pressing towards the opponent. Fang Sui held the dark spear in his hand, and stabbed it slowly, like pushing a heavy mountain, with a sense of piercing the universe. This spear, one moon, one move, two styles. Boom. The dark moon was the first to force its way to Yu Xiangxing, colliding with the power of reincarnation. At this moment, Fang Sui's spear tip broke through the attack, and stabbed Yu Xiangxing's forehead. Yu Xiangxing sneered and stretched out his hand to block the dark spear, but he didn't expect to block it. It was Fang Sui who took the initiative to put away the dark spear. This spear looked heavy, but it was actually a fake move. He took a step forward. His steps were mysterious, shrinking the void, taking advantage of the situation to get close to Yu Xiangxing. His hands were like hammers, his thumb joints protruding outward, pressing Yu Xiangxing's temples from both sides. Yu Xiangxing was dazzled by Fang Sui's feint, and this attack put him on the defensive. He immediately lowered his head slightly, preparing to dodge Fang Sui's attack. Unexpectedly, at the moment he lowered his head, Fang Sui raised his knee and hit Yu Xiangxing's lower abdomen with a fierce knee strike. Yu Xiangxing pulled back. However, Fang Sui's knee changed again, and suddenly a big sun jumped out. This series of changes was both strange and strange, but it was like flowing clouds and water, and the moves were perfectly connected. Yu Xiangxing retreated and blocked the big sun with both hands, but a ray of scorching sun fire still rushed into his body, and his face immediately turned red, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. This was the first time, since the two started fighting, that someone was injured. How does it taste? Fang Sui was unyielding, and he jumped up, and started the next round of attack. After that, every blow he made, was like a mountain pressing down on one's head. When he struck out, the sun would follow him, with great power and domineering manner. The two sides launched the most dangerous close combat, life and death in an instant. On the other side, the tens of thousands of undead soldiers led by Anubis also changed at this time. Suddenly, a low and miserable groan sounded. It was a Shadow Master who used his best racial talent to transform into nothingness, originally intending to kill Anubis, the undead commander. However, although the Shadow Clan's ability to transform into nothingness is unparalleled in the world and no one can break it, Anubis is sensitive to the key and has the ability to pursue all things. His pair of death eyes has the magical ability to penetrate nothingness. When the attacking Shadow Master thought that he had transformed into nothingness and approached Anubis without being noticed by gods and ghosts, the spear of killing suddenly appeared in Anubis's hand and pierced into the void with one blow. The spear tip was flowing with the power of the rules of death. The next moment, a member of the Shadow Clan fell out of the void. He could no longer maintain his state of transformation and reappeared in human form. His chest had been pierced by the spear of death. Holding the dark handle in Anubis's hand, he lifted the member of the Shadow Clan high up. The power of death flowed on the spear tip. The member of the Shadow Clan let out a weak cry. His vitality disappeared, and he died quickly. He killed a 4th level master of the Shadow Clan with one blow. The power of Anubis's attack shocked the whole audience. So far, except for one person who was seriously injured by the death symbol attack of the Hades Hound when he first started, and one person was killed at this time. The strength of the 9 Shadow Masters was greatly reduced, and they were not as good as before. Since the remaining Shadow Masters knew that the attack of Anubis by the virtual attack was ineffective, they no longer acted recklessly and adopted a conservative tactic. They gathered together and united to fight against tens of thousands of undead, but the decline became more and more obvious. At this time, Anubis' eyes glowed brightly, like a fierce god entering the world, sinister and ruthless. He seized the opportunity and launched the offensive himself. Anubis was the projection of a god from the ancient Egyptian pantheon, so his attack was naturally extraordinary. His speed was as fast as a black lightning, drifting aimlessly and sometimes disappearing into the void, which looked somewhat similar to the transformation of the Shadow Clan. Not long after, another Shadow Master was killed by Anubis in a sudden attack. Although the remaining 6 Shadow tribesmen gathered together, they were no longer able to resist the overall offensive of tens of thousands of dead soldiers. These Shadow Masters were also extraordinary and intelligent. They immediately changed their strategies, disappeared into the void, and began to attack the undead dead army separately, acting as killers. However, the ki of tens of thousands of dead soldiers was connected, and a thick layer of death ki was spread everywhere, like a wall, protecting themselves. Even with the tyranny of the Shadow Masters, they could not quickly break through this layer of death ki protective wall. If they delayed for a moment, Anubis would take advantage of the situation to attack them. After a while, another Shadow Master was almost killed. In this way, these Shadow Masters were completely contained, and the threat was greatly reduced. Tens of thousands of undead dead soldiers immediately received the telepathic command of Anubis, and divided into 2 armies. Half of them stayed in place, and the other half changed their offensive, and launched an offensive against the Shadow Leader, who was fighting fiercely with Laius and Seam, supporting and assisting the battle from the side. The battle situation tilted, and the advantage began to gather on Fang Sui's side. On the other side, Fang Sui punched out with both fists at the same time. The left fist was Yin, which turned into a dark moon, and the right fist was Yang, which showed the scorching sun. One punch contained the mystery of Yin and Yang, the power of the sun and the moon. The changes of this punch did not stop there. Fang Sui's fist jumped out of the sun and moon again and again, and finally formed a grand scene of 4 suns and 4 moons, with all his strength. Boom boom boom. The fierce explosion sound shook the eardrums, and the ocean below was bumpy and boiling. With such a magnificent offensive, one round of sun and moon continued to press down. Yu Xiangshen's reincarnation power tried his best to resist, but one of them still broke through the reincarnation and hit his body. Yu Xiangshen's face turned pale, and he was injured again. Of course, Fang Sui was not unscathed. One of his arms was washed by the power of reincarnation, and half of his skin lost its vitality and showed signs of withering, which looked very scary. Fang Sui shook the power in his body, and his whole body was crystal clear. The dark energy and the power of the sun worked together, like the combination of yin and yang, which stimulated vitality. Suddenly, the injured arm was as bright as water, and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Sui's momentum became stronger, his long hair fluttering. He glanced at Yu Xiangsheng, who looked sinister, and then attacked again. This time, Fang Sui's offensive changed again, and he simultaneously played the sun, moon, Hades Mountain and the Divine Land, as if a newborn world was pressing towards Yu Xiangsheng. Yu Xiangsheng was a man who thought highly of himself, and never intended to fight Fang Sui to the death. After Fang Sui saw this, Fang Sui immediately changed his fighting style, choosing to fight in close combat, taking advantage of Yu Xiangsheng's mentality, and attacking fiercely, showing a posture of not hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries. In contrast, Yu Xiangsheng did not want to fight to the death, so he was inevitably bound by his hands and feet and dodged a lot. As time passed, he was gradually suppressed. Ah! A low cry sounded. At this moment, the turning point of the whole battle appeared. It was the Shadow Leader who was attacked by Ula and Sehemi, and later assisted by half of the dead army. At this moment, Sehemi seized the opportunity and suddenly transformed into Bast, performing a very strange magical power. Buster's entire body disappeared, turning into a wisp of black air. It flashed into the forehead of the Shadow Leader without warning and disappeared. Soul invasion of the cat god. This is the inherited secret technique that Buster awakened after reaching the 4th level, which directly acts on the soul. After Buster entered his forehead, the Shadow Leader's face was covered with fear, and he felt a splitting headache. He lost control of his body and could not move. He froze for a moment. Kai kai kai. Ula took this opportunity to send a stream of original spell power into the Shadow Leader's body with his snake tongue-like light. The next moment, Buster reappeared from the Shadow Leader's forehead, already very weak. Every time she launched a soul invasion, it was the price of a life's death. Fortunately, Buster had a total of 4 cat lives when she was at the 4th level. Although the loss was serious, it did not hurt the root. Buster's soul invasion technique was actually to use 1 life to eliminate part of the Shadow Leader's soul. At this time, the soul of the Shadow Leader was severely damaged, and the curse power sent into his body by Wu La took advantage of the opportunity to invade his body. His vitality suddenly dimmed, and there were even signs of cracks on his head, which made him extremely weak. In the end, the Shadow Leader was transformed into the body of the Golden Holy Snake by Wu La, and was swallowed into his stomach with extreme cruelty. Obviously, he could not escape death. Before the battle, no one would have thought that the seemingly strongest Shadow Leader would be the first to collapse. At this point in the battle, the overall situation was determined. Hundreds of miles away, the whistling sound came from the far distance where the sky and the sea met, and then quickly approached. Kong Sanfa and Jiuo Dangshan were still amazed by the light that flew from the sky and easily killed the Sashan Demon General. The approaching whistling sound had already come close with a group of Yunqi Storm. The whistling sound stopped suddenly. The Yunqi Storm dissipated, and Zhang Shizhen walked out of it. He had extraordinary eyesight. As he approached, he also saw from afar the process of the light appearing and easily killing the Sashan Demon General. At this time, after approaching, he exchanged a glance with Kong Sanfa and Jiuo Dangshan, and then turned his head to look at the indescribable light flying from the sky, with a thoughtful expression on his face. PS. Happy reading. It's Monday soon. I'm trying hard to get votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419. The Boss Lady is Too Fierce. Monday vote request. Unlike Zhang Shizhen, Kong Sanfa and Jiuo Dangshan, he vaguely sensed a certain aura contained in the light that easily killed Sashan, and actually tried to speak to the light. Ah Fang Tower is fighting Yu Xiangsheng on the other side, not here. Well, I know. He drew his sword and killed the demon general when he saw him trying to run away. The amazing thing was that a voice actually came from the light and responded. Jiuo Dangshan and Kong Sanfa were both stunned and turned back to ask Zhang Shizhen, "Who is this? He came here with a ray of light, and he was so powerful and invincible. Do you know Fang Sui?" Zhang Shizhen smiled and said, "It's not just that simple." He lowered his voice and whispered, "Ah Fang Tao said that we eat his food and use his things. In fact, we should call him the boss, the owner of this light, the boss lady." Zhang Shizhen, if you talk nonsense again, I will not be polite. The light trembled slightly, as if it had spirituality and the magical power of clairvoyance. Zhang Shizhen spoke in a low voice, but was still heard by the light. There was another voice coming out of it, which was clear and cold, but contained a slight anger. At this time, the light jumped, and with a light stroke, it broke through the space barrier, and plunged into the dark and deep reverse void. The space that was cut open did not close. Jiuo Dangshan, Kong Sanfa, and Zhang Shizhen looked into the depths of the dark void, and saw a woman with an ancient sword on her back, the tassel fluttering, and a white dress. She was simple, but already extremely beautiful, with charming features. She came from the reverse void, crossed a long distance in a few steps, and came in front of the 3 people. She waved her hand and the space barrier closed as before. The strange thing was that the appearance of this woman seemed to affect this world invisibly. After her appearance, the drizzle that had been falling from the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ray of bright moonlight in the sky broke through the dark clouds, showing the wonderful scenery of the moon shining on the sea, as if the world was also welcoming the arrival of this woman. This kind of power that can affect the operation of a world without deliberate action, with Kong Sanfa and Jiuo Dangshan's knowledge and vision, is also the first time to see it. The hearts of the 2 were filled with turbulent waves, and they could not calm down for a long time. This woman's cultivation level is probably close to the realm of true immortals, that no one has achieved in thousands of years. After the woman appeared, Zhang Shizhen rarely used elegant words to say, "Miss Jiao is more elegant than before. Are you here to see Fang Tower?" The sea breeze was gentle, slightly ruffling Jiao's long hair. She reached out to gather her hair, and said HMM in recognition. Guo Dongshin and Kang Sanfa's eyes flashed with surprise and they looked at each other again. Although they had not had much contact with Gao, they naturally knew who Gao was. Even the word amazing talent seemed insufficient to describe her. How come Gao is so close to Fang Sui? As for Zhang Shizhen's statement that Gao was the boss's wife, they had already automatically ignored it. Are you kidding? How could this be possible? Kang Sanfa and Guo Dongshin also stepped forward and said, "Hello, Fairy G." Gao's eyes moved, and she nodded to the two of them, saying lightly, "No need to be so polite." Zhang Shizhen said again, "Fang Tower was blocked by Yu Xiangsheng and his men. The other side is quite strong. I don't know whether they will win or lose now. Miss Gao, can you sense his current situation?" Gao smiled and said, "He is fine. He will be here soon." Gao stopped talking after she finished speaking, and the other three also fell silent. After a while in silence, a deafening long whistle was suddenly heard from the sea and sky in the distance. The whistle was clear and sounded hundreds of miles away at first, but after a few breaths, it appeared at the end of the sea and sky in the distance. Fang Sui's figure followed the whistle and came over the waves, from far away to near, and finally came in front of everyone. "I made some mistakes and came late. Please forgive me, brothers." Fang Sui apologized and explained. He first greeted Guo Dongshin and Kang Sanfa, then turned his gaze to Gao and said with a cheerful smile, "You saw my letter." Gao also smiled and said playfully, "Is that a letter? It's obviously a painting." "It's a very good painting." Fang Sui said leisurely, "Oh, you said the swan and toad I painted. I was thinking that you must miss me a lot, so I compared myself to a swan and painted a picture for you." Gao blinked. "So the swan in the painting is you, and the toad?" Fang Sui said proudly, "The toad is the person who misses me." Gao laughed and said, "Stinky scoundrel." Gao and Fang Sui were flirting with each other, like they were very familiar with each other, which made Kang Sanfa and Guo Dongshin dumbfounded. Oh my god, could it be true that Zhang Shizhen said that Gao was the boss's wife? The two turned their eyes to Zhang Shizhen with a questioning look in their eyes. Zhang Shizhen knew about the relationship between Fang Sui and Gao and did not find it strange at all. His expression was normal. "Fang Tao, why did you come here so quickly? What was the final outcome of the battle on your side?" Fang Sui said, "The leader of the shadow camp is dead." Seeing that the situation was not right, the others withdrew with Yu Xiangsheng. During the process, I took the opportunity to injure Yu Xiangsheng. Several shadow masters died, and half of them escaped. I was in a hurry to get here, so I called off the troops and did not continue to chase. After a pause, he said, "This time Yu Xiangsheng came to kill me. Next time we will go find him to play." Zhang Shizhen said, "Then what should we do now?" Fang Sui said, "As a matter of course, since we are here at the 9th Sky Star, there is no reason to stand idly by. Naturally, we have to help and disrupt the Shadow Camp's plan to attack the 9th Sky Star." Gao agreed and said to Fang Sui, "I have to contribute some effort too, and I will come back to find you later." Fang Sui agreed. "Then you be careful." Gao waved her little hand, and her figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, Fang Sui, Zhang Shizhen, Guo Dongshin, Kang Sanfa, a total of 4 people appeared outside the Xianshan Sea city in the center of the 9th Heaven Sea. At this time, the battle on the 9th Heaven Star was still fierce and intense. As the war continued to escalate, reinforcement from both sides gradually increased, and the scale expanded several times. At present, the battle has reached a white-hot level. Inside and outside the Xianshan Sea city, people from both sides can be seen killing and fighting everywhere. In the sky outside the 9th Heaven Star, some important figures who presided over the entire Shadow Clan's invasion of the eastern region also came in person to supervise the battle. The Shadow Clan invaded the eastern region. At first, the Shadow Chief General came in person and formulated a series of plans. Then, 4 of the 8 kings of the Shadow Clan, who were second only to the Shadow Chief General, personally sat in the eastern region and commanded a series of plans to invade the eastern region. These 4 kings of the 8 divisions are all the most outstanding masters in the Shadow Clan. They are also unmatched in the 7th level and have a terrible reputation. At this moment, there were 2 kings of the 8 divisions who came to the outer space of the 9th heaven star to supervise the battle, which showed their importance to the 9th heaven star. Inside the star, the battle was particularly fierce in Xianshanhe City, where Fang Sui and others rushed over. In the past few days, the control of the city has changed hands 4 times. At present, the shadow side has a slight advantage. They are located in the city and are trying to close a giant metal city gate that is hundreds of feet high. The cultivators of the 5 directions domain, on the contrary, are fighting bravely to prevent the shadow creatures from closing the city gate, rushing into the city, and regaining the initiative in the city. Surrounding the city gate, there are countless corpses, and it is extremely tragic. Kill. The shouts of killing are deafening. Outside the city, there are thousands of cultivators attacking the city gate that is about to close. The murderous aura condensed near the city gate, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed, forming a blood-red murderous smoke that split the sky. The city gate was still several feet away from closing. The enemy and our people were crowded inside and outside the city gate, fighting desperately in this space of several feet. Crack. A middle-aged cultivator from the 5 directions domain desperately flew to the city gate, leaned against the city gate with his back, and tried to block the city gate from closing with his body, but was kicked in the ribs by a strong man from the Night Demon clan with curved horns under the command of a shadow inside the city gate. But the middle-aged cultivator still used his body to hold the city gate, and fought to the death, and refused to retreat even a step. The strong man from the Night Demon clan laughed grimly, and then punched down, and the cultivator's head exploded on the spot, and blood plasma splashed. There were thousands of cultivators around, each of them was risking their lives, and their lives were withering like flying catkins, without roots or stalks. Every inch that the city gate closed, or was pushed open, required the price of a life. This is just a fragment of a corner of the entire battle. In the entire battle of Xianshanhe City, it seems extremely small. Even the closing or not closing of this city gate is not enough to affect the success or failure of the overall situation. However, there are still countless people who are fighting for this local victory at the cost of their lives. Only the combination of countless tiny parts can construct the victory or failure of the macro battle. In this situation, Fang Sui, Guo Dongshan, Kang Sanfa, Zhang Shizhen and 4 others rushed from the vast ocean and rushed to the outside of this city gate. Shizhen and I will attack from the city gate, and brother Guo will go straight into the city and fight out. We will work together inside and outside. Can we quickly occupy this city gate? Fang Sui looked up at the towering city wall of more than 600 feet and said in a deep voice. Guo Dongshan did not hesitate. Let's do it. Then he and Kang Sanfa took off, flew over the wall, and rushed into the city from the top of the upper city wall. Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen strode towards the city gate, and the war was ignited in an instant. In fact, most of the cultivators at the city gate were fighting. The stronger ones were fighting in the city. With the strength of Fang Sui and his 4 companions, they really felt like a tiger entering a flock of sheep when they entered the group of 3rd level cultivators. Anyone who blocked them would die. It didn't take long for Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen to separate the crowd and kill them under the city gate. At this moment, the divine soil in Fang Sui's body shook violently, and the 4 underworld mountains rose from the ground one after another, forming an extremely powerful force, which was pressed layer by layer. Finally, in Fang Sui's hand, the technique of underworld magic weapons turned into a square, short-handled, and pocket-looking black hammer. This hammer looks inconspicuous, but it has a name in the Underworld Magic Weapon chapter of the Book of the Dead, called the Underworld Mountain Magic Hammer. It is heavy, and is known as the heaviest weapon transformed by the Underworld Magic Weapons. Zhang Shizhen protected Fang Sui along the way, and any opponent who approached was torn to pieces by him, and blood spurted. When they rushed forward quickly and arrived in front of the city gate, Fang Sui's face was gloomy, and he suddenly raised the dark hammer in his hand, which was performed by the 4 dark mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Sui used the city gate as a drum, and his whole body was shaking. He swung the dark hammer in his hand and smashed the city gate hard. Every time he smashed, the city gate was shone with light, showing a dense array pattern. Otherwise, the entire city gate would be shattered. Every time Fang Sui smashed, the entire Xianshanhe city, which was 3,000 miles long and wide, shook, and hundreds of dark shadows who were holding the city gate behind the city gate vomited blood. Every time he smashed the hammer, the city gate opened 1 foot back. Fang Sui smashed 9 hammers in a row, and the surging energy in his body was exhausted. The dark shadows behind the city gate all vomited blood and fell down. The city gate was wide open. The dark hammer in Fang Sui's hand spun in his palm, and the breath in his body turned again, filling up in an instant. With one hammer, he smashed the head of a brave demon general who rushed up into a rotten watermelon. He and Zhang Shizhen both stepped into the city and participated in a new round of fierce fighting among the crowd. Just as Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen opened the city gate, the battle situation of the entire 9th Heaven Star underwent a huge change. A voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Where are the 8 kings under the command of Shadow? This voice sounded, obviously preparing to invite a battle, to coordinate the entire battle of the 9th Heaven Star. At this time, the 2 kings of the 8 shadows who came to the sky to supervise the battle meant to cut off the enemy's head in the midst of thousands of troops. The one who spoke out to invite a battle was Ji Yao. Her voice was not loud, but calm and beautiful, like a jade bead falling on a plate, but it spread throughout the 9th Heaven Star in an instant, and was heard in the sky and the void. I will be here, Ji Yao, the immortal land. What do you think? A few years ago, you went deep into the chaotic time and space without permission, fought with the demon commander, and finally escaped with injuries. We brothers have participated in the pursuit. Now that your injuries have healed, do you dare to overestimate your own strength and provoke us? 2 voices came from the sky at the same time, like gods and demons, and the words were arrogant. Shadow will win, Shadow will win, Shadow will win. On the entire 9th Sky Star, countless Shadow subordinates shouted at the same time when they heard these 2 voices. The sound moved the sky and the momentum shook the sky. Then someone saw a figure in white, carrying an ancient sword, with long hair fluttering, walking into the sky. That was naturally Ji Yao. Soon after, news of the battle came from the sky. The voice of a powerful person from the 5 regions was extremely excited. Both the 2 kings of the heavens were killed. They were beheaded by Miss Ji Yao with one sword, one sword, one sword. This voice roared through the heaven and earth, repeated again and again, and echoed for a long time. The entire 9th Heaven Star suddenly became quiet, regardless of the enemy or us. The boss lady is too fierce. Zhang Shizhen had been fighting fiercely in the City of Gods. When he heard the news of the battle, he subconsciously looked up at the sky and sighed to Fang Sui, who had just killed a master of the 4th level shadow. The battle of the 9th Heaven Star has come to an end at this moment. Only 4 kings came from the entire eastern region, and 2 were killed at once. The morale of the Shadow tribe was depressed. The remaining demons barely organized and retreated in a hurry, but they were chased and killed by the Zushan Podjan tribe, which was rushed to reinforce by Zhang Zheng and the various troops on the 9th Sky Star, which were in high spirits at this time and suffered heavy losses. Fang Sui and others did not participate in the final chase. On the top of the tallest building in the City of Gods, where the war had stopped, Fang Sui and Ji Yao sat side by side, looking at the sea of sky. Ji Yao's lotus feet in white silk boots swayed rhythmically, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Fang Sui and asked, Fang Sui, the strange letter you drew also came with a note, saying that someone should come to you, and that you have something big that can reverse the entire eastern region war situation, and you want me to help. What exactly does it mean? Ji Yao really wants to know. P.S. This chapter is also more than 4,000 words. Everyone, happy reading please vote! Exclamation mark. Chapter 420, Realm is a barrier. Standing high above, overlooking the vast sea, with a view of a vast expanse of water, it is indeed a relaxing and fascinating experience. Fang Sui attracted his gaze from afar, and was not in a hurry to answer Ji Yao's question. Instead, he asked a question that had nothing to do with the current situation. What realm have you reached now? My cultivation is not slow, but I don't know if I can catch up with you. With Ji Yao's intelligence, she still failed to grasp the meaning of Fang Sui's words at the first time. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something, and a blush flashed across her cheeks. Why are you catching up with me in cultivation? Gao's question was obviously suspected of knowing the answer, which was like kicking the ball back. Fang Sui was extremely shameless and said shamelessly, do you even need to ask this? I must at least have the same cultivation as you, so that we can be considered a good match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, so that I can go to the immortal land to propose marriage, right? Gao's eyes flashed with stars, her eyes were clear, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of smile. She tilted her head to look at Fang Sui, as if to see through how thick Fang Sui's face was. Fang Sui said, if I go to propose marriage, you won't refuse, right? Gao burst out laughing and said, why won't you be rejected when you propose marriage? Fang Sui said, as a matter of course, am I not a swan? I can condescend to like you, a toad who looks up to swans. Shouldn't you be grateful and cry and rush over to me? Gao snorted proudly, curled her lips and said disdainfully, who cares? The two of them teased with smiles on their faces. After a while, Gao became serious and said, speaking of cultivation and the realm of cultivation, it's better not to take it too seriously. Fang Sui hummed, and Gao continued, the realm is like a cage. According to common understanding, every realm breakthrough is to shake the barrier of heaven and earth, which is extremely difficult, right? Fang Sui's eyes flickered slightly, and he vaguely grasped what Gao wanted to express. Then he heard Gao continue, the fundamental purpose of cultivation is to break through the shackles of heaven and earth, and the realm itself is also a part of the shackles. Since it is destined to be broken, why bother to limit yourself to a certain realm in your mind? Isn't this just drawing a circle for yourself, and confining yourself to the fence of a realm? With this invisible mental shackle, it is naturally difficult to break through the barrier, because you first think it is difficult in your mind. Gao's words hide a seemingly true zen. Fang Sui listened carefully and remained silent. Gao said, I'll tell you a little secret. I actually never think about realms. When I practice, every breakthrough happens naturally. I never think about the next stage or what level I will reach. When we first met, if you hadn't asked me, I wouldn't even remember that I was at level 4. After saying that, she smiled playfully. The meaning of Gao's words, to a certain extent, expressed a true spiritual detachment, which was in line with the Taoist concept of non-action. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Fang Sui and continued to explain, the division of realms is just an easy to understand way summarized by some predecessors according to the level of power. It is accurate in most cases, but not absolute. From the birth of the universe to the present, there are always many exceptions in the billions of long years. For example, some people are extremely talented and originally do not understand cultivation. But once the opportunity comes, they will realize the power of heaven and earth overnight, and become perfectly one with heaven and earth. They will instantly break through from the first level to the 5th level, 6th level, or even 7th level, approaching the level of immortals and demons. Although such things are rare, they are not unheard of. Fang Sui's heart was slightly shocked. It is said that the realm is like a sky slash, which cannot be surpassed. Gao's words, however, have another convincing reason, which makes Fang Sui feel that he has opened up a new world. She looked at Fang Sui with a smile. Buddhism has always advocated a saying called one day of sudden enlightenment, becoming a Buddha on the spot. Think about it, if you define becoming a Buddha on the spot according to the level standard, wouldn't it be to transcend from the mortal realm that cannot be reached even at the 1st level to the level of gods and demons beyond the 7th level? So, this realm is a barrier, and many times it is better to abandon it. Don't set a limit on the realm for yourself in your heart. For example, the next level of the 4th level is the 5th level. If you think about it before breaking through, and think about trying to reach the 5th level next time you break through, then the message you convey to the world is that you want to break through to the 5th level, and the feedback from the world will naturally be the 5th level at most. This is what it means to set up a barrier for yourself. What Gao said involves the communication between man and heaven and earth, which contains a mysterious mystery, but it is definitely easier said than done. For her, some things are like going with the flow, and they can be done naturally, but if someone else does it, it is overestimating one's own ability, and it is more likely to be a dog instead of a tiger, which is useless and harmful. This is the reason why we must do everything according to our ability and vary from person to person. But it is undeniable that what Gao said was like opening another door for Fang Sui, which made him realize that the world is vast and all roads lead to the other side. He had a wonderful feeling of touching a new world. The purpose of Gao's words was just this. It was not to let Fang Sui practice according to her words, but to trigger Fang Sui's thinking, such as finding a more suitable practice path for himself, and not limiting himself to the existing rules and regulations. Gao's spiritual cultivation has now approached the level of unparalleled in the world. She can faintly sense what Fang Sui is thinking in his heart. She realized that he had figured out the key, so she stopped talking and swayed her lotus feet in white boots leisurely, looking very leisurely. She suggested, "Let's go for a walk outside the Xianshanhe city." Fang Sui readily agreed. The two got up and stepped out of the Xianshan city in a few steps. They came to the vast ocean outside the city and walked forward. Under the sea, there is a gentle white whale-like beast. It roared, floated to the surface to breathe, and sprayed high water columns. At the right time, the sun was rising, and the light shone down, reflecting the water column, forming a rainbow, hanging between the sky and the sea, dazzling and beautiful. In the distant sky, there were rows of white seabirds flying in the morning light, and the entire ninth heaven was full of vitality after the war. Fang Sui reached out and held Gao's soft and flawless jade hand, smiling a little proudly. Gao tilted her head and rolled her eyes at him, but did not pull her hand back. In the city, on the top of the building where Fang Sui and the other two had just chatted, after they left, two figures appeared whoosh, but they were Guo Dongshan and Zhang Shizhen. You believe it this time? Come on, bring the lost bet, a 6th level energy crystal. Zhang Shizhen smiled and stretched out his hand to ask for the bet. Guo Dongshan looked at Fang Sui and the other man who were walking leisurely in the ocean, and muttered in confusion, "What's going on? It's fine that Fairy G would fall in love with someone, but why is it not me, Guo Dongshan, but Fang Sui? I'm no worse than this guy in any way." After saying that, he touched his face, full of regret. Zhang Shizhen said mercilessly, "Come on, you are far inferior to our Fang Tao. Don't be so conceited. Hurry up and bring me the energy crystal you lost in the bet." Guo Dongshan was a good gambler and did not refuse to pay. He took out a piece of light silver energy crystal with flashing symbols inside, filled with rule fluctuations, and looked extremely precious, and handed it to the satisfied Zhang Shizhen with some pain. "I say, Shizhen, you are a poor man, and you bet with me for a 6th level rule energy crystal. If you lose, do you have something to lose to me?" Guo Dongshan asked with his head tilted. Zhang Shizhen glanced at Guo Dongshan with a look that asked, "Are you stupid? How could I lose? Our team has known for a long time that Fang Tao and Miss Gao are having an affair. They would send messages to each other whenever they had nothing to do. Every time Miss Gao came out of the immortal realm, the first thing she would do was to come to us. Fang Tao told you all these things, but you and Kang Sanfa didn't believe it. But Kang Sanfa is smarter than you, and didn't want to bet with me. You're an idiot. You insisted on betting, so you deserve to lose." Guo Dongshan guessed that this was the first time he was called an idiot. He was stunned for a long time before he recovered. "Did your team member Fang tell you what he was going to do in the next stage?" Zhang Shizhen said, "I never asked. Fang Tower is very tight-lipped. It's usually useless to ask before things start." Guo Dongshan said with a no. "Kang Sanfa has been practicing the wisdom of space and time for 3 days, and her spiritual power is incredible. She said that she always felt that Fang Sui had something to do. You should pay attention. If there is any big event like causing trouble for the shadow creatures, notify me and take Kang Sanfa and me with you, and we will join in the fun." On the other side, Fang Sui and Gao were walking between the sea and the sky, talking as they walked. At this time, the topic turned back to what Fang Sui said about being able to reverse the entire war situation in the eastern region. Fang Sui spoke frankly, "Before we talk about business, I need to be honest with you first." Gao puffed up her cheeks, her eyes flashing as she said, "Tell me, let me hear what bad things you have done." Fang Sui smiled and said, "Actually, if I asked Elder Zhang Zeng and others to come over for what I asked you to do, it might not be a problem. The main reason I asked you to come is because I want to see you. Is this a bad thing? Gao ignored him and asked cunningly, then who is the toad and who is the swan? Fang Sui was speechless and said, it turns out that Fairy G is so petty that she is still brooding over this matter. Well, I will just admit it directly. I'm the swan and you are the toad. Gao looked surprised and looked Fang Sui up and down and said, really, how can you be like a swan? Which swan can be as shameless as you? Fang Sui shook his head and chuckled, then turned to the main topic and said, to put it simply, the purpose of asking you to come here this time is that when I went deep into the Death Labyrinth, I left some arrangements hidden in the Star Gold Altar, so I got to know some of the secrets in the Star Gold Altar. From this, I thought of something that might be of great benefit to the entire Eastern region war situation. I asked you to come. Let's sneak into the Death Labyrinth together and try it out. The wind blew, and the hair of the two people fluttered, and the robes followed the wind, cleverly outlining Gao Hong's perfect figure. She reached out and gathered her long black hair that was messed up by the sea breeze behind her crystal round ears, showing her graceful demeanor. Fang Sui was watching in a daze, and suddenly he found a dark red light shining from the deep sea bed below. He immediately stretched out his hand and pointed, and the energy connected the heaven and earth. The sea surface below suddenly spun sideways, revealing a passage leading directly to the seabed. Let's go for a walk under the sea. Gao agreed, and as they walked side by side with Fang Sui, they asked, so what did you see in the Star Gold Altar? It actually concerns the entire Eastern region war situation. PS. Happy reading. I'm trying to vote. Chapter 421 True Intention. Fang Sui shook his head and said, we have to go deeper into the Star Gold Altar to confirm what we saw. If I say it now, I will be suspected of talking nonsense. He added, but if my guess is right, this may be the only chance to change the situation in the East region. So I called you here. Let's go and find out the truth together. Gao hummed. She obviously had great trust in Fang Sui. Fang Sui simply explained the cause and effect of such a big thing, and she didn't ask any more questions, but nodded and agreed. At this time, the two of them walked into the deep sea. The heavy sea water would be pushed away naturally when it approached the two of them several feet away, and they could not get close. Fang Sui had noticed the faint red light under the sea earlier on the sea surface, but it was an underwater volcano. This deep sea volcano is not far from Shanshan Sea City. Perhaps in order to prevent it from erupting, the huge crater with a diameter of more than 1,000 feet has long been engraved with dense spells. Therefore, although the magma is flowing and the red light is surging below the crater, there is no danger of eruption. Normally, this deep sea volcano is a famous attraction near Shanshan Sea City, and many people come to see the underwater volcano. The dark sea water, under the reflection of the red crater, reflects a blazing halo. Some special deep sea plants grow above and below the volcano. As the sea water sways, you can occasionally see many deep sea creatures of various shapes appearing around. The whole underwater world is bizarre, and it is worth a visit. When Fang Sui looked at the crater, he was surprised to see a strange beast with red phosphorus all over its body, like a fire dragon, but with wings in the magma inside the crater. Its head was majestic and stretched out from the boiling magma like the sea. Its huge eyes were bright and looked very fierce. This strange beast has 3 claws under its belly. It looks like a dragon, but not a dragon, and it looks like a dragon, but not a dragon. It is obviously psychic. After it emerged from the depths of the magma, it ignored Fang Sui, but its eyes opened and closed. When it saw Gao, its entire 30-foot long hideous body emerged from under the magma and lay on the magma as if it was kneeling. When Fang Sui saw the strange beast's servile appearance, he immediately curled his lips and said, this monster is trying to curry favor with you. I'm sure it's a male dragon. Gao rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, don't talk nonsense. This is a Liholoach. Although it is only at the 3rd level, it is an ancient strange beast and is rarely seen now. When its clan was at its peak, it fed on fierce beasts such as dragons. They were both male and female and very powerful. It floated up from the depths of the underground magma to worship me because it had a mysterious feeling and wanted me to guide it in its practice so that it can transform as soon as possible and get rid of the shackles of ordinary beasts. Fang Sui was stunned and muttered, "I said this guy would bow down to you, but it turns out he wants to get something for himself." Gao ignored him, turned to look at the Lihuoloch, waved her hand to shine a ray of light into its forehead, and said calmly, "It is right to face difficulties in cultivation. There is no way to get something for nothing or to ascend to heaven in one step. What I passed on to you is not the art of cultivation, but a coordinate of time and space. If you have the courage to walk out of this underground magma, leave the 9th star, cross the space, and finally reach the coordinate, you can hear the mystery of the truth and escape from the mortal body. For all animals, the hardships they experience in cultivation must be far greater than those of other higher intelligent life forms, and there are endless natural disasters and human difficulties. If this Lihuoloch really dares to walk out of the deep sea volcano and go to the place where Gao gave the coordinate, the hardships can be imagined, and the experience along the way must be extremely dangerous. Who doesn't want to subdue such a strange beast? Even if you kill it, you will be covered with treasures. However, from another perspective, although the risk is great, if you can really reach the time and space coordinates given by Gao, it must be a great fortune for this Lihuoloch. The so-called operation of the way of heaven, blessing and disaster are interdependent. This is the truth. Gao said that there is no gain without work, and this is also the truth. It is precisely because it can be predicted that there will be great danger once leaving this magma fire pool, so the Firoloch under the magma, although knowing that there will be opportunities at the time and space coordinates given by Gao, is still hesitant and undecided, unable to make up its mind whether to leave this nest and go out to experience hardships and look for opportunities. What Li Firoloch is thinking is not within the scope of concern of Fang Sui and Gao. After Gao finished speaking, the two smiled at each other, left this deep sea volcanic area, and continued to walk around and tour under the 9th sky ocean with the intention of exploring the mystery. How does Li Firoloch know that you, Gao, have a good heart and dare to come out from the depths of the magma? Aren't you afraid that once you appear, we will take you in or kill you? Fang Sui thought puzzledly. Gao said with a smile, "The strange beast is psychic. Its ki is in resonance with the heaven and earth, and it can sense good and evil with an intuition. If you were so shameless as to come down alone today, the Lihuoloch would definitely not appear." Fang Sui did not take it as an offense, and asked casually, "Where are the coordinates you gave it?" Gao said, "The Wahan tribe in the ancient tribe. If this Lihuoloch goes to the Wahan tribe with the mark I put into its soul, it will be qualified to listen to the Wahan Sutra. It is a great fortune. The sea is quiet and there are countless mysteries." The two of them wandered around and explored, having a lot of fun. While wandering around, Gao asked, "When are we going to the death maze?" Fang Sui pondered and said, "Let's go in a few days. You just killed 2 Shadow Kings. The other side will definitely send more experts here immediately to stabilize the situation in the eastern region. In the past few days, there must be a lot of Shadow Masters rushing to the eastern region through the teleportation array in the death maze. If we go now, we may collide head on with the Masters who have rushed over, which is not conducive to our actions." He asked curiously, "Gao, what level of strength are you equivalent to now?" "The 2 Shadow Kings are both great masters of the 7th level. You killed them easily?" Gao said calmly, "I told you last time that I went into seclusion to visualize the shanking heaven outside the 33 heavens, which is the fairyland above the mortal world. The purpose is to establish a key connection with the illusory fairyland. When the ki coefficient in the body is converted into a wisp of shanking chaotic fairy energy, it will be able to resonate with the fairyland, which is what people call becoming an immortal." Fang Sui grasped Gao's hand and tightened it for some reason and was silent for a moment. "So if I hadn't written to you this time, you would have probably broken through into the fairyland, traveled through the universe in an instant, comprehended the secrets of heaven, and then ascended into the sky?" Gao did not explain too much, shook her head lightly, and only said, "It's not that simple." Fang Sui frowned and said nothing. Gao turned her head to look at him and said softly, "It's too early to talk about the fairyland. The two of us are thinking about these things now, which is just asking for trouble. Fang Sui smiled and nodded in agreement. Gao changed the subject and said, when this matter is over, what are you going to do in the next stage? Fang Sui always had clear goals for his own direction of action, and he said calmly without thinking, of course, I will continue to cultivate myself as the primary goal. In the next stage, I will go to the southern region, that is, to walk around and gain experience on some life source stars controlled by the Shadow Camp. Gao glanced at him and said, it's dangerous to go deep into the area controlled by the Shadow Camp. If your identity is exposed, you will be in danger of death. Are you going to go alone? Well, in the next stage, everyone in our team will have a holiday and do their own things. Staying together all the time will easily lead to a sense of dependence on each other, which is not conducive to everyone's growth. Fang Sui responded. Then you should be careful. Gao warned. Gao, next time you come out of retreat, if you have nothing else to do, accompany me back to Earth. I want to go to the ancient Egyptian dynasty again. I think there may be some clues there, which are related to the pantheon I practice. It has been almost 10 years since I left Earth. Gao agreed with a smile. Time passed quickly as the two of them strolled around and chatted. In a few days, they traveled all over the ninth star, watching the tides rise and fall, the sun rise and the moon move on the sea, and breathing in the purple air from the east in a nameless mountain range. In the forest of the ninth star, they saw the falling leaves and the fragrance of flowers and plants. 7 days later, the news came. The shadow side really had reinforcement, led by the chief of the devils, leading a group of masters, to launch a series of operations in the east. At present, the chief of the devils has mobilized the army and personally supervised the battle at the front line. In the short term, the east will usher in an unprecedented war. Under such circumstances, Sibutran quietly carried Fang Sui and his party and left the ninth star silently, heading deep into the area of the east that had been occupied by the shadow side. The purpose was to re-enter the death maze. His true intention of breaking through the 4th level and coming to the east has officially begun. Considering the great danger of sneaking into the death labyrinth, the base camp of the shadow and the mother forces in the east region, Fang Sui streamlined the personnel. At this time, the people who stayed on Sibutran to participate in the operation were really elite soldiers. There were only Zhang Shizhen and Zhao Xianzhao in Fang Sui's team. Wu Yanbo led the remaining 7 or 8 peripheral members, all of whom stayed on the 9th Sky Star. In addition, there were Gao, Kong Sanfa and Jiuo Dongshan. There were only 6 people on the whole ship, excluding the unconscious Tina, and the 2 Protoss warriors Leviathan and Venom, but they were all amazing young people. Of course, Gao was actually not suitable for the young generation in terms of cultivation. She had already touched the lintel of a certain transcendent realm. Except for Gao, the others in this group only knew, after they set out, that Fang Sui was crazy enough to sneak into the Death Labyrinth at this time. Now in the Death Labyrinth, there are countless shadow departments gathered. If there is any mistake in this operation, even with Gao's support, there is a high possibility that all members will be killed. Even though everyone has experienced many hardships, they are still scared when they know that they are going to sneak into the death maze. Jiuo Dongshan muttered, "Damn it, Fang Sui, you are a lunatic. If I can get out of the death maze safely this time, I will never gamble with anyone again in my life. Entering the death maze at this time, my gambling luck for a lifetime will be exhausted this time." Zhang Shizhen rolled his eyes and said, "You have bad luck in gambling. This time with you, it's really hanging." In the following days, Sibutran carefully concealed its tracks and never landed on any life source star along the way. The surface of Sibutran also showed a wonderful change. It turned into a dark color-like space, as if invisible, like a ghost ship, quietly moving, constantly approaching the death maze in the space of the east region. Time passed. The huge and boundless death maze with mysterious mysteries is getting closer and closer. P.S. Happy reading everyone, please vote! Exclamation mark. Chapter 422, Great Sun Shining on the Heavens. In fact, according to Fang Sui's original intention, even Tina, who was always in a coma and awakening the blood power of the Artemis family, was also prepared to stay in the 9th star, and then someone would take her back to a safe area. However, considering the many twists and turns along the way, Tina's safety was worrying, so Fang Sui finally left Tina on Cybertron. At this time, Fang Sui brought Gao to Tina's room. Bastley was in Gao's arms, not leaving her, squinting his cat's eyes, with a smile on his face. From the perspective of cultivation, Gao is already a grandmaster, and she is born in the oldest immortal land in the world, so her knowledge is naturally different. Fang Sui brought her here with the intention of letting Gao check whether Tina has some hidden dangers in her long-term sleep. Although Tina has been sleeping for a long time, her body is shining, her skin is crystal clear, her golden hair is naturally scattered on the white bed, and her slender bare feet are as smooth as cream, and her white naked body is exposed. After Tina fell into a coma, the guardian image of the moon goddess appeared beside her. It was as clear as a real god coming to the world. She was wearing a silver white moon god robe, and a dazzling light column lit up at the center of her eyebrows. It was several feet long, and connected to Tina's eyebrows in the air. There was a regular flow of power in the light column, as if it was carrying out some kind of spiritual inheritance to the sleeping Tina. Although the 4 silver white moon wolves were transformed by magic power, they were spiritual. They did not show any hostility to the approach of Fang Sui and Gao, and still lay lazily around Tina's bed. Gao walked in front of Tina, and looked at her with attention. After a while, he turned back to look at Fang Sui and said, "I want to check Tina's body in detail." "You are not allowed to peek." Fang Sui asked curiously, "What are you peeking at?" Gao smiled, looking charming, with a clear look in her eyes, and then began to untie Tina's robe. Although Fang Sui had no dirty thoughts towards Tina, it was not reasonable for a man to turn around and pretend to be a gentleman in such a situation. Fang Sui not only did not avoid it, but also stared at it with wide eyes. Fang Sui first glanced at the magnificent breasts of Tina, and then glanced at Gao's breasts obscurely, wondering in his heart which one was more great. The conclusion he came to was that in terms of size alone, Tina inherited the Western figure, and her breasts were really surging. Fang Sui thought so in his heart, and was overjoyed. "Does it look good?" Gao asked with a smile, turning her head, and stopped after untying Tina's belt, which made Fang Sui feel very regretful. This matter was exposed in front of his face, but Fang Sui was incredibly thick-skinned, and said shamelessly without any shame, "It looks good. But let me make it clear first, everyone loves beauty. I'm purely looking at it from the perspective of appreciation. No, it's tasting. Yes, tasting. Oh, what did you get from the tasting?" Gao said with a gentle smile, without any expression of joy or anger on her face. Fang Sui put on an expert attitude and said, TSK, Tina's breasts are top notch and very elastic. But I still like to look at Gao's. I can tell from the visual that they are perfectly shaped, extremely round and perky. Well, they are the best in the world." This fellow was a little carried away and unscrupulous when he talked about it. He wanted to comment on the pros and cons of the two. Halfway through, he felt something was wrong. He glanced at Gao, who had a faint blush on her face, and was glaring at him. He turned around and walked out dejectedly, pretending to be calm as he walked. "Well, you checked Tina. I won't be here. It's inconvenient, right? Buster, are you going to leave?" Buster meowed. "I'm a girl too. Why should I leave?" Fang Sui said, "You are a girl. Well, even if you are a girl, don't you feel inferior when you see their breasts?" Meow. Buster rolled his eyes fiercely. Gao finally couldn't help laughing and scolded, "Fang Sui, you are such a bad bastard. Get out of here." It was rare to hear such emotional changes and down-to-earth words from Gao. Fang Sui was not ashamed of being scolded, but rather complacent. When he was about to reach the door, he took the opportunity to open the door and glanced back like lightning. That glance. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Tina's white robe had been untied by Gao again, revealing the infinitely beautiful and smooth breasts. Fang Sui was afraid of a nosebleed, so he didn't dare to look at it again and walked out. Outside the door, Zhao Shai and Cao and Guo Dongshan stretched their necks to look inside. Fang Sui quickly closed the door. Guo Dongshan and Zhao Xianzhao expressed their dissatisfaction in unison, lamenting, Fang Tao, we heard what you were talking about inside. You are so mean. You came out to satisfy your own cravings, and didn't even give us soup to drink. Fang Sui blinked. What cravings did I have? I was kicked out, okay. Guo Dongshan and Zhao Xianzhao snorted, and said in unison, who would believe it? Then they lowered their voices and asked, is it beautiful? Zhang Shizhen also let his long indigo hair loose, and stretched out his big head with an increasingly ferocious appearance, showing a look of attention. You are so boring. Kang Sanfa, who was standing aside, had a calm expression, and glanced at a few people coldly. Kang Sanfa was born with a strange vision, and her skin was a copper yellow color. If she stood there motionless, she would be like a bronze statue enshrined in a temple. She was wearing a dark yellow Zen robe, with a Buddha seal on her forehead that shone faintly, projecting a Buddha image in the void. She sat cross-legged in the air, and seemed to be chanting a Buddhist scripture in a trance. There was a mysterious power constantly blessing Kang Sanfa, and her demeanor was incomparable. Kang Sanfa was born in the Nanhai Galaxy's Lian Bikyu mountain under the Dalian Holy Land, the most famous Buddhist sect in the Five Directions. She was an authentic Buddhist disciple, but not a bald nun in the ordinary sense, but a Vajra practitioner who specialized in subduing demons. Therefore, she acted fiercely and bravely, and did not abstain from killing. Although she was a woman, she was usually calm and quiet, but she was as fierce as a female tiger in battle. She was simply the reincarnation of a Vajraarhat. I just don't know why the reincarnation of the Vajraarhat was born as a woman, and became a unique female Vajra. At this time, she glanced at everyone, left a comment of obscene, and then turned around and left leisurely, obviously ashamed to be with a few people. The four people on Fang Sui's side looked at each other, not taking it as an offense, and said in unison, she is a nun, and doesn't understand this, let's continue. The four people gathered together, and were about to continue discussing their respective views on beauties, when they suddenly saw Gao open the door, and walk out with an expressionless face. The expressions of several people were instantly frightened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhang Shizhen, Zhao Xianzhao, and Guo Dongshan quickly used their body skills, and walked very fast. In an instant, only Fang Sui was left standing there stupidly. These guys all had some inexplicable awe of Gao, so when they saw her unhappy appearance, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts and left completely. Gao did want to scare these guys, to prevent them from being lawless, but who knew that her appearance would have such a strong deterrent power and scare them all away. She was a little surprised and smiled dumbly. Fang Sui observed Gao's expression, and saw that she was not really angry, so he immediately took advantage of the situation, and tried to reach out, to pull Gao's hand. Gao let him pull it, but just gave him a charming look and teased, will you look next time? Fang Sui's natural reaction was to nod. Finally, his thoughts turned quickly. Although he nodded, he expressed his loyalty. I will definitely not look anymore. In fact, I didn't see anything just now. After thinking about it, he felt that it seemed a bit disadvantageous to say this. He glanced at Gao's perky breasts and murmured, I won't look casually in the future. When I have the chance, I will only look at you, Gao. Gao couldn't stand this. She blushed and shook off Fang Sui's hand, saying, you are such a scoundrel, forget it. After that, he walked away quickly, and his voice came back from afar. It is not difficult to wake up Tana, but it is rare for people from the 12 gods to have the opportunity to deeply integrate with their blood. So I didn't wake her up. It will be of great benefit to wait for her to wake up naturally. As soon as Gao left, the figures around Fang Sui moved. Guo Dongshan, Zhao Xianzhao and Zhang Shizhen came back at the same time, and gave a thumbs up. Fang Sui, you are really an idol. You dare to say such frivolous words to Fairy G. You are the only one in the world. When Guo Dongshan spoke, he was just like Zhao Xianzhao and Zhang Shizhen beside him, with little stars flashing on his face in admiration. Fang Sui glanced at the three people with his sidelong eyes, and said proudly, I have many skills to pick up girls. You can learn slowly in the future. Then he waved his hand and left casually. Is Fang Sui bragging, or does he really have superhuman skills in this area? Guo Dongshan looked suspicious. Zhao Xianzhao Zhang Shizhen said, he is indeed very good at picking up girls. Miss Ji Yao is probably the only one in the universe. Isn't she our boss's wife? The example is right in front of him, which can't be disbelieved by Jiuo Dongshan. He nodded in agreement. In Cybertron, in a training room, that belongs to Fang Sui alone. After he came in, he sat cross-legged, and was pushing the power in his body. It was not far from the Death Labyrinth, so it was too late to practice in seclusion. Fang Sui was now tempering himself according to a 4th level practice method called Great Sun Shining on the Heavens in the Sun Golden Sutra. The human body has 361 acupoints, which corresponds to the number of the heavens. At this time, Fang Sui's whole body was bright, and every pore in his body was pouring out wisps of mysterious light from the inside out. The whole body seemed like glass, surrounded by precious colors, flawless and spotless. In his body, a golden sun was slowly running in the body's orifices. Every time it passed an acupoint, this sun would split into a ray of light and turn into a halo, illuminating and washing this acupoint, making it extremely transparent, without a trace of darkness and impurities. When Fang Sui practiced all over his body, the brilliant golden sun in his body completely disappeared, and was replaced by the endless light in the 361 acupoints in his body. This is to use the universe within one's body, to reflect the universe of heaven and earth, and to ignite 361 key points corresponding to the heavens in the body, which can generate infinite divine power, and develop various wonders of the human body. Then his body regenerated and changed, and the power of the scorching sun in the 361 points gathered upstream, passed through the courtyard in an instant, and intertwined in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, and reformed a round of scorching sun with a magnificent and overwhelming light. The flame on the scorching sun was slightly more prosperous and brilliant than before the practice. This is the process of practicing a scorching sun holy fire power at the 4th level of the Sun Golden Sutra, which is wonderful and unparalleled. Fang Sui opened his mouth and spit out a golden flame, which burned in front of him out of thin air, and actually burned the void into distortion and faint cracks. This kind of atmosphere is less than half a step away from the record of the Sun Golden Sutra, that the scorching sun fire completely burned through the void. When he can use the holy fire of the sun to easily burn the void barrier, Fang Sui's practice will make another breakthrough, reaching the realm of breaking space at will, and he can make a preliminary attempt to enter and exit the positive and negative space within a short distance. At this time, Fang Sui circulated the power in his body for a cycle, and he was not in a hurry to get up. He first urged the Sun Golden Sutra to illuminate his whole body, and then turned to his lower abdomen. One of the 4 dark mountains located on the land of the God's land suddenly rose up and appeared in Fang Sui's hand in an instant, turning into a 9-inch high black mountain. Peace. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 423, The Book of Death Level 4 Innate Spell. Fang Sui stared at the hill in his hand, his eyes slightly pondering. After running the Sun Golden Scripture, it was time to practice the Book of the Dead. Just like the Sun Golden Scripture, breaking into the 4th level, the Book of the Dead also opened a new chapter, showing all kinds of magical powers and skills, among which there is a magical and incomparable life spell. When practicing, you need to nourish yourself with your own essence and blood day and night. Before you succeed, you must not relax for a day. If you stop for a day, all your previous efforts will be wasted, and you need to start all over again. The entry-level practice of this life spell requires the 4th level, which shows how difficult it is. After Fang Sui reached the 4th level, he had been watching this life spell repeatedly for many days, and he was looking forward to the various magical descriptions on it. After many days of study, he remembered every step of practicing this life spell by heart, and there was no possibility of any mistakes. It was only then that he was ready to really start practicing and refining this spell. Fang Sui held the small nether mountain with one hand and made a gesture with the other. A faint light like water appeared around him, pouring in the air. In an instant, a piece of armor was formed, floating in the air, with an aura that frightened people. It was Fang Sui's Netherland armor. The armor was black all over, and the nether key was flowing. It was sacrificed and refined by Ulaius many times. There were 3,000 curse runes hidden in it, which matched the number of the Great Dao. Once activated, the armor would show a scene of 3000 spell patterns flickering, as if the stars in the sky were gathered in a set of armor. The gorgeous scene can be imagined. According to the records in the Book of the Dead, it is best to have an object to carry the life spell when practicing the life spell. Otherwise, if the supreme spell power is directly fostered in the body, there will be a hidden danger of backlash and the blood will be increasingly exhausted. And the carrier of the spell power is the best thing to carry the practitioner's own aura. If you really can't find a good carrier, but you are eager to practice this spell, you can also mutilate one arm as a carrier of the spell power. From this point of view, the power of this spell is probably very vicious and evil. Fang Sui would never mutilate himself, so he thought about it carefully and found that nothing is more suitable than the underworld armor to be the carrier of the life spell. This armor has accompanied him all the way from the first level to the present, and naturally carries his aura, which is the best carrier of the life spell. The Book of Death describes that, if this life spell is refined to a deep level, it can be transformed into an invisible but divine spell power, killing people thousands of miles away, judging life and death, and it has never failed. Once the spell power is released, it is like the decree of death. All kinds of changes are not only powerful, but also weird and infinite, and it is the most difficult to guard against. Not to mention reaching the final stage. As long as you can enter the primary level of this life spell, you can show incredible magical uses. The armor is used as the carrier of the natal spell. Once it is formed, the armor can be dominated by a wisp of Fang Sui's essence. It has the magical power of changing into invisible, traveling through time and space in an instant, and killing people, and taking their souls. At this time, Fang Sui summoned the armor and thought about the steps of refining the natal spell in his heart. Then, without delay, he forced the essence and blood in his body from his fingertips, and used his hand as a pen to refine and carve on the armor. 2 hours later, Fang Sui was sweating profusely, and his face was pale. Once the natal spell began to be refined, its difficulty was even beyond his expectations. Even though everything was ready, and he had repeatedly pondered it before, he still failed once. It took 2 hours to finally refine and carve the initial spell pattern. At this time, in front of Fang Sui, on the black armor of the underworld, there was an extra layer of bloodlines thinner than a hair, densely packed. It looked like the armor was alive, with blood running. Extremely strange. In fact, the bloodlines on the armor were indeed flowing slowly, like human blood vessels, densely covering the armor. The armor of the underworld, which had been refined with the life spell, was vibrating all over, as if it really had life. It and Fang Sui had an indescribable spiritual connection, as if it had become a part of Fang Sui's body. This induction was extremely mysterious. Fang Sui, who had consumed a lot of blood and essence, had a pale face, but his eyes were bright and smiling. Fortunately, after the first sacrifice, the next sacrifice only needed to be fed with blood and essence, which was much simpler. Otherwise, if a lot of blood and essence were consumed every day to depict it, it would be too much of a burden. Fang Sui stretched out his hand and pointed, and the armor flashed in the air, suddenly entered the small underworld mountain in his hand, and disappeared. Mingshan seemed to be a sheath for storing the natal armor, and the armor was placed in it for warming. After all this was done, Fang Sui ended this practice, took the Mingshan carrying the natal armor back into his body, and then closed his eyes to push the power in his body to replenish the consumed blood. After a few more hours, Fang Sui's pale face gradually returned to normal. At the same time, in the space thousands of miles away from Cybertron, there was a dark ship nearly 1,000 feet long and shuttle-shaped. The ship was pointed at both ends, bulged in the middle, and had smooth and perfect lines. It had a magical power that shocked people, and people knew at first sight that this ship was very extraordinary. The whole ship was flowing with black light and shrouded in black fog. In a trance, it seemed like an invisible object, walking opposite to Cybertron and gradually approaching. At this time, there were 3 people sitting in the main control room of the ship, and more than 10 followers stood around the 3 people. The leader among all the people was a young man from the Shadow Clan. His eyes were dark and without whites, which was the characteristic of a true Shadow Clan member. The young man wore a gorgeous dark blue armor, and sat there straight as a pine tree with a cold face. Beside the young man, there were 2 other people sitting. One was a sturdy man from the demon clan with thick hair like a gorilla. He looked to be approaching middle age and had a rough and dark complexion. The other had short horns on his head. He was also approaching middle age, but his body was relatively thin. He was a Night Demon clan member. The three of them had bright eyes and each had their own aura. Their cultivation was at the 5th level. At this time, the three of them had a playful look in their eyes, and they were watching a screen with array patterns displayed on the side of the ship. What was displayed was a situation in the nearby space, detected by this shadow ship. Cybertron, which was moving silently thousands of miles away, suddenly appeared on the screen, and was watched by the three people. It's obvious at first glance that these are inferior creatures from the 5 regions. They sneaked into the area we occupied, and were ready to plot something bad. Now that they have fallen into our hands, they deserve to die. The Night Demon had a fierce temper and a terrifying murderous aura. He shouted for killing as soon as he opened his mouth. "Upoluo, you are so stupid for killing people at every turn. You have missed a lot of fun. We must have captured these people when they fell into our hands, but we are not in a hurry to kill them. We should enjoy them first. If there are women among them, it would be the best. If there are no women, I don't mind men with fair skin." The strong man of the demon clan said this, and subconsciously reached out to touch between his legs. He seemed to be itching, and his movements were rough. His eyes were fixed on Cybertron displayed on the screen, as if he had a perspective eye, and could see the women in the picture. The demon clan is really an inferior lower body animal. It can't change the habit of eating shit. The Night Demon clan looked at the strong man of the demon clan with disdain. The demon tribe retorted, "My demon tribe is a lowly lower body animal, while your Night Demon tribe is noble. In my opinion, you are not as good as my demon tribe. So what if your Night Demon tribe is now one of the 4 powerful tribes under the Shadow King clan? My demon tribe has declined in recent years, but it is not your turn to fart." The Night Demon tribe was furious and stood up with a bang, and his momentum was instantly released. Seeing that the two people were arguing more and more fiercely and were about to fight, the surrounding attendants were silent, and no one dared to speak. The Shadow Clan youth who had never spoken coldly stared at the two people coldly, and the dark eyes suddenly became brighter, and he shouted softly, "Two idiots. You two just found an enemy ship sneaking in during the patrol, and you two took the opportunity to quarrel. What's the difference between you and the mob? Do you want to be punished by military law?" As soon as the shadow youth spoke, the other two, although a little indignant, did not dare to speak again, and honestly stopped. The young man continued coldly, "With the performance of our shadow demon ship, the discovered ship must not know that we have discovered its whereabouts at this time. We will suddenly attack, and capture and kill them all. If you two idiots have the strength, you may as well use it later." After speaking, he waved his hand, and asked his subordinates to convey the order. After a few breaths, the shadow ship suddenly accelerated and turned into a black light, as if jumping forward in the void, rapidly approaching Cybertron. On the other side, as early as when the other party discovered Cybertron, it was also discovered by Cybertron's core, the Protoss magic crystal, and notified Fang Sui the first time. Therefore, at this time in Cybertron's main control room, Fang Sui and others were all there, and they were also paying attention to this shadow demon ship through the detection image displayed by Cybertron. "Master, the shadow ship detected by Cybertron's detection waves is a low-level king ship, which means that only the real Shadow Clan is qualified to operate it. It is made of a dark metal that has the natural effects of concealment and virtuality. Its ability is quite strange. Like the Shadow Clan, it is an invisible killer among ships. Should we take a detour or choose to fight?" the Protoss warrior Leviathan asked, after stating the main characteristics of the shadow demon ship. He called Fang Sui Master, which is the abbreviation of the magic crystal host. Fang Sui shook his head and said, "There is war in the eastern region now. A major war is about to start, and small wars are constantly going on. Even if we occasionally expose our tracks, it is actually not a big deal. No one will infer that we are bold enough to sneak into the death maze, so we don't have to take a detour and hide." He paused and said, "If we fight, how confident is Cybertron that it can defeat that shadow ship?" The Leviathan who was asked shook the thick horizontal braids unique to their race, and said proudly, "That is just a low-level Shadow King ship. Although it is precious, the Cybertron evolved from the magic crystal of my hunting god clan is the most precious treasure in the universe. It is effortless to defeat this Shadow King ship. This kind of space encounter was expected after going deep into the area controlled by the shadow creatures. Seeing the shadow ship approaching rapidly, Fang Sui sneered. Before going deep into the death maze, it's better to warm up. Zhang Shizhen and Jiuo Dongshan, who were standing beside him, were all veterans of battles. They stared at the approaching shadow ship on the screen, their mouths curled slightly, their faces calm, and they were not frightened or scared. At this time, the magic crystal sent a message that the other shadow ship had sent a request for the exchange of aurate patterns. The next moment, a clear screen was projected on the porthole of Cybertron. The leading young man on the shadow ship and 3 people from the Night Demon Clan and the Demon Clan appeared on the screen with grim faces. They obviously thought that Fang Sui was still unaware of their arrival, so they looked down at him as soon as they appeared. The Night Demon laughed grimly and spoke first. You dared to sneak into the area controlled by my Shadow Clan, which is tantamount to seeking death. Now we have forced you close to us, but you are still unaware, which shows how stupid you are. Now you can't even escape. If you are smart, surrender voluntarily. Maybe you can save your life and stay as a slave. The Night Demon paused, pointed at the demon beside him with contempt, and said gloomily, if you dare to resist, see, this demon next to me is a famous vicious man. Both men and women are his favorites. TSK, if there are women on your side, their fate may be a little better. At most, they will be tortured to death by him. If you are men, that will be miserable. This guy can blow your butts and pull your intestines out from the back, and watch you beg for mercy and wail and die bit by bit. Fang Sui laughed dumbly. After the formations were connected, he could see the 3 people on the shadow ship, and the other side could naturally see him, so he responded calmly, actually, I also want to say that you are very unlucky to see me. I will catch you later, and try to let that demon tribe and you fuck each other, and then pull out your intestines, to see who can last longer. It's just a bit disgusting. Idiot, you are looking for death. The 3 people in the shadow ship heard Fang Sui's response, and they all looked fierce and sneered, and then disconnected the connection screen of the formation connection. 10 minutes later, the 2 ships met head-on in space. Before the people on both sides made a move, Cybertron started a battle with the shadow ship first. At this time, the reason why the Protoss magic crystal was the Protoss's treasure was revealed. The magic crystal suddenly broke away from Cybertron and sneaked into the shadow ship silently and unpredictably. Not long after, Fang Sui received a message from the magic crystal that the enemy ship's core had been absorbed and invalidated. As Leviathan said, the magic crystal easily took care of the shadow warship. Then the magic crystal returned, controlling Cybertron to shed the light of absorption, and immediately began to devour and absorb the shadow warship. The ship's central nervous system failed, and it was illuminated by Cybertron's light of absorption. It was suspended in space, motionless and allowed to be absorbed by Cybertron. This situation naturally surprised the people in the ship. They had no choice but to leave the ship, enter space, and kill Cybertron. In addition to the 3 leaders, this group of people also had nearly 100 subordinates, from level 1 to level 3, and to level 4, with a fierce momentum. Unfortunately, the outcome of the battle between the 2 sides was not suspenseful. Although Fang Sui's side had a small number of people, they were all masters. Without Gao's action, the others rushed out like wolves and tigers. In an instant, they came into close combat. Fang Sui directly summoned the undead army. The battle ended half an hour later. Most of the other side's troops died under the attack of the undead army. The 3 5th level leaders were quite powerful. The leading shadow youth fought against Jiuo Dongshan and was only at a disadvantage, not defeated. In the end, the shadow youth's face changed. Seeing that the situation was not good, he wanted to retreat, but was captured by Kang Sanfa and Jiuo Dongshan. The biggest beneficiary of the whole battle was Cybertron. Its evolution energy bar had always remained at 37% of the elite level for 2 years. After absorbing this shadow ship, it evolved to 45% at once. This surprised Fang Sui a little. It seems that the dark metal used to make the shadow ship is very suitable for Cybertron's taste. After sealing the power of the shadow youth, Fang Sui was not in a hurry to interrogate him. The youth, together with the other two 5th level night demons and the guys from the demon tribe, became the first prisoners since the construction of Cybertron's 2nd level prison. After this small wave, Cybertron's progress became more cautious and secretive. After another 2 days, in the dark and boundless space, the towering and huge maze of death could finally be seen from afar. P.S. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Happy reading, thank you for all your support. Chapter 424. Dust moves slightly. In the deep and boundless space where darkness is eternal, there is a small, dead, and desolate star thousands of miles away from the Death Labyrinth. At this time, a dark blue light was emitting in front of Cybertron, like an indestructible cold knife, quietly breaking through the shell of the star, escaping into it, and disappearing. After Cybertron entered, the earth waves of the star's shell surged, covering up the newly broken traces. From the outside, there was no trace for people to find that Cybertron had hidden inside the star. Cybertron, which entered the star, seemed to have turned into a meteorite and stopped quietly. Such a disguise is difficult to be seen through, unless there is a small probability event such as bad luck, that the small star happens to be smashed. Some star pirate forces in the universe use this kind of disguise most often. It is simple, practical, and secretive enough. Inside Cybertron, Fang Sui and others are watching a detection screen presented by Cybertron. The screen shows the Death Labyrinth. The appearance of this maze has changed a lot. The last time I came here, there were countless entrances and exits outside the entire maze, but now they are gone. Zhao Xianzhao said as he looked at the screen. The image of the death maze on the screen has indeed changed greatly. When it first appeared in the east region, it was a huge oval comparable to a galaxy, with a silver-black hue on the surface, like a strange light curtain like Mercury. The current maze is still huge and boundless, but the outer light curtain has completely disappeared. The entire maze is completely open, and the shape has become square, looking more like an ancient continent overflowing in the void. On the continent transformed by this death maze, the clouds are floating. The vision is hazy, and it is full of ancient meaning and death aura, as if it is an independent world, with its own world, with stars, sun, and moon rising and setting, and day and night rotating. It is now night in this maze. The death maze in its own world just floats in the vast space, with an overwhelming atmosphere and a sense of oppression. Especially on the continent of the death maze, there are millions of shadow ships and death palace flying palaces, carrying countless shadow tribesmen, rising and falling. This scene is quite shocking. Obviously, the shadow side is fully preparing for war, and a war with the 5 Eastern region may start at any time. Against this atmosphere, the grim sense of oppression spread throughout the death maze is even stronger. Hey, Fang Sui, you still have time to regret now. Do we really want to sneak into the death maze? If we are discovered, we will die. After a brief pause, Guo Dongshan winked and continued, Captain Fang, so many shadow tribesmen, once their traces are discovered, they will pile us to death. I'm afraid that except for Miss Gao who is sure to leave, the rest of us will be finished. Well, that's not right. I guess Miss Gao will take you with her when she leaves, so what should we do? Gao and Fang Sui stood side by side, ignoring Guo Dongshan's joking ridicule. On her beautiful face, a pair of clear eyes sparkled with dazzling spirit. She was also examining the outer scene of the Death Labyrinth that appeared on Cybertron. She said quietly, the key is how do we sneak in? I have sensed that the Death Labyrinth has opened some kind of bank to prevent intrusion. It has even sealed the corresponding anti-space. In other words, our plan to sneak in from the anti-space is impossible. Everyone looked at each other and was stunned. They encountered an accident just after arriving. Is the plan to sneak into the labyrinth going to fail? Fortunately, Gao immediately said, the maze has locked the corresponding anti-space. If you want to go deeper into it without being discovered, you can only go through the mezzanine between the positive and negative spaces. In this way, the depth of the space becomes shallow, and it is easy to be noticed. So what you said, Guo Dongshan, is right. I can only protect one person from being noticed. If there are more than one, we may be discovered if we encounter a 7th level opponent. After hearing this, everyone sighed and said, it's over. Miss Gao can only take one person in. No one in the world Can beat the team. You two go, and we'll watch outside. Gao still looked innocent and pretty. She didn't mind that everyone kept teasing her and Fang Sui's relationship, and she didn't feel shy like ordinary women about such things. Kong Sanfa suddenly said, "My Void Tribulation Lotus Leaf is a treasure with its own space system. It can contain a mustard seed. As long as it is not a god or demon beyond the 7th level, it should not be able to sense it. So I can also go in with Brother Fang and Miss Gao, and I can help when there is something." Guo Dongshan blinked his eyes. He was sighing just now, as if he had lost his parents. At this moment, his face changed immediately, and he said with a smile, "After all, our family is also a royal family of magic. Who would believe it, if we don't have a few space magic treasures? Ha, fortunately I have prepared it in advance, you see." After speaking, a pocket-sized robe less than half the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his hand. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the robe suddenly increased in size, and was put on him, becoming a light green standard wizard robe, with space ripples on it, and symbols flowing like water. The fellow said complacently, "Did you see? This is an ancient space robe, which has a similar function to your lotus leaf, Kong Sanfa, and can also ensure that I can follow in without being discovered." Seeing that these people all had deep family backgrounds and displayed their unique items, they all had ways to get in. Zhao Xianzhao muttered like a young wife, "My cultivation is the last among us. Miss Gao can lead the team. Kong Sanfa and Dongshan each have treasures, but in the end they left me and Shizun out. I knew that I would not be able to go in. It hurts my self-esteem." Who knew that Zhang Shizun did not give him face at all, and added insult to injury by saying, "You stay outside by yourself. Although my cultivation is only at the 4th level now, I was originally born from the ancestral land of the underworld, a group of pure and pure Yin Qi chaos, which is in harmony with the Qi of heaven and earth. No one can see through my arrogance in hiding. I want to follow in too." Zhao Xianzhao rolled his eyes and was speechless. After a long while, he said, "Shizun, you are really a good friend." Everyone smiled. After that, they gathered together to discuss the process of going deep into the maze and how to deal with danger, and then they were ready to start the action. The group first left the desolate star hidden in Cybertron and came to the deep space. Gao stretched out his hand and easily opened the void barrier. He smiled at Fang Sui, his eyes were warm, and he took his hand generously, took a step forward, and disappeared in an instant. Guo Dongshan pouted and urged, "Kong Sanfa, hurry up, look at Fang Sui's smugness, let's not let him fall behind, chase him." After speaking, the robe on his body suddenly moved rhythmically, the void was like water. Guo Dongshan seemed to have merged into the space barrier, and hurriedly chased after Fang Sui and Gao. Kong Sanfa ignored Guo Dongshan, slowly offered a green lotus leaf, stepped on it, the lotus leaf swayed gently, and silently disappeared into the void. Zhang Shizun gave a light scold, and his body turned into a group of feminine ghost energy, and his entity disappeared. If the previous few people broke through the space to move forward, the ghost energy transformed by Zhang Shizun was to follow the flow and cling to the space barrier, just like skating and sliding on the space. It was a bit tricky, but also silent and very secretive. The process of entering the death maze officially began. In fact, after Fang Sui sacrificed his life spell to the underworld armor, his armor also initially had the ability to transform into nothingness. If Fang Sui wanted to go deeper independently, he probably had the confidence to hide his breath and sneak into the maze in a similar way to Zhang Shizun. However, how could he go deeper by himself and walk hand in hand with Gao? Therefore, Fang Sui was determined not to talk about the things that could be done independently. Because the anti-space within the scope of the death maze was closed, the way for everyone to go deeper at this time was not to break through the space barrier in the ordinary sense and enter the anti-space, but to walk in a sandwich between normal space and anti-space, in the central area of positive and negative space. This is like a passage. Walking in it, the left side is the anti-space and the right side is the normal space. As a result, Fang Sui saw a strange scene. As he moved forward, he could see the scenes of the positive and negative spaces at the same time. The scene of the negative space was dark, with occasional spatial turbulence passing through. It was not as stable as the positive space, which was suitable for survival. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level, the more one could appreciate the murderous intent hidden in the negative space. In the negative space, there were aging spatial fluctuations, some of which were like sharp blades, and could even strangle a 7th level cultivator. Gao cast a ray of warm light to cover the two of them, holding Fang Sui's hand, and walked forward in the space layer without any disturbance. After Fang Sui looked at the negative space, he turned to look at the positive space. Walking in the space layer, the speed was second only to the speed of shuttling through the negative space, and it was also 1,000 miles in an instant. Therefore, although the group had just entered the space layer and had not moved forward for a long time, they had already crossed thousands of miles and successfully sneaked into the outer area of the death maze, and were moving deeper into the maze. Looking at the normal space from the space layer, the scene is as if covered by a layer of gauze, a little hazy. After Fang Sui and others entered, they were in the middle of the death maze, overlooking the vast land in the maze. There were thousands of shadow ships and flying palaces of the Death Palace neatly arranged on it, and the tribes of various races under the shadows kept coming in and out of it, a busy scene. Fang Sui frowned and watched, silent, then turned to look at Kang Sanfa, Guo Dongshan and others who were following behind. If space is like the ocean, then Kang Sanfa's Lotus Leaf and Guo Dongshan's Space Robe are a small boat ferrying in the ocean. The two were far less calm than Gao in space, just like breaking through the waves on the sea, trembling with fear, as if there was a risk of capsizing at any time, but fortunately there was no real accident. At present, they have just entered the shadow maze. There are no masters of the shadow camp around, so there is no danger of being exposed by others to see through their aura, and they are not nervous at all. Gao glanced at Fang Sui who was looking around, and asked softly, "You said that there were arrangements left in the Star Gold altar. Can you sense it now? Do you know what is going on in the altar? If we don't know the truth, it would be too dangerous for us to rush in rashly." Fang Sui responded, "I dare not use the arrangements are left in the Star Gold altar casually, for fear of arousing people's vigilance and causing all our previous efforts to be wasted. I will try to sense the situation in the altar." After speaking, he closed his eyes and transmitted his thoughts. At the same time, in a deeper space in the death maze, in the Star Gold altar that Fang Sui and others had entered, a grain of dust hidden on the countless sculptures of gods kneeling to worship the mothers moved slightly. PS. Happy reading. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 425, The Yin God Varana. The Death Labyrinth is a world of its own, with a brilliant starry sky above, and an endless land below, and a gentle night breeze in the middle, refreshing the heart. Unfortunately, all that were parked on the ground were Death Palace flying palaces and shadow ships, which rose and landed from time to time, heading to various places in the 5 eastern regions, with a full-scale invasion posture, which was a big spoiler. The line of sight lingered in the Death Labyrinth, and between the countless Death Palace flying palaces and shadow ships, one could also see towering altars, interspersed and located. There was a teleportation array on each altar, and the light swayed, and the shadow tribesmen entered and exited from it in an endless stream. The goal of Fang Sui and others was to pass through one of the teleportation arrays, and enter the Star Gold altar space deeper in the labyrinth. When Fang Sui closed his eyes to sense, Gao waited quietly and stopped talking. At this time, the defense in the Death Labyrinth was particularly tight. Even if one moved forward in the interlayer of the positive and negative spaces, one would encounter some invisible and intangible space restrictions, but they were all broken by Gao. After a while, Fang Sui opened his eyes and clearly sensed the feedback from the mechanical fly that had been left in the altar space and turned into dust and hidden. He said to Gao, "There is no problem with the arrangement in the Star Gold altar. There is no one in the altar at this time, which is just right for us to sneak in." Gao's eyes were intelligent and clear, and she hummed lightly as if she agreed. At the beginning, Fang Sui had a total of 2 mechanical flies that could be infinitely shrunk. One of them was placed in the Death Palace flying hall controlled by Sashayan Demon General to monitor his whereabouts. After Sashayan was killed, the mechanical fly was taken back by Fang Sui. The other mechanical fly in his hand was the one that was originally released in the Star Gold altar. When everyone withdrew from the altar in a bloody battle, Fang Sui's heart moved slightly, so he did not take it back and let it stay in the altar. At that time, leaving this fly in the altar was just a casual move, and he did not expect it to be of any great use. But this extremely tiny mechanical fly did not move after that, lying dormant like dust on a statue of a god in a star gold altar, silently monitoring and recording everything that happened in the altar from Fang Sui's departure to the present, and gradually passed it to Fang Sui. Therefore, Fang Sui grasped some clues based on the bits and pieces of information passed by the mechanical fly, made judgments based on them, and vaguely found an opportunity to reverse the situation in the eastern region. Then he began to make targeted arrangements, including inviting Gao to come and explore the death maze again. Of course, with Fang Sui's mentality, this exploration was not as simple as just inviting Gao to come. Other means were also arranged in secret, but these means have not yet been revealed, and outsiders are unaware of it. The perspective turned back to the present, with Gao and the team of Fang Sui and others, with her cultivation. As long as she did not encounter a great master at the peak of the 7th level or above, there would be no worry of being exposed. The group walked without any alarm, and finally came to a teleportation array at the top of an altar. Several people were still in the space layer, suspended above the void, or looking down at the teleportation array not far below with sharp eyes. Zhang Shizhen said in surprise, "This doesn't seem to be the teleportation array we used to enter the Star Gold Altar space last time." Fang Sui explained, "Indeed, it is not the same one. There have been many changes in the death maze during this period of time. This teleportation array is the one that can enter the altar space. The previous teleportation array that could enter the altar space has now become a trap. If we use the last experience and teleport through that teleportation array, we will die." Zhang Shizhen wondered, "Fang Tao, how did you know?" Fang Sui smiled and said, "You forgot to capture the 3 prisoners before coming in. When we were discussing how to enter here in the Suburtran main control room, I asked Buster and Ulaius to interrogate the Shadow Clan youth. There is no need to go into details about the process. In short, Buster looked through his memory and thus grasped some changes in the death maze. Otherwise, if we came in rashly, wouldn't we suffer a great loss?" Most of the people were stunned. It turned out that Fang Sui had secretly interrogated the prisoners and grasped some changes in the periphery of the maze before coming in with confidence. After Fang Sui finished speaking, he suddenly saw Gao frowning and looking towards the deeper direction of the death maze. He looked at her and was suddenly startled. In the deepest part of the death maze, there was a mist spreading, and in the mist, a huge mountain range could be seen faintly. It was so thick that it could not be encircled, so high and amazing, and it soared into the sky. It was so huge that it seemed like the legendary Sacred Mountain. However, when Fang Sui and others looked carefully, they were shocked to find that the mountain range was actually a mountain of dead people, which was made up of countless corpses. A mountain of corpses so high that it connected the sky and the ground. The number of piled corpses would be so horrifying that it must be counted in billions. Guo Dongshan stared at the terrifying mountain of corpses. His voice was low and angry. Did the Shadow Party pile up all the lives killed since the invasion of the East region? What is the purpose? The others were silent, and no one could answer this question. Kong Sanfa chanted a Buddhist name for the first time since everyone met him, and his eyes were full of sorrow. The shadow creatures committed such a shocking killing, which was indeed against the harmony of heaven and frightening. At the location of the corpse mountain, a dead air that rushed to the sky gathered and did not dissipate, and the resentment was overwhelming, producing all kinds of strange phenomena, and the scene was extremely horrifying. And the dead air intertwined, flowing and winding like a river. Every once in a while, these dead air would be collected by the array pattern under the corpse mountain and sucked into the ground of the death maze. The purpose was unknown, which made the death maze even more weird. The shadow creatures and the mother forces collected the corpses of the creatures killed from the 5 directions and piled them here, turning them into a mountain of bones. It seemed that they were setting up some kind of formation. What was the purpose? Fang Sui and his group frowned, and it took a while before they retracted their gaze and looked at the teleportation array in front of them again. When they came to the outside of this teleportation array, they were not in a hurry to enter it. The reason for this was that this time they entered the death maze, which was tightly guarded and had many restrictions. The Shadow and the Mother Forces seemed to be making some big moves in the near future, so they might be so cautious. Fang Sui and the others became more cautious, fearing that rashly entering the altar space through the teleportation array would cause abnormal fluctuations and expose their whereabouts. They were lurking in the void layer outside the teleportation array at this time, waiting for a suitable opportunity. That is, when other people enter and exit the teleportation array, they follow in. At the right time, the teleportation array is already in operation, and they can enter the Star Gold altar space without being noticed. Of course, this move is also extremely dangerous, and it is easy to make things worse, and it is very likely to be discovered. If it weren't for the fact that several people are skilled and bold, otherwise, there will be problems if there is a slight mistake. Several people quietly hid and waited silently. This wait lasted for several hours, and no one entered or exited the teleportation array that could enter the altar space, and there was no opportunity. Fortunately, Fang Sui and the others were very patient, and there was no emotion such as anxiety and restlessness in their hearts, and they were still calm and calm. Fang Sui occasionally teased Gao, but she didn't get angry. She only rolled her eyes at him when Fang Sui's gossip was a little too much. Fang Sui was very thick-skinned and didn't care at all. Instead, he felt endless fun. Finally, as time passed, the teleportation array pattern that Fang Sui and others were paying attention to began to glow. This was a sign that someone was about to come out of the Star Gold altar. The next moment, two figures appeared in the teleportation array. The two people were a man and a woman. The man wore a strange black and white armor and a mask of good and evil on his face, hiding his true face. The woman wore a cold grey light robe, with silver light flowing on her face, also hiding her delicate face, but her figure was graceful, and she must have been very beautiful in her next life. They are the good and evil gods and the daughter of the 6 gods and 5 goddesses we met when we came here last time. They have made great progress. After not seeing them for a while, they have signs of breakthroughs again. The people of the Mother Forces are really weird. Guo Dongshan whispered. Gao said in a cold voice, the high-ranking figures of the Mother's Forces all have the ability to awaken memories of past lives, so every time they wake up, they will have the cultivation experience of the previous reincarnation process. After repeated accumulation, they will naturally progress rapidly when they reincarnate and cultivate again, and they will rise straight up, far exceeding ordinary people. Guo Dongshan flattered him and said, I think the figures among the 5 servants of the goddesses and the 6 sons of the gods who have been born so far, despite their big names, are actually not that great. They can only compete with people of my and Fang Sui's level, but they can't be compared with Miss Gao. There is a big gap. Gao's eyes were as clear as mountain springs, and she shook her head lightly. That's not the case. There is a leader level figure among the 5 servants of the goddess and the 6 sons of the gods. They are on par with the people born in my immortal land in all generations. They are very difficult to deal with, but they haven't shown their traces yet. In addition, like the son of the god of good and evil and the daughter of the breath, they are not too scary at the moment, because they are still at a low stage, and have not awakened many inherited memories, so the horror is not obvious. But the later the stage, the speed of cultivation and other strengths of the people of the Mother Forces will be more amazing. While the few people were talking in voice transmission, the son of the god of good and evil and the daughter of the breath walked out of the teleportation array together. Guo Dongshan said, shall we go in? Gao said, wait a little longer. There are still people coming out of the teleportation array. Before Gao finished speaking, the light of the teleportation array rose again, and sure enough, 2 more shadow demons appeared. When the 2 demons walked out of the teleportation array, the son of the god of good and evil and the daughter of the breath who appeared first had already gone far away. Fang Sui then whispered, let's go in. Gao moved lightly as he spoke, and entered the teleportation array before the waves disappeared after the continuous transmission. Guo Dongshan, Kang Sanfa, and Zhang Shizan also moved together, and followed in without any disturbance. The next moment, the light of the teleportation array disappeared, and it returned to the silence, before it was activated. Fang Sui and others had taken the opportunity to enter the altar space. The son of good and evil, who was some distance away from the altar, suddenly stopped and looked back at the teleportation array. "What's wrong?" The voice of the girl who was traveling with him was cold. The son of good and evil said uncertainly, "The teleportation array seems to have a weak spatial return wave." The girl also took a look at the teleportation array, thought for a while and said, "This is originally a space teleportation array. Sometimes it breeds spatial ripples. It's normal. Let's go, we still have things to do." The son of good and evil shook his head, and when he saw that the teleportation array had become silent, he didn't investigate further and went away with the girl. Fang Sui and others walked out of the other end of the teleportation array, which was the altar space they had entered once before. This space is always dark, without the blazing sun. The sky is high, but the stars are sparse and dim, and there is an invisible atmosphere of oppression. The two-time space black holes that opened above the 3-star gold altars have long disappeared. The surroundings are quiet, without any movement, and there are no other abnormalities. Which of the 3 altars should we go to? I sense that there are people in the 2 altars next to it, and the altar in the middle is empty. Even though they were deep in the enemy's territory, Gao still looked calm, and asked Fang Sui in a low voice without rushing. At this time, everyone was still hiding in the space mezzanine, in a state of near invisibility, without revealing their figures, and talking to each other through voice transmission. Fang Sui replied, "Our goal is the altar in the middle. It is a good time to enter, while there is no one. Now that they are deep in the enemy's territory, they can't afford to think over and over again." Everyone immediately moved towards the altar in the middle without stopping. After a few breaths, the group passed through the small square where they had fought a bloody battle. When they broke out, they encountered several restrictions along the way, all of which were easily broken by Gao. Dangshan and others were impressed. If it weren't for the inappropriate time and place, they would probably be full of admiration. In a blink of an eye, everyone successfully sneaked into the altar in the middle. The altar was filled with a light of the present color. The scene was the same as that year, without any change. The inside was 3,000 feet long and wide, magnificent, and full of statues of gods kneeling, all bowing to the mothers in the front. At the moment Fang Sui entered, a wisp of dust on one of the statues moved, silently drifted towards Fang Sui, and was finally caught by him. This wisp of dust was the mechanical fly that had been quietly dormant in the Star Gold altar for a long time, and had never moved. At this moment, time was urgent, and there was a risk of change. After the mechanical fly was in hand, Fang Sui immediately activated it, presenting a flashing and changing picture in front of everyone. The scene in the picture was instantly transferred to thousands of pictures, which were all the changes that occurred in the altar that the mechanical fly had secretly recorded during the time it was lurking in the altar space. Everyone had strong telekinesis, and even though the picture changed very quickly, they could still see it clearly. After a while, the mechanical fly completed its mission and was collected by Fang Sui. Everyone's eyes were a little shocked, and they subconsciously looked at the ground under the statue of the mothers in front of the altar. According to the previous picture, deep underground under the statue of the mothers, there is a dark and chaotic space, and it seems that there is a woman's corpse hidden in it. It's hazy and I can't see it clearly, but the aura is so strong that it makes people feel in awe. Who is that? Gao, Dangshan and others looked at Fang Sui together. Gao's expression was also a little solemn. That is not a corpse. She is one of the supreme leaders of the mother forces, the yin goddess Boronona among the yin and yang gods. She is a deity, an eternal and immortal deity, just sleeping under this altar, waiting for the moment of awakening. He said again, "I know what you are doing here, Fang Sui." Just when everyone wanted to continue asking, Gao suddenly made a gesture of silence. "Don't talk, a master is coming." PS. This chapter also has more than 4,000 words. Everyone enjoy reading, please vote! Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.